Ali. هل ذكر هذه مع additional 5 minutes ngani ذكر مني لتيل هذا الماء سل هذه الماء بضمو السوق من دلغا تألم الغاي ملم الغاهي إن ما breakfast تغال إلى توتا ومطعم المرابع كمغاي ملم مقال مراجين اللم مغاي مولي مذكر مكي غاكي في المنيل أذان Sulang. Please allow us a few minutes. We are waiting for just a few people that need to attend this morning session. So if we could please allow them time. If you haven't had a chance to grab coffee and a few light refreshments at the back, please do so as we wait. Thank you.
Ali malungil tutaw na malmirang asulir arbek la adra kalorang ramiu understanding ramiu gire la kora telgibel meo dergide al tutaw tergibel ora makita yang adama armeral me gire ngartiang armeral me gida mo o hede o mo a program gid akmal mirang asulir arbek la adal nasbo ilme al tutaw wa igel bek al program gid adama ngwa asmerel a program gid al tutaw labang ang lungu bak mo olingitra Mr. Heflin Bay, mang merte mo maskida opening prayer.
Kalulu. Upubel Diyos ang ngarayang daki kalibir el altutaw om katong ngarang klem. Agi mereng asule miruba karayel bekkal tamel kawa obong kamame o masaba akkar kamame o mas kamama igel gi mauspe rabekkal sils. El altutay ruba kaya era ki momu lertial symposium agi omkatong arkaw le ki recognize el wasikawa edal otrugul rarogul tokoy mung soma meruba kal alitial symposium kamamelo olgerang klem e olngita ong tigay garkaw el almon mutra lobong artial ondibel ki mal mereng asulem el ela president tra republic surang al Whips junior tuloy kamamer el al tutaw agi kongel waseng tial symposium meruba kamal okdal dala kel tokoy mo madungar el sel leng tokoy girir other belaw matirga rogul lawrior el sel abalur belaw kamal masalul bong kamam rekal mlamo merekal club say mlesa amal me mergong otaktakal de swam masa amal tobdi sel got lungil siasing el kim umrang al waseng abol la ang sabel ngosuwi ng gel hotel abul el mon gel hotel manggel hotel mata arbasul at magimal ngartiang emal lolngit wasem lumutel lolke saul de swam el motang mabal sa amiru bakalo bangela president lo sitya lungi lurior el giblam kat makli el mora kongres emal mon lolngit wasebol sa emel ngiti kay gar adra kongres el girel tialo del dal el tokol girir adra belaw mabal sa ire rubakal direct kalmot tabdiya ul de swir el waya ul de swam ay gay agi molngit ngarang klangal gemel Yesus lo sabelam amen.
Malwaysay mal mo tulungil tutaw mo omteera committee mo obis sa president ma Ministry of Finance mal welcome marami rogoy el mertial mamungulubong main there tial Palau Development Symposium bilong kau mangir turong talagi bilong ngangir okya kargi del adrangod el belu magi marat ko ba bal sab amal gora olyu da at tiginga magi mongod adu ul tor belal motor ang apart mong tiragal mlabang kamam raigal mlama meregal telal club say agi mal mereng asuli wegal mlama meregal telal club say kada mla adu ul gira labatog ul tor سب أكل أكلوه غريب قدميل سادة قدميل أليا قتل سيل سرقيد اللبن تريان الغر سكول المقطع غريب وضو مغرو لرسال كلامريا رن أرتير المو contribute الجيرة للتغير والساسور السلا بلور بلاو onger ulsil se putogorgi damla raigal discussion ratogora pension ma SS magarang ada bay mangmal ada langasa waigal program rigi mandi malmol ma eli qadog milsada togora PPUC الواسم magarang avengi maral mamalmol mal service provider del mergida ar adel K السلا بلور بلاو مكيدا other بلاو من ngogiw say kida kada malmol malmera tay kida الوابل مغلبان السلسل كida كida malmol ما كida الضوء الجيرة لا سب أكل أكلوه قريب هذا اللي يد المتغير أمريكا لين تغير sustainability قرادي تلاقي بالمو يد المتغير عبارة من On behalf of the Office of the President and the Ministry of Finance, it is our honor to welcome you to the main event of the Palau Development Symposium. To everyone who has participated in the events leading up to today, and to those joining us for the first time, the past several days have been filled with productive and inclusive discussions focused on building a more sustainable future for Palau. From our Shark Tank and Magit events, which encourage inspired future entrepreneurs, to important conversations on strengthening social security and pension systems, and ensuring reliable utilities through the PPUC discussions, each session has contributed to our shared vision for sustainability, which is our other Palau, Palauan peoples first. So, from that, I would like to invite His Excellency President Surang S. Whips Jr. to give us his opening remarks for today's event.
Malay, maluil tutaw. Ako trule mal to patsulungil tutaw le ka irturo marbukul bela ng artelo bangged dilo masil belaw. Senator Nakamura marbekal senator sang artia delegate Solablay marbekal delegates. Umesang ariar adadang ara social security ma pension President of PCC Bekkel الذبائل مع أضرب بلو ترى كمان واتمرن وسير جسا وبكرة هارو ويلتر لو بنجد كا يرترون كام لارسيرا مالو ولل مريلان مالو يل بدنا بنشون ما يسير جد دي كذا مالت مارو دعنا أرتيان مال ده دي الجيد دعنا أرتيان أضرب بلاو متريال بتوغل سليد لونه سير جد قطروا هذا مرينا سولير أضرب ADB help sponsor tial event. Kada mga sudah adra jaiga, mga Ministry of Finance rasyabal, ang artial ol nga seorgi de Omskida Uldasa, dirang artia sel Japanese Fisheries Association, madirang Nippon Foundation, dirang masaudara ator omngeth, ma aigal batogol الغاغروس هي الذبال وتل graduate school لما التيرا ومسكيدا مقهلن ومسكيدا يجل هي أولنا سيورجيدا مثل ذو ليلت مالوبة قضا مسا ولداسوين ملتويرا أو ما أو نيل كلاودنجي دي قضا سالنغ أرسل لنغار عرنوث le 1+1 adi 2 degal se el diwan degal se el motri waise mga dospera arsemo ngolo se orgid mesel dolil trato en blagatak emral mo osobak el triar ngal gedra amral mi ak muy gegi de mal sogal mereng asulera a diplomatic corps ng artialo bangir Ambassador Sharp, thank you for being here. Ambassador Kasahara, Ambassador Chen. And I know, Charjay Rao, thank you for being here. And we thank all our partners. I know we have our friends from the Ministry of Finance in Japan that are with us, the Ministry of Fisheries from Japan, JICA, the Graduate School, and of course, most importantly, our sponsors, the ADB. Thank you for being here. And, you know, one thing I was sharing is that we are having this symposium to talk about development and how we can build a solid future for Turang and JB and Tabasul and all these young people. But it requires tough choices. And those tough choices need to be based on sound and good economic advice. And that's why we're so grateful to our partners for helping us create models and develop a path forward that is really based on sound economic principles and advice. So I know Cullen, I just want to acknowledge them for really working hard. I know this symposium was supposed to be held much earlier, but thanks to ADB and Cullen, we said, well, we want to be prepared so that we can really have the tools to help in our decision processes. So, akora di orturge ngatel na imun mahatoram rigel akti orturge bilung ngirturong no ase adilung ila diktu sesel toram rigel mal trap to lok yak sangar gid mu ilal arreng saigal gida adadu. So we began the week with what was it called? Shark Tank. But it was, and did we get the copyright on that? No, I'm just kidding. But, you know, everybody knows the popular show is Shark Tank. But I think what's most important is for any economy to be successful, it has to have a strong private sector. And I think what's most important is we need to develop those concepts when they are young and help young entrepreneurs develop, because the strength of a nation is really built on the private sector. And you can't have a private sector that's thriving without funding. So, you know, one of the things that we're going to talk about today, and I see the president of the National Development Bank is here, is not only talking about the private sector and evaluating where we are, but also how do we fund the private sector? Well, we need a strong development bank, and we need funding for that development bank. And we've had everything from let's have the development bank collect deposits. Because in reality, and Dr. Yoshino, you've reminded us this, we now have 500 million in the local banks, and how much is circulating in Palau? Probably less than 10%. And that is a problem. We need to get that money circulating to help build the economy, and that's why we're grateful to Japan and the Ministry of Finance in helping us with Dr. Yoshino on the Palau Savings Bond. Because this is just another way to keep that money circulating in Palau and helping in our development. So we will hear a little bit about that later. But the other thing that we also have to be reminded of is any strong economy moving forward must be diversified. It cannot just be tourism. And, you know, in 2015, in partnership, we all got together and said, let's declare a sanctuary. And I think the sanctuary was a great idea because it allowed us to refocus and say what's most important is that we need to protect what is the biodiversity that we have, but not only that, it must, if we are doing any fishing, it's sustainable. So we do have an area to fish, which is 20%. Fast forward 10 years, we know the challenges that we have. We've done our marine spatial plan, and I know the Ministry of Fisheries has done a great job in this. And I have to be honest, it's time that we right-size the sanctuary so that we protect what's most important, most valuable, but at the same time sustainably use the rest, because ultimately one of the pillars of our economy is fisheries. The other thing that we have to work on, and I want to thank Senator Nakamura and the Senate for passing and revising the elite visa. And we hope that the elite visa, the aircraft registry, the many other new revenue or economic opportunities that are out there, that we get those legislations passed to help us build a further diversified economy. You know, we've been talking about our economy, and we're grateful to Australia, Japan, Taiwan for getting the flights and bringing tourism into Palau, but now more diversified and not concentrating on just one market. And that's the same case when it comes to our entire economy. Kita mga tatal masaudara agay zargi dem dingel wase aklau tutelel agay zargi da girel sisi agirel amura armage karela makadon mura tel wiger gidel narisel shark tangle mstrat telera ngalged matasamarial الألتوب ده يجي له داسو راول ساسو لول نسير تيلو مكتوب يجي له داسو ما ترك لبسات تيرا سيل مو عمرو لا يجي ملقت ده يجي نيا سيل تقللا أكليسي لا يجي زرع بلور بلو دين ده قال سيد ديمرو لا يجي لقى وقت بستريرا ودودل سيلو ملو أرتير ما أقول إنجيل ده مليسي رابان غير كده إندي بيبين كده اسمي ودودل وسيس برا السيل من سيل لون أوت اسمي سي يجي الشوبار أدر بلاو مقدمهم سيسي مقدم لا يجر كيونيان متى على السيل أبلوات مقدم رنا سولي أدر الشوبار سيل أوك مول سوتري الماء الهلبر جدر سيل بالاو سيفينغز باند أقدرنا سيا سيناتور نغامورا مار أدر سينات عملت بدي سيل إليت فيزا سيل ريفيجن مار إليت فيزا اللي قضا ملات كلاس مقرا لوت السميسي أو ترى أترتلا أغرول المسويس برا السيل بيلاو قدرنا تملا باسر سيل لا را aircraft registering عمل دميله السيناتور سيقدر ساين روين رام عادي مرا هاوس مرا هذا المي عندي قدا أيجانا تقال را بس السيس بللا وضوض السيل النصويرة بالواد قدرنا مننا سه أتغير أمنيث أترى كلو تطلع تخلل بالواد قدا ما أورنج سرا rather ministerial help كده أو سيل se كده 2015 كده le passer sel PNMS كده ملا مو تروي رجال دعاري كده دعير غير تورون واسه سل دعاري أبول أيقال بول هذا قال داسين كده رولي عندي وايسيل ده أولا بنغلين كده ما المي كم سندر أو رابع المهم تتشجر واسه أسد الأجستري كده رولي المرسل أتري ونير جدا أدر بيلهم قد ما يستر أتقلل بالوضع أتغور أمير قد عمره لو سيم لامو right لامو time the right size إذا الليل مو أتري جدا بقولولا وقرول المسؤولية بر السيد أبلور بلا الCCE أبالوضع أتغورا أفود security كده صادر متيال تيال لمال مرينا سوليرا ترجال كوتشير اللولونغرال ايقال غاغروس الجروب ايقال عمري التلال كلبسي المساعدة بنشون ما اس اس اقبلين له سي تيا اوبراد التقول الجيدا مقطع المساعدري مقطع ميليتاري لين ngadi unmu la pension ngada senga songa saudo dar al sel tem lamo kmeda lo agwarra kal do sadri e de kada kat makli mang cloud tutela al ngari ungil dongul dospe el mo al bangar tial ngal senga sela pension ergid ngal senga sela ss ergid egid bodo da rogu e da se nga ngari agirel sesel mangarak munta ngari agirel sesel mangarak munta ndi al sumong namo gira de lorol tigil mo kamangala ako mesarang irturong em langala kar okay argil mga asya lorol mo okay oh ndi ang maybe ndi kalsan mo okay ndi asya del nga gira del atrigil sesya ukta del artial pensioner gid ma ss gid bol msisi bol sabel الملمول من غارني ما دارلام سلام بريتاري غاري أودود وايسه ما هالذي كم مدون كريتيكال بيجي لا دين قطر سمي أرمود لو مسر تين غرا قبل من تري لا قبل الموت الماء متريال أورين سنة غير كريل بلاو لوت المرمي قبل واحد هذول يرسي دين لوم داس ورتير كذا ديريك المدينة واسع على قدو غرام يا سياسين قبل قتاق واسع ديمران مو كذا ديمران مو قصقص من كلو تتللا هذا بدوني المسا يقال نيا روغول الدونغول دوسبي الغوت مكلي اسم مكلي بنشونر يد ما اس اس موم سي سي من ديال الغوسوغوسو مو سي سي توغا ديال دوسبي رينا اتورا ا بي بي يو سي ا بي بي يو سي ديال اسرائيلي لواسي ادول مول مولو بوليتكس رال سي لا بي يو سي ان مو غوسوغوسو bodo dangel wase ako to cloud to telel ngar ella PUC agirel provider adengi maral masul gider other bela osperi rabek kelsil slowrior esel sugum kadamo politics ral sela PUC mo subese senator na kamura aktiv la takla en sedel tomlia PUC model ser mu la ngar elel gider rogo model kada udengi model kada ural eme morano do sengra model ngari wel كده دي ملاقي ده مو لا اللي أطيد مو ده قال سيد الكت مكلاب بيوسي ويسي من غير هذا مو understand سيل واسي من غير هذا التماغ هذا دو المسام أخ لا جايد الأبراض الجدا البانل الأصلي عند الشغل واسي كده تلقيت سؤال أبلاي البانر أباجت مملايا budget temle delay mumlo December ekada paseri emergoya May 14 akplesa nara ayagi dele ella elgira LRO el mutelom skmea 40,000 and more sele Palau I mean Pacific Legislative ngarak tel forum merkamiu waise اجي سيرا مي مارش 2 انا دور كلاب ابير يقول اسا اجي دا قت مجيل مكلو توترل قت مجيل الجيرلا ابلور بيلاو كلو توترل ابو دغين لو اسي غاريا وقملت كراسينت ديغا هلك فينيسر على داغي ديغا دا قتوت كذا كذا كاين سيو دي كده ام دغين لو اسي اكلو توترل غيره دلغوت كذا ما سيجل البنغلاد ما قبل ما سيكون شنو هذا شيء أنا شو مساعدوا من داخل سيد المطمقلة ولا يجر مقلول البنغلاد الواري بير أسبيتال ريبير كابيتول من ماذا دينجيريا أبا برامينا توباسي أيام يودو در infrastructure maintenance دي كمريلي الله تيد من داخل سيد الأرتوب هذا ديالي تاسي لو تلسو مكليس الله أمبول سيد الأرتوب دي قال كارين بس لودو كذا بدنا نروح نريا بالسيد لا لو تيد من داخل سيد الحرام ديجا ودو دبل بس كذا أمريكان دو توب الحرام من داخل سو ماتشين بس ودو دل أوريدي غاري دين غير الحرام بالسيد غير إمريكا إنغاري يجل كذا ولنجت ترى السلا أباجت الملاقي غير الجوت موكلا دين كذا بيل أي يوم سيجل والسيس بالله ودودات هذه سيقولوا أي سنين على تتاسه كذا لامس أسيس بالله ودودات نيجالك رايجل كذا عمله والمسرح سين سويس ما يجيل لودو at least at this point in time el other house amla pasra budget ngarege logi tralsel ased gut moklo disel close to tele senator Nakamura se wada adu do se alsum ngarege mal matar basul mo let's say Palau game sa dekal soala a senate edo tabdi mala ngani teka problem but ngira del decide se close to tele la ngira del mol المرايل لو ما غسل بدول ايه بختي دولي تيان قدام دغلي سل الله نجيل غسبغورا يراي نوران نجيل غسبغوا دو دغلي لو اسي ملت تبلوب تلول ادي مول اذال تلا دي وا البيرا غلولاو ويسه من اخبرني لو اسي كمي ادي كاي سكور سل سوميل all together same all together تي كدولي تو اسي سلو كلبورا بيتا غير ملبورا بيتا غير ملبورا بيتا ملبول سيل سيركلو توتريل لقد ما درك لنغرينغر هذا من برال مرينغا سولي ولتيال سيمبوزيون الويغ سيناتور ناكامورا ديليجيت سوال ابلاي املا اول دا غرغي دل ميم قد مساجد البنغلاد تماغل واسي غراي جيل جيل تماغل غوتموكل السوم اوكل من سيد لو ما غسل بدولو اي السيل لو ما غسل بدولو اي ان مونغي لكلو غرارنغ لجيد دي قدو المول ملدي ملبدي بغرتيال التقول واسي بيري ماوريول من اقبرال دي غرتيا مرينغا سولي عربيك لا هذا التيرا مليرا يقال بلا مريغا لديك لبسي مقدت ما لا هذا دو يقال يسي موغا غاضنيل واسي غريغل البنغليث الجيدا جيدا المطمغ روغو غوغيل واسي غريا تريب المومرين جيدا من غريا اجري لوريول مو 65 دي سيدي كان كيتل تقوي نغا دور المو 65 ندير لونغي رابترود مغدي قد تسال المو ميتو تدي دغرا بلاي كذا دير قال واسي غاري تلجيب الانكريس تيجي لورور لا واسي تجيب الانكريس سي كونتريبيوشن كوميون مارا بنشن ما اس اس المسيسي مال سي بي ال سيلوم ريتاير دار لاين غاريا او دو دليغو سو اختي سوغال مكمويغي امرال دي الموت اللي مرينا سوليو واسه تيال سيمبوزيوم رجيدا امرال تيل ده الميم قطع دو امرال الطوب ده يجر رجول غارا اول دسويد اقوم ده سو مال دي واي سيل بعد المليات تجر تبلو تول سيل غيل غسبغو بو سيل بعد نقول اويتي اكيد ما ويل غاغا مودي قد غاغوات بويل كاسويس امرال مويل ام ده ما يجل غير الغليظ مقدا قد ما مدينس من قمران مسولان adios lo almol mo makal tanga tara balwad ma balur belaw
Malmasulang Mr. President tersel mal lungil dadal kada malmal mara programmer gid ngaltangat labanggad ng artyang mga takle dara logukom te era olbira kalulaw el ngaringia Senator Siegfried Nakamura ma delegate ra ablublilyo na sa wala apply el altay me okorebo kun tira at nga Senator Siegfried Nakamura el may me bolbaski da selgot el keynote address ukom te era ablara Senate and then ya ogiwalel delegate Swalablay, Senator Nakamura.
Well, I didn't know I was going to be really popular today. And I just threw my speech and I had to rewrite it in the last 5 minutes. Nabadung sus mandiabo kumelek rogo. Ending suakal lodor siak mal lungil tutao leokor kami wa rubul belaw. Bilung masil belaw. Course President Whips. Local ministers, local adal olbira rural ngartiang. Governor speakers, the state legislators, diplomatic corps kaman. Thank you for being here. Ulit bukol ko tokora mirigele min mas rubak msibit tigat sa alida rings ning kloto trel girat al merenga asaw. Good morning, everyone. As we bring our workshop to a formal close today, and on behalf of the Senate, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to those who made this event possible and a success. First, I would like to express the Senate's deepest gratitude to our friends, Asian Development Bank, JICA, our experts, Callan, Graduate School USA, Dr. Yoshino, and more importantly, the United States government for their generous support in funding and granting funds to help specifically our pension plan. You're generous, of course, the staff of the executive branch who made this possible. Your generous support were instrumental in bringing this event to fruition. The Senate values and appreciate your continued partnership and support in helping the people of Palau resolve the issues relating to our pension plan and Social Security. To our non-Palauan speaking friends, I asked this opportunity and your understanding to speak in Palau. Moro kami bekla adro kul mle investa temiu emle igal mle kal telat klubsay. Serak ngutial ngara at masak ng tera Senate al mertiang. Amle tokol menangakak mo kamorsay, and you listen and you don't judge. That's what my goal was, to listen and not judge. Judging will come later. But more importantly, malmlo giman appreciate taigel with the sweet our bekla other rogui. Le asuko man dia kada drangasiya aku ko the suela ango the laugh. If nga the sweet our bekla other rogui. Le kita ka rosa the sweater rogul to ko siya domis. Hindi man appreciate the swear back other way. Hindi kami appreciate la se patokor gid del mlarigel group. Amle listen and dimla kan judge. Bisera po Amerika damlo oba imol to koy. El malasum el help partial pension plan ma social security. Hindi kat sa la workshop el mongil. Aso ko kami ul ada dimla ko may mang mal menang asuli ul back other mero. Aurere da dira albol merek. Tiang adi ka selek masel dirgul muul. Urung wala mal urung ulek mas after el alchil se tadak ta dolmol mel adadu. Dolmol mel losi sel mongil. Ra apek la af sel mosuwinin gel hotel abu ang sol mang kadamalas man tang ariya mo atid and then ako lingit la sen sepet malmol malado o sige sen mo ngira bekla adro. To our attendees, thank you for investing your valuable time with us the last couple of days. My job in the last couple of days was to listen and not judge. The Senate is incredibly grateful for the high level of engagement, expertise, collaborative spirit you brought to every discussion. I truly believe that a workshop is only impactful as the contributions of its participants and your insights and views made these past couple of days exceptionally productive. Our job is not finished. It is my hope that after today, we can continue to discuss, to think, and more importantly, to listen and to find the best solution to help the Social Security, the pension plan, and the people of Palau.
Thank you, Senator Nakamura. I now welcome the Honorable Delegate Nace Swalaplai to give the House of Delegates keynote address.
Ali malungil tutaw nara House of Delegates. Angat yang maladu manomsaw la President Regel malungil aldadal, ma Senator Nakamura Regel malungil aldadal. Direk ngat yang kukura mamsaw dangil telgibil logi wa different perspective el mol endable mor sigidel elatigingid. Mang akba timodulia timra aldadal House of Delegates. Emko mo saw dangi bilung toram Regel men sebarit legal siyang bangol adalo banggedel matbok regal babingedel bol dodong liatit telel. Etial timber gida kasi milisi amongat maklel maurele laurior el mora aderbelaw. Kaya gidia. El logi watora Social Security, pension plan, public utilities, maudor, maturist, ma-infrastructure. Duwagel lulo ko, President, na Republic. Yang development symposium, bakpadang ato ko sa adult mong, hindi ko ito limit ng mga gigil. Dola berel altar. Makmo mulukot ko ram rigel engel turong, amata other USP of United States Marines, din team kita accent terkamam. Development works together. That's everyone. It's all interrelated. When jobs, wages, tourism, utilities, and infrastructure improves together, Palau collect more revenue, families have more income, and the safety net system becomes stronger. Ital matbok tal tokora SS ma pension. Income and jobs. More Palawans working means more household income. Make it more stronger contribution to Social Security and pension plan. Businesses and tourism. Tourism, hotels, ports, military, and related activity increase spending, taxes, local businesses, opportunities. I say as it is. We've been here and we see our government, and before I go to that, and I want to say, Mr. President, thank you very much, because I think this FY 2026, we have reached the highest revenue in the Republic ever. Kasi, Malcloa development, and I was hoping that next FY 2027, I know we're going to be moving upward more, Sulang. Utilities and services. Public utilities, improvements, support, homes, hospitals, schools, businesses, and tourism. Better collection also bring better operation. We also discussed public utilities yesterday. They're all working together. So development is not one project. It is a system that supports families and public services, and we need to improve them. Social Security and pension brings stronger safety net. This is what we've been doing for the last 2 days. And I'm really sure that we came up with a very good model, do all the simulation and synthesizing, and we came up yesterday. And I believe that, President, like you said, we got to do it because time is now. And we're not going to wait for any longer, because the more we wait, we will not be able to do it, and we will collapse. So what changed? National government salaries increased. Private sector salaries, minimum wage went up. And so the system for the collection for pension plan and also SS went up, just like our model that we learned yesterday and those 2 days ago. And they told us that once your salary go up, your contribution go up. And that's very good. Because after all, this is going to be our money when we retire and looking forward to live happy with our loved ones. Why it matters? Social Security and pension plan depends on the workers and employers contributing. So the more people working, the better program, and put better program for SS and pension, it brings a good future for everyone. Our goal, keep Social Security and pension plan operating at a reliable, safely, reliable, and a reliable safety net. That's very important. That's why we need to put in work together to make sure that this Social Security and pension plan are sustainable. And looking forward to live like near to Rome, to reach 92 years old and you're still getting your Social Security. Yeah, seriously. And we have to continue to working together to do those practical reform to ensure that these important programs remain working. After all, Mr. President, it's our duties and responsibilities as elected officials to make sure that we deliver to the people that we represent, that trust that we have. The larger message is simple. Stronger worker income today helps protect retirement security tomorrow. And that what the President also just mentioned, we need more young people to come into workforce right immediately after college. Economic activities and jobs and more contribution. Employment progress, tourism recovery, and new activity. These are very important. How this help safety net, more jobs and higher wage, increase Social Security and pension contribution, more business activity, increase tax collection for public, more economic activity, help PPUC through demand, collection, and stronger operation. I remember yesterday that our expert and the PPUC were here, and you know, Mr. President, I know that PPUC is doing their work. They're professional and technical. And the expert told us yesterday, work with them, give them what they need, but make sure there's a strict, rigorous audit requirement and also a reporting requirement, so both can work together to make sure that the program, the PPUC services are moving forward. It's just like the pension and the SS. If we're going to fight each other, it's going to collapse. If we're not helping PPUC, it's going to have problem. And once they have problem, they're going to need more money, and we don't have money to give them. So now is the time. PPUC and energy utilities to development infrastructure map. I really want PPUC to do your work because you have a big task in the Republic. And there's Senator Nakamura there, there's President of the Republic there, and there's me, the House of Delegate. And we work together to make sure that we have that one vision moving forward for our people. Not only people from Peleliu, the entire Palau. It's a very long speech, President, but I just want to start from there and give that sentiment from the House of Delegates and the working together among all of us. After all, we're all serving our people. And we were mentioning the military academy, U.S. military revenue, economic coming in. We're talking about Palau National Marine Sanctuary and the 50% opening. That's also additional money coming into Palau. The vision that you have to bring more money into Palau is on the right track. So I still have more I want to say, but I know I want to hear from the expert. So I'm going to start from there. And I just want to say, on behalf of the House of Delegates, we ask the Senate that we work together, respectfully ask the Senate that we work together and the President of the Republic of Palau to make sure that pension plan, Social Security, we fix it before October? Yeah, before October. I know we don't want to be having time, a lot of waste time. We brought the expert here. We worked together. We were in all the group from Tuesday and Wednesday and the works. And I really also want to thank the group that came, the expert president that helped us. And I think that's good enough that I said too much. So, Social Security, pension, we're watching you. Because we're helping you now, and we're going to watch you after that. So, make sure you do the good work for our people. And also PPUC, we're very watching you too. So lang Mr. President.
Masaula delegate Swala Blay, Raigel Malneungil Luloklat, Direkal Masaula Senator Nakamura, Kumdasa sa Mamles Edel Mursay, Awaseng Awred Dirgul Muller Elang, Rayor Adirga Klol Telew, Magdadirga, Olagit el Model Malmal Magal, El Maru A. Sang I say. Next ngara atchendar kid katomo omes agora teligibel kadebel video tiang bilong tel video agora walo ay soseng kadong close to telel el dolisi a small market sa igal magigarel shobar gid toguni shobar ardil adolisi aygay ngomgorora waygay del lulugoya atangak el presidente gid el waseng malisi momalisi ratogora tagaklel maungil gaysar gid el maral may. So at this time we will watch a short video. The video will cover empowering communities in small markets, which then transcend into growing our private sector.
Palau, a Pacific paradise, once welcomed hundreds of thousands of visitors drawn to its beaches and turquoise waters. Tourism was the nation's lifeline. Then in 2020, the pandemic closed borders, wiping out nearly a third of jobs overnight. Though the crisis has passed, tourism still lags. Incomes remain low, while living costs climb.
One of our biggest challenges that we're experiencing right now is that our people are leaving. That means that we have not provided for sufficient opportunities for our people to be here, and they have to find other opportunities abroad.
After COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of people were vulnerable. The elderly and children with disability and adults were at a point of their life where they couldn't really work or able to access health services.
For homebound Hilaria Oruke, sounds of hope resonate through song. She enjoys regular music therapy at home, boosting physical activity and mental well-being. It's part of a broader Asian Development Bank-led program supported by grants from the governments of Ireland and Japan to protect vulnerable groups in Palau after the pandemic, including women suffering from gender-based violence. Community wellness activities teach older Palauans to fight illnesses like diabetes through diet and exercise. Hilaria Sungino credits these classes for weight loss and better nutrition.
At the end, when I have lost all those pounds, like it kind of inspired me. I became very active, and and then every time I eat, I know that I can only eat that measurement that I learned from here.
In rural Palau, households have long relied on small farms to survive. The pandemic hit agriculture hard, leaving farmers with unsold crops and little income. To help, the project trained 20 women's cooperatives to expand taro production, a Pacific staple. It also funded a facility that buys part of each harvest and turns taro into other products, such as chips and flour that local restaurants use for taro bread.
In Palau, it's pretty hard to sell your produce. And everybody were so excited about the program because we were told that we were able to sell our produce to them.
While livelihoods were supported, lockdowns worsened family and gender-based violence. Despite stronger laws, Palau still faces gaps in case management, counseling, housing, and prevention. The project addresses these by building an integrated support system with a free 24-hour hotline, crisis counseling, and referrals.
ADB's grant assistance from the Asian Development Fund's thematic pool enabled us to work closely with the government to emphasize gender equality and support multi-pronged responses to family and gender-based violence.
An effort to improve the health, incomes, and safety of vulnerable groups in Palau and make them more resilient to face the future.
This project is a milestone in ADB's support to strengthen Palau's human capital and is a model for how strategic partnerships with co-financiers and non-governmental organizations, despite the modest total financing amount, can have a real impact on the lives of the people and add to raising the socio-economic resilience of the country.
Following our program, I would like to welcome Mr. Harun Hawaja, Regional Head of the Private Sector Development of the Asian Development Bank, to give us the Palau Private Sector Assessment.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Honorary Senator, and Honorable Delegate of the House, thank you for your inspiring remarks. They have really set the stage for what I have to say about the private sector. A little bit about myself. I come from the private sector side of the bank, which is, you talked about tough choices. It's the smallest size part of the bank. It's about 20%. 80% of it is lending to governments and advising governments. We are making a concerted effort in the bank to move the needle towards the private sector side of things, because we, as you feel, it is the future future for all our clients, and future for the next generation, something we touched on as well. I want to pick up on a second point you made, which is the investment of savings. I'm struck with every Pacific country I go to, capital is never the issue. There is a lot of capital in the banking system, in the pension funds, our banks, development banks, multilaterals, bilaterals, we are literally falling over ourselves to invest money. The challenge is to find good projects and productive entrepreneurs. And here I'll talk about a concept of taking calculated risks. I know everyone's savings, their pensions are very close to their heart, and they want to make sure that they're applied in the correct way. You talked about productive entrepreneurs. This is a third point that you made. Entrepreneurs, by definition, are the most risk-loving of the community. They are out on the edge. They're taking exposures. They're taking risks constantly. The challenge really for us bankers, who I consider us to be financial intermediaries, our challenge is to take a calculated risk on these entrepreneurs with the money that we are the custodians of. So that is the real challenge in most of our countries. We worked on country partnership strategies now for Fiji first, PNG second in the last few years. Now we are working on the Pacific approach, which covers the PIC 12. We'll be done with it by the end of this year as well. And in that strategy, we basically focused on three areas that we want to really devote our energy. One is infrastructure, the second is financial inclusion, and the third is value chains. I think value chains, you saw a little example there in this video about people getting involved in the agriculture value chain. In financial inclusion, I think that is the key area for countries like Palau. I did the math before coming here. For a population of 20,000 people, the rule of thumb is that about 10 to 20% of the working age population are the entrepreneurs. So over here, that puts us at a number of 2,000 to 3,000 people are the true entrepreneurs in this economy. The challenge is finding the 200 to 300 of those who are truly productive and who are putting capital to the best uses. And that is the challenge for us as bankers, to go out there and find, thank you. I've been so inspired by these speeches that I'm going extempore and leaving my slides for later. I'll come to a few of them because I want to make a few points regarding those. So maybe I'll go to the slides now. So yeah, so basically my talk today is on three parts. One is about what is ADB, how is ADB approaching this challenge in the Pacific, how we've designed our processes to try to best suit this. Secondly, I'll touch a bit on Palau. Now, I must admit, I'm by no means an expert on Palau. There's a lot of wealth of wisdom in this room, so I'm really going to be out there when I make some statements, and please bear with me in that part of the presentation. And then lastly, I want to quickly tell you about three products that we have. One has been around for a while. It's called the Private Sector Development Initiative. Some of you would have come across it. It advises governments. We are tweaking that, and in its next phase, it's been running for about 15 years now. It advises governments. We are tweaking that to be more fit for purpose for the Pacific context. It only works in the Pacific, actually. It's the only region we have this initiative. And so there's a tweak in that. And there are two new initiatives. One is called Wayfinder, and the other one is called Frontier. So we've launched these over the last year or so. And they are targeting, Frontier targets investing in businesses which require capital below $1 million, mostly actually below $500,000. So these are very high growth companies which basically double their turnover every 4 to 5 years. They're difficult to find, but, and we have, our bottleneck is good bankers basically out there finding these businesses. So once we find these, we've invested in 6 of them in the last year or so. We back them with advice and with capital to really grow them to the next SME level of things. So Frontier is something that we are going to bring to Palau as soon as we have the bandwidth available. We've hired a private sector professional for this office here as well. His name is Tom Lotz. He's not here today. I would have introduced him properly. So he will be leading the charge on investing in businesses in Palau. The final product, and I'll touch on it a little more detail later, is called Wayfinder. This invests in business that need capital between $1 million to $10 million. And actually most of them are between $1 million to $5 million. And we've done three things in this product basically. Our bank is very large and it's used to investing in large projects. So our processes really need an overhaul when it comes to smaller scales in the Pacific. So one, we have simplified our internal process. The second thing, we have made an assumption that every business in the Pacific needs some kind of concessional capital. So we have upfront approved concessional capital into Wayfinder. And the third thing we put into it is sponsors struggle to meet our due diligence requirements by hiring advisors, lawyers, etc. So we set aside a technical assistance which pays for that. So these are three elements that we put into Wayfinder, and Frontier is for these high growth businesses, and PSDI has been running for a while. This was my summary. I think the three speakers before me have stolen most of my thunder, so I'll come to this at the end as well. But this slide I just want to dwell on a little bit. I don't think most of you know about ADB as a private sector bank. We have three streams basically in our bank. The third stream is called downstream, which is private sector operations, actually investing to private sector businesses. And this is, as I told you, the smallest part of the bank, and we are trying very hard to grow this. This links into our upstream, which is the lion's share, which is 80% of the bank, which advises and lends to governments. And that links into our midstream, which advises governments on PPP transactions. So our real effort here is that all three streams, which all three of them touch each other, they reinforce and educate every part of the stream. So just by investing in private sector businesses, we can't move the needle on the private sector. So all our government interventions, policy-based loans, etc., will have an element of activities that promote private sector growth. So in this, I touched on the special tools for the Pacific, PSDI, Private Sector Development Initiative, and Wayfinder, and the Frontier Seed. I touched on this also, that we're going to focus on infrastructure, we're going to focus on access to finance and value chains, because those are the constraints that we have identified at the top. In Palau, what we have seen is, you have a clear framework and a vision and objectives and priorities for how to develop the private sector. Where it I think will benefit for more detail and more focus is actually having a pathway and a pipeline of projects. Nobody knows the entrepreneurs in your country better than yourselves. So it's actually making that connection and identifying those people who are doing productive activities. And so there's a long list of suggestions, but I'll just pick out a few. Some part of the government which really champions this effort to develop a pipeline of investment-ready projects, and particularly sites, because of the land challenges in the country. There's a lot there. We'll circulate this presentation. I just want to make sure there's enough time for dialogue at the end, so I'll move through this relatively quickly. These are some of the challenges. We know all about the land challenge. We know about people migrating, foreign workers, etc. The lack of, credit information to be able to underwrite these, 200 to 300 entrepreneurs. We really need information on what they're doing, how effectively they're doing it. One of the other things that is a possibility, I think you have designs and desires on the digital front. Digitization offers a leapfrog opportunity to actually get to know the economic agents in a country, who's actually being most productive, who's using capital the best, so that more capital can be targeted on them. These are just some of the enabling reforms that have been put in place, priorities, no surprises. You talked about keeping people home in the country. You have to give them access to finance. There is plenty of finance. It's making the connection there. Reforming SOEs, attracting foreign investment. So these are priority areas which the policy direction is correct, and the connection has to be made to the real business. Tourism and construction as priority sectors with the money coming in from abroad. But I think, as was said earlier, the connection into agriculture, the connection into fisheries, to have a end-to-end value chain in those respects. So I told you about the private sector development initiative. It spent about $3 billion over this period in Palau. Some of the things have included Companies Act, online registries, AML, CFT, an existential crisis or a threat facing Pacific being locked out of correspondent banking. This initiative spends a lot of time working on that particular area. Financial sector development. These are all going to be, so access to finance, business law and competition, SOE reform. These are going to be three areas of continued focus in PSDI, but we're going to add to that digitization, which I think there's a lot of need of the hour here, and also climate resilience, which we touched on earlier as well. A very busy slide, apologies for that. We'll circulate this if it's of interest to others, but I just talked about our focus areas, the four, and the cross-cutting areas within PSDI. Wayfinder, I touched on earlier how we are targeting these businesses between $1 million to $10 million. We made our first investment in the first 3 months of this program coming in place in Vanuatu. And then we have Frontier, which has done 6 investments in 3 countries plus 1 regional investment in the digitization space. One of them was a sustainable prawn farm, or is a sustainable prawn farm in Fiji. And so, in conclusion, I will just say that key point is connecting through good financial intermediation, the capital to the people. In my view, PPP actually stands for passionate people making projects possible. It's all about finding those right individuals and getting cash in their hands. It's how we find them, how we assess them and advise them to make wise investment decisions. And finally, if we get our due diligence right, we price and share that risk appropriately between ADB and partner banks in Palau, we can do 3 things. Tourism is obviously already of scale. We can scale it up further. We can move micro enterprises into the formal sphere, and we can augment SME value chains. So these are 3 goals that we have for Palau. And I think on my parting note, I think I heard the President in his language say that 1 + 1 can be made to equal 3. It's really through partnerships between ADB and the people in this room, and I really am grateful that you gave us the chance to promote this symposium. It's through those partnerships, hopefully, that we'll be able to overcome this formidable challenge. Thank you very much. I'll stop there.
Madalut lota ka ima de psaklor prot Mr. Hawacha. Kada malmal mara program rigid ma kaduk mo imo lal morsel Palau economic outlook et yang abel baski da Mr. Kevin O'Keefe nga economist ng Arcel Graduate School USA. Makulang itringi mang Mertel Medal ya obanggel al May over there Dr. Patrick Delay, President PCC Rigid, Alme Molong Aseura Kevin O'Keefe, Loli Datigingel, Michael Balosa, the Langratal Gibel Maclow, Tora Marigel. Mang Mongile Blakatak, Mora, Arbek Laab. Subes, Naditilo ng Garuba, Mangagid, Tumla Mongul May. إذا بسنغ تقلل لغت مقلية لبرتير وأي لقيت ماذا بسقل البروت إذا والغمر عن غروبك مستر كيفن أوكيف.
Good morning. This is tag team this morning in English and Palauan. I'm sure the Palauan will be much more interesting. We're going to just do a brief overview of the brief economic and fiscal update. Most of the data is as of January of 2026, and we'll end with a few slides that consider some possibility of negative impacts of the global fuel crisis. And of course, we can already realize that that's going to be very hard to estimate.
Ang wasegi mo ni ang atakti mabulgula sa tatalto ko alubendegim talto ko ingia o gedalto ko nga gabi tolmer singil mergumiu mang wasek mo o olta sesera agora wesel mral dul madara tigingela usasora bulu pelau emrogo isil mabdula ulbong le ngani algora bolo olt ligel gora mo turro beteklela atogora usasor tiagi del tigingela agora kais mrungul magamadul tau terngira tau trablul adre al time tingun mor seguida kamal angilay gel betokol dilong. Aigal toko lol olte deliget trablilo a melmutre el alcotel buire el arragara erul tela el malu melolum.
So here's a chart with two variables. The yellow line is the size of the economy shown over the period of time from 2001 through 2025. And the dark bars, the charcoal bars, are the change each year from year to year. So one of them is the total value of the economy is measured by gross domestic product. And then the bars are the changes from year to year. And the most notable thing about Palau's economy is the amazing amount of volatility. It's every 4 or 5 years there seems to be a shock, a negative shock. And yet the economy proves to be quite resilient to recover. And Palau has done a pretty good job and is doing an increasingly good job of preparing itself for the next shock, to be resilient through the next shock. That's an overall view of that picture, but on the right-hand side you can see from the large declines in economic activity in the COVID period. -6%, minus almost 12%, and it took until 23 to even get a positive number. Now the recovery's been pretty rapid since then. You see the very high growth years, highest in the period of time that we have data for the economy, 11.9, 7.3, and we're projecting by the end of FY26, 8.2%. And actually, tourism numbers are coming in ahead as of this month for the year, and our projections may be a little bit under, except for now we have the war in Iran and the massive fuel price shock that's already beginning to flow into the economy. I noticed diesel, the sign was over $10. They had to add an extra digit to the price on the gas station. So I don't think they've ever had a price as high as that.
Kahalik kora di mora isamele, manmlat mo tokol tokoy. ang karubak. Hindi tiyagi del siyasing umomes ringi. Ang umura 2001 al mera 2025 sel umomes sel biprur ang hotel aklungela geisar belau sel umomes ay gegi del gora iror sel mara arangat kibul kusaw ringi. Mergong ang sel klungela geisar belau tial sel uspe ringi trigel meluka tokora geisa tiyagi del CDP mangsegi del bipur ka klungel segi del klungel la geisar belau egi del el motor betaklel bagel gukngas aklel peklewal mabdol ay marak en gugimut emergong segi del gora mal kamang el moraklisiel sel temela gobit sera podot gidro kulom dasol maldim loklo atenget el morakelisia le gidro kuldim morakelisia emergong le geisa wal beltengel ela kaduguk mlamo o koram la o ikalungil busud mong koram lamo tiduli segi dam lamo ke kare al teknira adal mo iglesia sa badong mal sunday tu maklat kar kami merogong ending ngwasea belao akora onga sireng tiagi dolom rolele senator Nakamura leng selta liut kadakmal mudo el tugoklid tomatid meroko sumakli de guk mo malmol mertiagi dalam rolet segi da guk la atringin gal el Kevin mengawai silwase segi del tokora gobi de borio kata mlatu guk kli de kata mal marail budul bab ligelo ur lulumes lo se kata marail budulngi kata mlang lak raigel lo ur el tiram leke isang al lomes kata mlang lak raigel ndi tiagi del guk tara amlamu ura blulab el gora makamad el girel tiagi del que el tao el bolsiso baigal que el bilas lo tagaigal oira blulab mangagi dem lo masaw del wasing umlang mas ang lam masarap kulara el wasa de sir belam la en alakra ta al kluk hegal masila dia kal rule muluk rock lung el sem to al lol arab esel de rom mo subi lo liasel besel el aral makora dingul mor segide a hotel tiagi del imol sia single ngatiang al desa keisai atau era usa serbela ora 2001 and mora 2025.
Thank you. I always get to relax between translations. It makes it very comfortable. Now, what's driving most of the volatility in the Palauan economy? Well, a combination of visitor arrivals and some other factors. Obviously, visitor arrivals collapsed in 20 and 21 with COVID and took until 24 to really begin catching up. The right-hand column, the blue, is the axis that you want to look at. So you can see the peak was 2015. We call that peak arrival of visitors from China, many of them on tour group packages or package tours. And the number there was about 169,000. You see we're about halfway back. We believe that by the end of FY26, the number will be about 90,000 for FY26. And if there are no ongoing, persistent, long-lasting effects, I'll show you later our projections for visitor arrivals.
Ya kita ndiol ol taigel el siasing ra toko ra klakang godang ngir turong el merbelau mo se segi del mal lo mrar se el kotrio segi del temela gobi del ngara kita roga medengelo asisira onge del buira edul tela el malui simra olio orbela mo de las cogilmei egida mlo metengla el teknira adel merbelau digida medengelo asa ulum dimla kadil bol diaga adr sea qablement merbelau lurol girela egid el goridor el mesab ira adel mei digida mesat tiagid el mellama lol ultra el teknira adel me masar erbelau ndi diregal mol ultra segid el ngara edul tela el matruim truim elolum el kagang godang arbelam lo ilas el modar tomo golem etiul telael aklor segid lo urar adel ngaragel el mlat yagid el lol sinal mei el tirgel ngara igel dulwase tatmak el ngara umrael mergong el ado mesra el al time magid tial na magigogid el lor ngariak el mga simre loral mo toka skogi gid tial loigal maral ar adal mo tokol melding ergid.
I won't spend a lot of time on this, but you can see the green line, China dominated the growth. Now that's the left-hand axis in gray, reaching nearly 100,000, about 90,000 visitors from China in 2015. And at that time, hotel capacity in Palau was north of 75%, and some facilities were full, particularly ones that had arrangements with package tour operators. But still, many of the higher quality hotels were running at their profitable but below 100% capacity.
تأكيد الأمم مصرية والأطيرة أجل إيرو كاكروس الأدل من الدينغر بلاو ثم مصر سيجد الأماد الإيرو إن ngol ultra el teknir adra klol sinal mel dinger kidar adra belol no sub irak med lo tiul telael e diregel seguid el time ngar okwid el basen tel teknela dal marabel sub ira al ngil lo spear adal mel dinger belaw era seguid el time el amla telgib el mas el mut el telgib el mas el morbab يقدر مصر سيجد كوك تقل المرال ما بدول تيجي الدنيا نير التايم ندير غاريون دينك ميدلو سيشيوا عمره الليلة قال للتكنير كاكروسلا.
So we showed before the GDP, the measure of economic activity. Here we're breaking it up into two parts. Public sector GDP basically measured as the activities of the government and government agencies, and private sector. And you can see very clearly that virtually all of the volatility is in the private sector, which is no surprise.
Mo mesagegi el toblol ngarse to mesetial klingela klungela usasora makeisara al selbelau en mingil motoblong imong aigal siobay Trigal mangarger el ad ya imong government o mo mesrengi tiagi del ngaraigal siobay maradlo reor el trigelo meo baudo de ultra clalo wal telgib el cloa ngati ngarbab telgib el cloa igel turro betaklel el diagal wasegi del imol el government ma igel el ad el mawdura government el walgora malmalt la mraila president walgora modet seguid el lomrolel el mora habitan.
And here we have employment. Again, employment of Palauans, the blue line, is growing very, very slowly and is relatively stable. There was a fall off, COVID-related fall-off that you can just barely see. But for foreign workers, you see it's much more related to things like the building of the compact road, and then more recently COVID and the collapse of tourism. So again, volatility more on the foreign employment side.
Ya kita dio ultra adlo urior ududl sel malama ultra adr belau malamol meral bdul bab ngari gel gel telgib القرى مو تلقيب المانط مالوبن تورب تقليل دي ديال واسل بيبرغل تادرا adlo urior الادرا ngod البلو ملقول ديرك المال كلوا سيل الناس أكليل ما تنقلل سيل أمميس السجيد القرى تلقيب القدي دايرة الأذرع غودر بلو انسيرا النغتيات ترجالو قدر أمرور تيال كلو البمري هايويرا بابل داو يسيرا قوك بول مريكم لورايل انقوك يموت قوك مرايل تلقيب المرباب المو ميد الأواسير نيما لورايل تقرأ لقان غودان المرباب يسيرا تيميلا COVID, other below Nilang, Tundiakal Sal Clom, Diakal Sal Masang, endir adrango del blue lo ro belau ludu de la malkloa langilang terni endi tirgagi del malmut lo ngariak mo.
There's one reason also why the Palauan employment doesn't grow with the economy, and that's because virtually all of the Palauans that want to work are working. You have full employment of the Palauan population, and so to grow the Palauan labor force will require, well, over the long run, either a higher birth rate or a return of Palauans, which we know is a policy objective of government.
Seguido el homo misring wasia ulma teknira adar belau lo riora diak lora el mal moriak el morbab sub edlo misring il tablong adakat mokle magat mokle kamul sa al mardi la di mom el moktois o komrura rangal ka e merogong e malube triel guk mlam el mo moklor ngal gire maral moray krel belau kam seguido el dilia presidenta tutau na mo gire del Omrael el gukul mout el may mat mga bebira ikalte al lera adar belau el sabiire samariare sori logror ang ariya ureri seguida el dilia gebin.
Government revenues and expenditures. Revenues are shown by the blue line. Whenever the blue line is above the yellow line, that's a fiscal surplus. That's a thumbs up. Whenever the blue line falls below the yellow line, that's a deficit. Over the period, you can see Palau has done fairly well, except when it was affected by the decline in China visitor arrivals, but more importantly by COVID. You see that there was a $34 million deficit in FY20 and returned to surplus in FY25. And it continues in surplus now.
Tiagi de lo olterngi sa singa ol hotela udo del mesois para kabelment ma omngitela udo sel melma udo del mesois es el biprur ka omngitela udo mo mesrengi ngaringa taimel sel loral sel biprur gol morbab en bral mo klo omngitela udo regel mesois be seguida al diregel ngora lam tamat ginge resenting lo duli luase ng segi del time ra betokol adal kang kodang am lerbelo adal segi del closina en mong maral lo kodem ewal milyola si sebele laudo ableng song sul kodem ewal milyol ra omngite el ang kadam lalmut el maral morsel el gora ngel tara ruba ng esara sa kadam la maral mosubi sel very good.
Not shown on this chart, but what we know from the financial statements of the government is fairly large balances available to begin solving any number of problems that Palau may have, but a little bit locked up. Why? Because that money mostly, if it's in the reserves, cannot be spent until it's proven by audit that they're truly not reserved for some other appropriations or some other activities that were committed. So when Palau catches up in the near term on its audits, they may be able to utilize some of their surpluses for special projects, for infrastructure to support the growth sectors of the economy, and also to support particularly those who have low incomes or who were never in the formal sector and so don't have the protections.
Adiak lulol tertial tiagi del domesringil siasing ate alra ngesol ngaringil sabe elbelaw mo uspe eng mai hindi gegi del tigingela usaso mai gel udo del ngaringil sabe del uspe eng mai moltaut ang ngaringi segi del el gisel el wase ay galudo ser al modar se ngaringal ul wase girel mo karkarial rabek rak el wase om ngitel ngultir kli sel lu sel ul ma lu bang urung ulit tirkel maliyo ko saudod segit sel magatmok lengya sabel mga asmare la gel udod ya bela sabel mospe ndi akapolo lengi taudod ngaringin dingira del el mogi siet yalgi so mabal mong e kita boldo ra ki sel gira del ai so sega ka iloit moragel lungil lurubet telel malmal lurubet telel engya mo sabel mergid مسألة بول مقطمق لاجيجيد إني أسبق لاجيجيد الناس الجوك ميرا قبل من تربيلا إن مو مؤيت المراجل بتوغل سو هذا الجوتبق المراوني لورو بتلين.
Okay, one of the problems that is currently facing Palau is the amount of external debt that it has in relation to the size of its economy. And that's normally how external debt is measured. How much debt relative to the size of the economy, how much debt relative to the ability to repay over time. And for Palau, probably north of 50 or 60% is worrisome. And you can see that Palau went over the 60% during the period of COVID. Interestingly, your sister FAS states they receive grants from the various banking institutions, but Palau had to borrow to sustain the economy, to keep disposable income available to the communities, and in some cases even to keep foreign workers from all leaving and therefore slowing down a recovery when COVID recovery occurred.
Tiagi de lo mo mesrengi lo ukul ngatiang a ol hotela ay gel dul waseng ngulsis lel belau kada kadam lo meng audo rai krela belau mei le ol gelela gal blals a basen trak lungel selu lungel ausasol dul mesrengi lo ase kadam magarang Emergong tela pasan tel, tiada orang mengkora tokora merigil mo, telial mornya tel rengi mengmo Palawan na isergi. Telal basen tra tial ngil, dengul lo dekiar sel lungel ausasor belau. Ya lo mes rengi lo dia kali kira dia lungil de bor okol mul basen, tending okol mul basen tel tal blo de supi iringi, ese blo de supi iringi Giturong ma beo seltai mara abelao el gimer lo hace audo del ngara i morir adra blu agirel dia kal yutul mal morio makadam lol meng audo en mal me gut maklia ulum segir el tara se hacen dul meserngi ar adul luro dimla kal sal adra bela dimla kal sal el imutul morio el teknir en di tiagi del mlamra el telgib el mangat el morio diregal dilil waseng Aku to meset tirgal líder gal bebi rablu toko bebi regi del FAS tirge dirga malai gal udoud ay gal dul wase tangara tadirga mga uli moim gida aviagal sepel el suado osisiu udoud en gire del ulsir se melenga udoud en dios isiu adola en digida mo gire del harau tira diaga bol harau altang mo smodia gebi de lo hace karam to mga uli mo me kita arungo da tro la lu bendia.
So reminding you that this is a ratio. The top number is debt and the bottom number, the denominator, is the size of the economy, GDP. So the easiest way to get out of this problem is to grow. And in fact, the reason this problem got to be so large is the economy shrank. So when the denominator got smaller, the ratio got bigger, even more so than the new debt that was taken on. And Palau is well on its way to bringing this ratio down into a safe range.
Moi gidel mora subele del sera dangara elementary school e delegetra bliora arithmetic rangarngia adi baisor masengral imo numerator o seguida gegil tublo lo ura dobal melugora klungel tial el klungel ausasor belao madita rolel akadamrael mo tial tikingel ausaso girel mrael moklo ya lorael moklo engia mo kakaros mo olta talongolel sel el klungel a geisai ma klungel segidel so is ba enka direk kora medadu adam waseng kora do meser bela en mrael kora morselungil.
One last thing on this chart, Palau does have support through the negotiated compact for debt repayment, partially in recognition, $10 million a year for 6 years, first 6 years of this third compact period. The U.S. recognized that Palau had to borrow while the other two compact states were receiving grants. So they basically provided $60 million, which was roughly half of the direct COVID borrowing, sort of partnering with Palau. And we certainly recommend that Palau makes the best possible use of that $60 million by using it to pay down principal.
Direk luasya dimlaka dia dak lulol tertiang abelo amle ada tu ngi ma mrigel katangal tangata direktor udu yang ke amle ngirgutling sel el da dur belau amrigel amle matengel wasya abelo dimlaka ke gidle ulimoy melmerngi menguk mlelak la al du lo mengel belau e uldar sa audod lil tekngela 3 milyon abek kerak lelol merak mol dekia rogire ogol milyon esegi de ogol milyon la awab lel tedob sel delilingil ludo dra sel timer agobit mage gi de roguilo urel dul mesam leungil le kadilileng audo del sob tira other belau ya alda dur belau mamregel amlo badangali segi mindim la kadil kim de tial belset rogir ngwale bil skida daitang motedob raigel el gida lilenger sel timer ado spe mo kadem brenga asawul girel.
This is government payroll. The blue line is the equivalent number of individuals. It's basically the number of hours worked divided by 2,080. So whether people are working part-time or full-time, or whether someone works only 6 months out of the year and then leaves, this averages it out into the equivalent of actual person years. And you see that blue line was fairly stable and recently has been shrinking a little bit, probably because of the difficulty in recruiting, there are plenty of unfilled jobs.
Ya gidel omo meserngi adlo auror se gidel تسيكتير هذا الماء تورور رنغليلا تارق لولوس بيرا او اور لرول تلاي لما اوكاي سل التكنير هذا اورور قبل منت امرغون ela dora do meserngi wal blorngia kakang sak la gel ranglela gel toblol o ur atara dom ritmo ng sedul wase altang botoka gel aitel te al rauror المرينغ لا دسيك تريرا هذا المو مكيه كايكي لين سيجد اللو رنيرا وليل واسك دم لامو ومبتور تقول رول لما الأوبر هذا ملام لبوت بالمراكيل بلاو.
And the other two lines, the orange line on the lower end and the red line going up, that the red line is the nominal rate, the actual per hour wages averaged over the government, and the orange line is when we adjust it for inflation. So we can say unequivocally that we support the President's efforts and the legislature's willingness to confirm pay increases, but we're going to issue a very strong warning to do so very carefully on a go-forward basis, particularly with the threat of persistent problems coming out of the fuel crisis. Because you don't want to raise wages and regret it because of other shocks to the economy. But it's clear that there's room to be made up. What the right level is not necessarily what the existing level is, but it is lagging behind, and the goal would be eventually to get that orange line further up.
Gisela akot tulmeranglela o idel tial tokoy, antigingela at toko era ongos aklela ududirar adara bekkel sigang lowror sel dangaringir elang mesel sabeed e amroled al budulngi ndinga kora aklorong si segi del waseng ngora o maklat kergi del waseng kato tiagi del ngaringil kora mondara belul adama ongos aklela arala alu ekle lungil to kora amokorgik el girela hablaga kled el mrara girela del bolesa adragablemente lesa raongos agel mut el mra el mel 1614 te lang agel me maklolong sa klelaudo ngla kora bio o maklat kergit el girel selo se boda kergik ra o singed el girel se bodu ngil subi lu era doral bedul madad lom dasra el mut el mral mel waigel mlam gat mok regal na momregal ederra aktingul mori segi de kamya abi mal asware ma melu sagel ngaral do sura singarak mal dilli.
We've heard some talk already about commercial bank deposits being very large. This has been a problem for many, many years. The left-hand axis in charcoal gray is the bank deposits, and you see they've always been very much larger. Right now, 363 million. Only about 11% of that, or 39 million, has been loaned out within Palau. The rest of that, over 340 million, is parked offshore, invested in fixed income safe investments with a slightly higher rate of return for the commercial banks, mostly in in Guam, Saipan, and the U.S.
Tial mo mesringia la klela gelu do dira drestama drestial adel el togora mrigel en deposit al togora se aval en choking el moraigal bank el umsin del el banca blura mrigel el ngarbelau me del edel dart ma derngel miliola a gel tuove e bingara trui ma talbasent ma lobe ngordema adrengel miliola sabil a gel bla langal me mergong e kuko dar selengil morar adel ngara al sel belau e gidele del togra edel dart el miliola angara krel belau lo label kuko magit lo bangela gel be birabang ma lo maklo blu el mamadala ay gidel bedo el ludo dira adel belau el tiram le choking regal banker til ngar belau.
And we look forward to this afternoon's presentation by Professor Yoshino Sensei about the bond program being introduced with collaboration with Japan. Any method to get more of the Palauan savings that are already mobilized. So Palauans have done a pretty good job of saving. The banking system is well used by Palauans, but getting more of those savings used within the domestic economy is an important objective.
El al crela suelve kada mo rongosia Yoshino Sensei el mo masao da tiging el audo del ludo dirar ad el tira mo o dukmok marabanga endinge dire el guk mo mga do ursegi del el klisi el audo del ler adar bela biakal makasao do dil blal arabanga gegi del batokora me del waldar tel milyon makada mo rongsi gegi del guk adra siabal el guk mosmodi el wase kada magarang ay gegi del udo da bol choking rabang el ngarbela lo ki segi del segi del guk band el bolo spe longot mokringi lo dar sengi lo das el merbelau mo sepela ke udo del el moy tamalubeng mo bodo radi el sel belau el smisi at tokora ke isara el sel belau.
So that's the end of the update, and now we're going to do a forward-looking view of the fiscal and economic situation, and I'll probably be able to earn back my stripes as a dismal economist, because we do have to be careful about what may be the results of the fuel price crisis. The worst case scenario would be if not only prices go up, but the supply of aviation fuel, for example, is constrained and flights just cannot leave home countries and bring visitors to Palau.
Wa sa higel bladreng sel mel mutre al time at kingela sera. Elagi daguk ngatiang mergong yo marit malpatal betul madad dulu hindi nga ni segi del gora se bekreng ngi wase elanga kaguk mo nga seloso da serang petoka driver ngi hindi selboloso da ramral betul madad yang wasing wadil bol imo driver ngi lengora me ela ora ga gidel ngarngi rablul at tokunit ya gidel tingela lu malilak la lu askogi albornya tarel besula o meliula alu regal skogi yang modiakal sabiil maalu modiakal sabiil suwebe kel modiakal soril me ori rebela o modiakal kang kodang al merbela o segi dalo loko ini.
So we're not actually projecting a worst case scenario, we're just projecting that prices will affect the number of visitor arrivals, that there won't be such a shock that flights cannot get here, but that people will choose, because of budgetary constraints and because of the increased cost of tickets, that fewer people may arrive. So the blue line is what we were projecting as of January. And you see that FY26 we projected about 85,000. We think FY26 will exceed 90,000 with just a few months left. And then we expected it to grow to about 125,000 by FY30.
Ngolool tay gigidel omo meseng wadle isel tial wagigidel gorat dekel el kambang al makatip eng mail tola bolol mong e mga isisiw tomda suluase el arraget tamo klisi tekngira rang godang al merbela tulmes rangar okay madrangel tela el ndi tamal lungila rendire ritmo lo ase kadamo subir o tiu madrangel tela el melemol memral mor al adar tama o kodel tela el mergo ending gagid el pipror ka omo mesringing wal irora ikel lomdas weng mornya at rel besul maltas ko gidi suebo ka andira ada ranglela olengil ma omngitela siungela delong okla egalel borngi erul de suira mo kang godang al me oldingel au ulo mangari segi de lo mesringil asentelgibel el mangata ending mga traffic kerak and hindi malmol memberal betul ba?
The yellow line is anticipating about a 20% decline in FY27, and then beginning to grow back after that. So we're anticipating a difficult period, but not a crisis or not panic levels. But you see it does have an impact, and I'll show you after the translation what it'll do to the economy and the fiscal government finances.
Ngadi ulo otinga kamlamre doloidi sei mesegi dolo gorngi sel bla kuidi ending ol oltolo seto mesrak medel lui el basent el mang tara segi delulum dasurngi en el marael budul madat ending melmol melmang el rabek rak ending di melmol mel marael el budul bab elangya mu ai selwase hagi gidelang ngatel ngarabol kat makli malubeng kuk moro ur sel ngarngil klingela usa sol ngarbelaw.
I'm really wondering what the Palauan translation of wild guess might be.
Angka korosal mamadangel tiagi del tial wild guess bilung aseloidel motokor bela ritm. Ay kadokora di irtmi al blolungil en blolungil ako klol manghiteng en dimlak ngal agora wasaigal guluideng maigal lolokoy.
So if such a shock, somewhat minor shock, were to occur, The result in GDP would be FY27, rather than being positive 3.5%, would be negative 2.3%. Simply from that loss of arrivals, not taking anything else into effect. Could be a little bit worse because there could be some other related impacts, but you see it has a big effect on the economy.
ويسال قد الموت المرسل لهم ريتم رأيدل باسنت المرا المرباب اندي تياجي ذا بلا السعودي التجيني لا أرى لا ألو رابلو الأب الدي لوبر تياجي ذا هوي قال جغري المقامات الغارني سل البلورا بدول عديم سرا أويروبا إن الأمر الموؤول كذا سلو لمسرني لذل باسنت المرا المرباب على أن مانت لرول باسنت ما أسيسي el tiang amal dio mesa yegi de lo ur lo toira tirgel mo o tiu brarendi lo asendia capelo el dinger belau.
So that's the impact on GDP growth. On revenues and expenditures, it's a little bit more long-lasting, the impact. In FY27, we were projecting a surplus of about 2% of GDP. And now we're projecting a deficit of more than 2.5% of GDP. And hence any warnings about being very cautious about the FY27 budget without knowing what the impacts will be. They can have a very quick and a very dangerous effect on the fiscal balance.
ra sisa belel mo to belel au do belau tu le mes ringil wase ai gel mo ringil mader omsang al sel le borngia bingel agalat rogui amle del basen el al borngi tiagi del ngal sangasela atko raklakan godang al merbelau e bol mereka bingel agalat ngaringar dir kam de all dollars sa imorir adia ka biong el mortil mlambo ba autial lais el dobalo mira ngara erul basent endi dia kalwasel telgibel kamangal seguida lo lokoring bo bom kerkik ra omrelela yosang ang rel almaral mel rakara ausas audo dra belur belau seguida dilia kevin. So I just really literally translated your close to a political statement. I tried.
Thank you. That's a recommendation, by the way.
I
think this will be the last slide. External debt, as we know, we were seeing progress. We were projecting by FY32 getting down to about 43% of GDP. Palau has a self-declared goal of 30% of GDP. But that level that it's moving towards, I think would be considered relatively safe given the income level of the economy and the ability to bring in foreign exchange through the tourism sector. And we still need other sectors to do the same thing.
Abel sel belau el basen tara aklungela usasor belau tulum das ulum rit meluasea atweni doritu ekadam lamor okwal basen rasel okwal basen tara abel sed adimo abel seda okwal basen tara aklungela usasor belau andinga direk dilli luase abela ngaringi segi del gora al ukrarngul el wasen girel diagal boleng lakra ogodel basenta aklungela belsed el raklungela aki saerki.
So this is the point where we ask if you have any questions for Dr. Talay.
Algo ngaringi agarmiul mora Kevin monger al tokor English en dingi al tokor bela al me akuidil morngi en yamor esamay. Alago ko malmusulang. Oh, I think the President needs the mic.
As the pessimist, I'll be the optimist. So let's say the war is resolved within the next 3 months. What do you see as the long-term impact on fuel prices, and how would that change things?
So optimistically, if the war were to end this week or this month, the impact on the refined products is projected to persist through at least 9 months. So there is an inevitable, unavoidable price shock that is going to flow through Palau and every other country and cannot be resolved just because the shooting war is stopped or the straits are reopened. The lag impact on the refined products is pretty long. So I think the preparation for the shock is at best to plan for at least 9 months.
Sel mlegrila presidente diksodil mergid ngulgero luase ngaka presidente klor ngule ngadire gale mamunguywa lelasis mungwase al sugo mamgimda magamadra klugo nyaos engramo mongot atyang ngagida yebin elmla ngerngil wase al volmerega magamadra elang klugo nyaos ngiosel ential mel sande enditial ongos aklel maokot maklel o ngengetela ara la alu rablulad masmook le medel le tul buila do spel masmook ringi msegidia alquram le dilingal gebin menggira lo mesal ay kelo urringi o mesetialo sendiak dil mgim drak luga makamat bola kalol boy dai galol bidelela kaliol ma abois engi langang taara la alu ngani segidel ngar etul buil.
And I believe my government, the U.S. government, would be more upset with me with that pessimistic outlook than anybody in Palau. They're much more hopeful for a faster recovery.
O ingadi malokor ngil aktak lol man udo sang adara FSM nga adara merigel nga kabelment ngil merigel al diakal sal aloreng sersel ngel dilira klemang tela time ingawal ngulang alak sel midterm election mo.
Oh, I never mentioned that.
Oh, sel midterm mabiyam lang akal ngulo liara al sel. Ang laong yang. Thank you, Kevin.
Maybe he's a mind reader.
Malmasawla Mr. O'Keefe ma-overdew. Sulang i-overdew ang malakora maklol to ko ay gal lulsada gabin ikaw ramulul mo sa edal kora mongil understand mo sa edal marakaklum. Kada tinaka program rigid ang mla mo temela sel morning tea coffee break magada mo nguwa 10 minutes yarbek la ada ko tom torir may minil ko hios pa abensyo ko ada adu ya riura 10 minutes sel 11:10 tatalgib mla ang lak temed hindi mo 10 minutes break ko kada ling trarbek la ada mo talmo tulme sois bel meraging lir ang aring isel ko blue economy session magada mo sitrar adra panel orat mo omura panel gidra after a break daling trarbek laad ma was in magisel mo o break ma riura a break at the local me. We're now at our morning tea and coffee break. So I'd like to ask all of you to take your 10-minute break. After your 10-minute break, we ask that you come back to your seats and we continue the rest of our program, welcoming the members of the panel who will present to us after the break. Thank you.
Ali. Kulingit makadati mo nguwal maybe 3 minutes البريك لوقت kulingit تتريال مرسل next panel discussion rablu economy malokok taril maral badul ay galginga ruay bodo mo ulra next session ergida elal tutawe. Good morning. Welcome back after the morning tea. If we could slowly make our way back to our seats and prepare for the next session that's coming up in 30 seconds. Okay. Padamu ulasal next session التوتاو النية سلتقرا بلو اغانامي مقمو والغامرة مس أذل لغ سيسال المم اليتال panel discussion التوتاو. So at this time I will welcome Miss Adele Lursisal to begin our panel discussion on blue economy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucy Isal. I work with the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Environment. I work as the Marine Spatial Planning Coordinator, and I will moderate this session this morning. The session is titled Sustainable Blue Economies, Navigating Policy Partnerships and Sustainable Fisheries Development in Palau. We are, as you understand, we are running a little bit late, so I will take it upon myself to sort of aggressively try to make up for the time so that we don't sit between you and your lunch. We have a very good panel. We have both Palauans and overseas participant panelists. So we are going to be primarily speaking in English. But if I feel that there's points that need to be made in Palauan, I will take the opportunity to clarify. We have a few introductory slides. Sorry if you can't read this, but I wanted to take the opportunity to sort of contextualize this session on a document that I hope everyone is aware of, called the Palau Development Plan. That plan was developed through assistance by the Asian Development Bank and articulates Palau's development in these kinds of, I think, 5 pillars. The first one is focused on the social support. There were a lot of discussions on social security, pension. There's also a pillar around Palau culture and identity. There's a third pillar on the environment and our actions to counter climate change. We have an economy pillar. And then we have a sort of enabling pillar that crosses over all these pillars called governance. And so these are the main development pillars in that strategy. And then that is further broken down into 16 sectors. One of those sectors that I've highlighted in bold is fisheries and aquaculture. And so this session is really trying to contribute to that sector within this development strategy and within, I guess, discussions that you've had in the last couple of days. So with me here this morning, we have a very diverse panelists here. We have our very own Minister Victor, who is Minister of the Fisheries, Agriculture, Fisheries, and Environment. We have, when I call your name, please raise your hand. So Minister Victor there. We have Minister Masanori Kobayashi. He's a senior research fellow out of the Ocean Policy Research Institute, a branch of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. We have Mr. Okadat Itong from Palau. Don't confuse the name. He's the president and chairman of the Palau Offshore Fisheries Incorporated. And then we have somebody who will join us via video message, Mr. Toshinobu Yamauchi, who is the chairman of the Okinawa Tuna Fisheries Association. And then finally, we have Mr. Takeaki Suzuki. He represents the Japan Fisheries Agency. And then, of course, I left the best for last because she's the sole woman on the panel. Our very own Miss Dilbud Omelao, who is the director of our Bureau of Fisheries. So we have a very colorful panel. So I will ask Minister Victor, mangmo mo ulara panalargit, algora frame ertel discussion etira mo bloob rulir. Just to, we are very short on time, so I've given them the direction that you have 5 to 7 minutes. If you go beyond 7, I will politely stop you at 10 minutes. If you go past 10, you will owe me a Coke at lunch. So, and this is a panel discussion, so after these panelists present, we will have, I will have some questions to kind of, if they want to react to what was said by the other panelists, and then I will open the floor for any questions. Please raise your hand, state your name, and then your question. If you are a little bit hesitant because you don't want to take the microphone and ask your question, I have my cell phone here. You can text me at 775-5692, and I will ask the question for you. So without further ado, Minister Victor.
Mada long itu kurtiel mesil. Edik ngiltuta president kam irturong ma rubgul bela ma rebekal adal mo sobril may. Ada menir museng mal makita yang ada. Mga mal mereka suliul kantilang den dimlo sobamil may. Katablo all loreng sabtogol complain rabalu. Di selbor niya way tagidal aldadu elagda street trigigidal butokol complain mem kuklo all taw the swiring wadil gidal mga adu rigidam. I hope ang sabil kuk mo mesa away gay gidal informational tuwad mo sabil mo klawad la arang rir mal the swil gidal atol gidal kuk mga tmokla. I will speak in Palawan and the presentation in English. So you can follow the presentation. Misal dose blue economy, ngara blue tiang ngara klalo. A blue economy igelul sas wel gidang maira aluba kadumo tu ertial the better other below. Siya basically masing blue economy. Mang seldom mergideng ngaria tokora tourism, tokora omanged, tokora aquaculture, maritime transport. Recently, mlamoringi undersea cable. Ngaria bebirate alra kuk tokora renewable energy. El sabi edel moktub ertial dewela belur belaw. Del alsil sa naltutaw aktimo masadara tokor omanged. Matokor aquaculture se akuk reol kuma matmok karingil akmol mo masada maritime transport yang ogid remid rang wal sel kukora context kita other belak kasi sel talmo klo population kita other belak adal amlo reach rang 21 so sel dosa dara market yang mal limited market kita other belak kaya the bed lang less than kaya balwad البلو less than 1% ra territory ra blur bela wa utma mara 99% ringi adabet siya ulma kasya blue economy say bakpon ra agaysar gid ra adra blur belaw igal mlamo mereka rak ya tokora tourism ma omanged Aigia tool bakpon ra economy ra belur belaw. Kemudian wasya tourism amo ngara ogam daringel basent ra GDP rigid atau omenge da traditionally mlengara edel basent ra GDP. Kemudian wasya gagi dia tablol gira demlisi. Kemudian mesra tourism el sera covid mlo diak el atagi del meral mom sisi. Atau mesra tokor omenge del wasem lem sisi sera 2020 ngania tablol tokol dilub pala sirgi del dilub kwasya kad osmeri ogal basentra debela blur belaw omenge da wa blol matrop tokor aquaculture akmos modi kwasya ngara relation ngil mora tokor omenge da mangire del milisi ngil direk tokor omenge da dia kadil dosa ngil tokor avdod daga klol part ringi akwaseng food security kita other below. Sera era 2020 sel doseng fish protein self sufficiency kita other below amle 85% yang era 25% tadi import ringi semla bitokla. Al sales ya self sufficient fish self sufficiency kita angara 8% egit import rangara okay 8%. Diabo ko sa dara tokor omnge delang gegi da president trabo fil ngarsay mong mamasa dara kwaseng raw ulum mong makasaya tuna almera local market ngaraw ul mong meril aral akti ikmuy gegi delang the developer blue economy esel doseng enabling environment ay get really mong tial garu la sabe edelo mo karngi agirel ngaring sel sukum malla ang aringil mo malibas ra development ra economy hindi kal sabe el magarok la kada mo malasam mura igel kurba bal sabe kada mo itaklol teme da ma resources mo motmok karni hindi kal ngigi del morsel ngi aswa del mori ya rida bal asab el mo kuk share a experience ra kong balirtir ngel no present ako se wi raw era el other IDV lo present ako se ngire del take a calculated risk kada menenga sulela bo feel even though Allah amlo ngarangi they took some calculated risk emlo soy sepertial siobay betul-betul waseng ngaringi ngal sangsir di teman-teman menurungi lolong seora atau ora food security kita adra belur belau kada di imagine ko si okmo mendia kadile la bo feel ngarai gelela ka imol liga gidel tunal sa el mora restaurant ma refreezer kita kale blabolak ngaringa recent study ra a PICRC ko say over the last 10 years, ya ngigar almol rabulur belau, amal mangal mlamo makasay. Even though kada protectra 20% tra almela rabulur belau, ay di sila ngigil over the last 10 years, mangal mlamo makasay. So tial blue ega naming kada all dik mo blue makarada oral بدول سي سلقا ونيل بلغ تقل الغرا فيشون رجيد يقدر مرمو لا بالاسير جيد الغوك مملي باسر جيد غوك بالاسير الالتايم الدغار السير قوسي قد بالانس را بروتكشن ما برودكشن وسنجير هذا المغريوم من ارتيال الدبيضار ادرا بلور بلاو نجير هذا لو سبيرني الجيرادار ادرا بلور بلاو سلجر القاسي تيال anyway ملا سلجر الواسي تيال بلو ايغانامي كده ديفلوب برينيل جيرار الوطن كده بالأول قاسي تيال كده مرو رينيل جيرار ادرا غود البلو دي تيال دورو رينيل جيرار ادرا بلور بلاو سيا جيرال ملو بلغ تقل مريض أونيل مريض أسباب لونيل المرار أدرى عود البلو أول متى إنفست ترافلور بلاو جريد المو أكسبت ترسل قاسي دو رجيد راتور أمجد resources رجيد ديجيد السبب الغط مقلي أدري كم صوص مجرد الأسباب partnership ماني سلسلة كريم قاسي البورنيا كلولو مجد تيال أدي مونيل أدرى عود البلو هذا بأرم بولونgi retir, emongi retir. Di kita boleh involve beringi, luaya abo film lamo involve beringi, melamoria klam dengan beringi, melamoria knowledge retir. Melamo sebeir el partner ni ma akom bali le tanam model koseng, wangara telel omengit, wangara cost structure rator omengit. Before endimla kawai gigi del du rigi del dimla kadangar alsel. ما الأولى PNMS ملس كده تقل القاسي كده قريني مقلول قوم بالي الطوب كده سويس إملا من الأسوار قاسي هذا غير إيرنيا جرين جريد المنغلوري أو إيرا 2020 سرسيرا غردو corporation رانغت بام الأولترا أول المريكي دار أدر بلاو سيرا 2020 بولا قاسكو كيل سويف قمنا دا قاسكو المنغل كده أور Taiwan almay melodya kadi mandra rather omnged el melawal mamlom betrop for the last 5 years government tegidra lawr lo bungel ablo ngtpang al malas mlol gisra mringering am gis lesel di mandra wal adyak malge great to chero esya tara klolu ulang sa el magisa tokora al ya arala alas el medio sige da domestic kosing connection ra omangeth matkor aquaculture di tablol badangala species rada babla so edel commercialize ring dito ko ragim matokora aol aol lang ariya kaldel sabel mo spalel sabel mga aol sabel wal sabel export rangal gel mora huriping lang ariya demand tira aol sabel generator sell daseng revenue cover operational cost agim hindi rin nga kaldel sabel spalel kalau spering ira aquarium trade sabel mga ragim yawlak nga lagi mas sabel rulil mo kumungan klel sige dilulak nga lala dir ka kasal mal mo spering ang mga ragim beyot ara labo dollar ngira wild mandi ka dom arang galdom grow ring mungira del mo gimen alwasay alsum ka dom ultra gim ed asmeria wild mar'adlom arang galdom grow ring hindi gira ara lagi mo affordable el mergida adra blur belaw la degal sabe la targid el mom arra imolgim el talkluk imolgim edun meqwa sengabo dongari kedal abay mom ara aklim el consume edi gabo dom ar imolgim so ay gid ya bebirra challenges ra development ra blue economy rigid ngani gel palasil gire del el gimerk mo mokla el bangla ding tla darngud mal da swed el kwasay kada mo makarari madolni triya di kwasay medangay gal palasil meravoy bolsa be del adadu eda sa del moblaq takkal mergid bod gimer el wasengara mal swadar adar belaw lesel bas kuma mangara al ngara ministry kwasay bom develop protocol omget em asmeria ngara eringi em dundia gimrun langan alam Allah arul lemam dangas mamrul langan alam Allah arul liya po fi min dangas el maqrub Allah arul liya ul mril aralatuna lagi da umundar kwasing kentrira arwatang kentidri la la el mo ngira del modisay del wasing ngara mal sawat aklam lamo mereka 5 minutes lang yan dahil sabihin mo maaaray lalo ko salkok hindi kung morsegi di etrigel bebir panelist al mutal mo smadal mo ra blo bangalel yan nga buwan nga nga ruriw lang sa edal mutal mo yan musulang
ang sulang Minister Victor elakuk mo antirengel next may mga atu kang Masanori Kobayashi kang Arcel Sasakawa Peace Foundation yang kang mo kora mga atu ulgira like ocean governance governance at korang para mula se higel dalila rokula maalad el mutur uloki wala el mga tmok laurior ratab ma engya mum sa sel ko ngarang agel lurior ang kanir segit el ngara region mabululat so Mr. Kobayashi you have 7 minutes.
Thank you Ali and Sulan and Masanori from Sasakawa Peace Foundations. I briefly tell the activities that we have been undertaking for sustainable brew economies. As you have known already that the Sasakawa Peace Foundation has been undertaking policy dialogues. We've been together with President Whips and also Minister Stephen Victors at a number of international and regional meetings and discussing how we can really promote ocean conservations and sustainable brew economies. President Whips gave a lecture in our office last year. We were together in UN Ocean Conference. We are together in Canada for World Ocean Summit. And he's visiting Japan next week to join us the Island State Ocean Summit that will bring the leaders from not only Pacific, but also Caribbean and Indian Oceans and Africa. one of the challenges is how we can really balance conservation and the sustainable marine and fishery resource use. And one of the key principles or guiding pillar is to promote synergies or co-benefit and optimize trade-off. I think President Whips articulated this morning how we can really balance these two issues to see what policy mix can really enhance the multiple benefit, socioeconomic and environmental benefit. You know that Palau is leading countries for ocean conservation. It has already achieved almost 100% ocean management conservations together with Cook Island. If you look at the other Pacific Island countries, the ratio of marine protected area is almost 1%, 2%. Niue shows 40%, but others are all in the range of 10 to 1 or 0%. What does actually mean? We look at this fish catch trend for the Micronesian countries. You see Kiribati increasing its fish catch, followed by Micronesia, Federated States of Micronesia, FSM, and Marshall Island, Nauru. And Palau has a modest fish catch over the past years. We try to analyze what are really the backgrounds for these changes and differences of the Pacific Island countries. And if you look at the Palau, it has a total marine and coastal areas, MPA ratio 98%. Almost 100% together with the Cook Island. And the marine fish catch is 803 tons. And aquatic trade balance. This is a figure that we try to draw by deducting the seafood import from seafood export. So if you're exporting seafood, these figures will be bigger and plus. And if you import more seafood than the export, then it will become minus or negatives. So Palau is actually importing more seafood than exporting seafood. And the Kiribati or Papua New Guinea, obviously they export more aquatic seafood based on their large volume of the fish catch. One of the policy issues that we try to identify or distinguish is that what measures really help conserving what fish species. For the coral reef or reef fish, fish that stay around the island, the marine spatial planning is very effective to conserve it. But when it comes to the pelagic fish, like a tuna or skipjack that migrate from Palau to FSM, Marshall Island, if you don't catch it in Palau water, somebody else will catch it in FSM or Marshall Island. So the system we have created, or that is created, is like a regional fishery management organizations. They make an agreement to put a cap on how much volumes or weight of the tunas the each countries can actually catch. So this is not the spatial management, it's more like a total fish catch control that is considered as more effective. We look at the different community-based or stakeholder-driven approaches to enhance fish stocks or enhance fish catch or improve marine environment. You see like a Mexico example that they promote sports fishing while in the marine protected areas. Jamaica, it's interesting that they create a small patches of sanctuary next to the fishing zone. So the fishermen don't have to travel too far to reach the fishing ground, but they can have both a marine sanctuary and the fishing ground next to each other. So they can monitor who is fishing or who is, and make sure that nobody is illegally fishing in the sanctuary. This artificial reef is an invention by the Japanese enterprise. They create aggregate the discarded oyster shell. And this oyster shell, they lay on the seafloor and functions as an artificial reef that can serve as like a spawning ground or habitat for fish or shellfish. and it increases the presence of the biomass. Interesting part is that the local fishermen make an agreement jointly not to fish in the area where this artificial reef are installed. So that kind of combination of infrastructure and a soft agreement among fishermen is also vital. Coral reef farming and transplantation is supported by mozuku seaweed farmers, and the supermarket that sells mozuku seaweed set aside 1% and contributed to the local coral reef fund that finances the coral farming and transplantations. Local airline company in Okinawa, they reduce actually the number of the passenger seats because when it rains, nobody comes for the tourism. But the fishermen have a space to sell or transport the swordfish from Okinawa to Osaka or Tokyo or other places. And these air freight services are stabilized this, irrespective of like weathers or tourism peak seasons. Another example is this fixed trap fishing, that they put the net and after 1 or 2 days, they come and lift the net to catch fish. And they put the underwater camera to see how many fish are there. That kind of techniques, they allow the fishermen not to spend too much fuel to chase around the fish, but they just go and more efficiently capture the fish. We've been collaborating with Palau for technical cooperations, and we try to also support the young people to promote the entrepreneurship development for sustainable blue economy, for which we hope that the Sasaka Peace Foundation Ocean Policy Research Institute continue to collaborate with Paraguayan government and organizations. I thank you for your kind attention.
Ang masulang Mr. Kobayashi, lakadukuk mo ngun mo rangel Dilbut o Melaw, ngangel Director Bureau of Fisheries, serkita tel Belur Belaw, yang kakuk mo kora masata igel kora das, la kora 12, sera gimo mo urte git kora Marine Spatial Planning Sail Musub tel Bela Belur Belaw. Mo ay selul ko nga presidente was say, is there other options, so can we right size? So tiagi the presentation at Dilbut you can.
So I'll be presenting my presentation in Palauan, but the presentation itself is in English. Not really because I'm replicating the minister, but really I'm preventing myself getting my tongue twisted, delivering a 30 minutes presentation in 5 minutes. And two, the two panelists before me went over time, so now I need to reach the gap. And three, I forgot my wallet, so I cannot afford a can of Coke for our mentor, for our facilitator. Okay, so I'll be talking about, or akmo mga atul tokor belar elang, akmom sada tokor commercial fisheries. Emo omu lo oti asyasing ra tokor omengedra ngara mong mere elang. So tokor omengeda ulmu ra commercial fishing ulmu ra around 1970s, 80s. Malmol all the way mo 2019, right before still full implementation of Palau National Marine Sanctuary ra 2020. And as you can see, malmle foreign dominated the industry. Ane mokta kartialla amle protect the marine biodiversity belau. El naringi sel gora se bakrang argi del waseng maral modia ga tuna. Ya ongerung amlo omes el wase tial togoro omngeda mal club benefit el lungu wara adarangod el belu. Mumagrabo do basegi del benefit el mergi dar ar other belau. Seguid la awal blo delineator tal iiset tergid mo close ra 80% الموراتور o mnged emlo erase 20% open المورا commercial fishing. Sektor commercial fishing ak masadra long line ma pursein. Mlo duli tanga ministerial no sesera 2020 coincidentally mle happen a COVID maasimra aborder sergid ma full implementation erta mandira kamlo effective ra 2020 munguk maasim resell 80% ra tokoro manged agid el tablo luula qarngel bela wawal blodo mestra urban yurgid el decline magi mle magi lolmu talo mesra la alwasetjalla angra sel mal mle intention ring awan amle wasegada bagikra igal ngir bol magasay magimlo omes igal regional stock sergidra Pacific sel momes seringil goraklol tower el crane saya all hotel sharing original tuna stocks el belawa ngar el sen ngo ay waseng igal stocks sada kal overfished yaklungela ngayul ngal ngirla aw ngil $1 klol ngir le motomalia natural ability to stocks will replenish itself. Direct kal gimlo omes raklunga la revenue. Mang sabad al mesal se 2019 awal bel peak revenue ra long line ra toro omenged. So right after same na nga sharp decline qadamal mol malomes segi del trend del up until now. So 2022 nga tilo ba sel executive order makmar alia ministry mo mrura umsuba. Segi da lomsuba wal bla lo ay sergi do ras tel 20% tamal gare. Asum swada shobaya balo shobar tel tor omnged ngirel economically viable engel 20% awal dagal allow for that. En direct kalmlo omes o ay sergido lo sa suguma moktagar gida swada protect our marine biodiversity en ngungil the increase tel 0 to 24 nautical miles currently en daga commercial fishing ringi el mo 0 to 50 nautical miles direct kalwal blo omes ay historical catcher belau emlo omes saigal areas ngarba ba interaction tokoro omnged ma bycatch species of special interest saigal wa whale ma marine mammals ma whales ma birds mong loyak seguido lomsu benya tilo ba kaldel recommendations agot tamlo ase me padagi lungi sel 20% mo 50% engaged the 50% awal bol allow at least 28 fishing vessels. غضوا direct kilometers ring lo say engaged 28 fishing vessels سبب اللغردية 700 metric tons را السلا ترى النيغل. السل 700 تدلوت الملمة مينيل وس 200 تمر لغة الماركت يا 500 تمر export 500 metric tons را year. إلا سجد لو أورغوك lulu ay sirgit tirgal kumbali rar other omnged alwase a minimum el klunga langi gel ta export terni el sabel ngal kumbali el malmol sabel ngani agar garngel a 45 metric tons el sela talboy so seguida agora o ur el turur terni justify for the need ngal 50% el increase الآن دخل سبب المصادر روم ولادرة تقرا development را أمنيد على rapport لين جيرال نارين rapport المو تقول تيال كلونيا لا operations لا كلونيا لا أمنيد ما كلونيا لا يغل بلاد لين درني ما كلونيا لا يغل بود export درني يا أني يا أملو أمس رواسي تيال بالسير كده جيرال protector tiral aygal magagred shobal rara other bela low o manged mong mle recommend the celebrating a moratorium of 5 years sara any new fishing vessel license more restricted tirgal mo sa barilo o mga di o catch history since 2020. So that would mean POFI, PCFC, mar adra syabal. O edi kaya. Di sa di akma mga simrel lugora di mo mulo ase tiang ang aringilla ang ngila intentering. Hindi kadamlo omes ring nga alit atul maigal recommendation sa kama provide ada kalbol replace the existing alla ngwabalo lisi ay kal ko ngadsang sel alla al kita omes al time al kira the change, and then it goes to reflect ako adaptive management alla amaraada giril absorb ay gagidel needed changes to be able to be a resilient community and then contribute to a blue economy. Sulang.
Malmusawla dilbud ang kultalo tirak liatay mo. So elakadruk mo moranggal next panelist Mr. Okata Itong, former minister. Kuk me meski da perspektif sel kuk komba imol komba lir gider bela el operate el ngarti ay gider badang el omangit.
Malwil tutaw presidente ka mabilung tergal beklad irturong marugol belaw ram eteleng katatal tong oklo gede batay mang deksal mo mga tom sa degal girela ti album balirgit di ungila patakli bodo ngel wasing mor atter gelol ko kabalment wasing giredel lisira togora o mangedra ya ngawala sigida tarado tasik do bol masad ngila sit togora o mangeda matogora turism ay gida tobol industrial sbeda adra bela ul marula بالوضع غير اللي قصد المرولة سير سرقي من دي أو مجدا كلوا هذا بدل سبيرنيل دريق الوقوشيس بودود المرغال من تريد من دي أقول كمان تاتم بقصاد رقم بالي التلبوفين دي تيانغ ولمور دريق الملوريلا منستريرا أما في را لوسين سيرا بول ستوبا سيرا البول إفكتيف تيالا را برين سانكتوري يجلو بالي نربلا ولول مجدل أم لودي أقل غرائي secara 2015 secara 2021 2020 kemama alia ako bali lual gorablo replacer segid lo sengasel o mangedra ngigel ngawala dal ko bali gimururinga digirela to ora ngigel ngawala si direkl bolsa baklia aigal refis malakal harvest ako bali giulmu uringil di truma terul wa di rubakan diagim sal matu ura tokora sain sama aranglela tial gombali koramal rogol mulmutra ngaringa direk rubul belaul member gombali mar adra turist mar adra siobai madi guk adra aser sendis semles semeriar mo partra gombali agi ulmu ringira 2020 el amayalol marragal gimo margi wagim degal soan mugrulil mal muklo maringa igel gora mo lo ibsongon makmus madruriul de el alta magel gimul das mrula seguid el tira la food security yemelasm el brurgi mo mosel ngaringi ngigel ngwal el ngara magitra blu spesial maklo stoang ma restaurant ma hotel يجيل جوك مومده لقيم قط موكل دي الترار سرستوان الجيل ترجل جوك قادل دي مرال مسويس بالمه مراني جرا كمبالي يغري ما جيت من دي رجل ده قصامل يلوني المقلو وملايني جل سلوني الأمغة ده جدي يوم سجل سل مسبلا جوك كيرلا سل تانيرول ساندي ستوبر أمغة ده سلا جوك التراو البيبراتاي من مقلو قراني رابلو لسه ما مودي قاني جل عندي سل المطري قال يقول مري قال استوان عندي قال سامل موت الملايين رابول جوجلين مودي قال أيستوان مودي قال مر كمان يجيب من يرتيلو تراو من بوسب عمل جوجل تراو المرتير من قرأت توغل تغوي عندي بتغل آدم دسلوسي كمان ما تجي مرور تلنا الأمر تغيرها أمية ma sira imamu ura tialureo reng ne somamel meruringi lo sebol ngari aklim el gombali malubang klol mal luar klungela bofil yang songsa awdo dum dagas bedel dagas amel increase ra tel gombali gamam ngaria already klol mal gombali lo license el gombali omget magimlo adu lo semedra li agora teletel sel Palau Federation of Fishing Association ora gol gombali el mosbel lo riolo bukela kabelment ito kay ngeseul developer ti al riolo omget gi belasm el tol time el gi mol gerti gi adu indim lo diakal makatmok leng direct seguido lo sendiaka diaka ungil facility ol grod lo spel ngaringa gali ora to omget ela sel gi ngaringa tel gi bel gora kosgod lo diakal sal subam el mut el direct gilungi ya tokor omenge tersei ya lagad ambodo betokol adal ngara emol bol waisel lo goringi ya adilbu ara lu emol tol ang maring rigid ol trangi gel mor outside ila del gilungi ya naklungi la kiats mang muspel the charter skogi mang muri ara la skogi el altama united ol mdregal dagi explore otru langi gel mor wasyabala man maring ara la freight alagada ilungia kiatsra ngigel mosbel charteras kogi ende kaluro relalta aigel guk gorasing olibsong ol mertel tor omengeder alta ma kido menenge tora arala alu almaring arala alu ra el alta ma aigal bilas atov del mal moroi del mo mara malatuna adregal arigel guk pebira toy gido spera kabelment tergidel mosum okkel gora ruli mong motergil beota mo gre expense ra kombali mosba amal guk ngang taralangi gel murtrigel adluspe ataringi yang area biral udul ukti durul gire la togora tourism endi osulta meng mo kagar gamar adrom get ela tel bilas mama utum blol bebileng musindra time gi mobile mora taiwan mo repair guk mesois la silbel sis bergamala ale engaringi sel guk la ragi dar adar bela losing ke pe green field 100 talas atal at tergal krur gamamal te ya adingara dial ngara ulami era dialol goro to mamra bo field dal bera belu letra dal turist ga de ruk lebseng edek lebset tamra e pera 100 tala aige direct gi guk pom ngai pasel mor adalom arangi gel maul mo omring ara lagi gel diregal lo mesra gel Robi PITI magel sanggu bosang sel ngartiang ra era bola kal ngara ei yaguk tokol mora tira tokora libora am lebeot dakal wa al time sil time to mlaringi ababer lo tobel mortilo sengora fisherman permit ngan klel dakal bol harawa ra libor el lorula babertil wa al time elang ngod aleng segidra gi momu ura 2020 murikwar gamamal rogul adro mengeda modura labor bakada persil film 150 atarak to 300 ra isel adro menged every 2 years segadu krina babertir uktil gibel lopting el mura sel time adra sago busan ma adra PITI ngara omheder bel ide gel gora babirra toil bot lang bos edel direct lo mesra amgruli atogor menged togora utility mal mring laral ma olgorodor gama kosogodol mendakal soam lumdas mut increase ra yang tara usul leng sel basol gi maring el ang malbotoka aigal mring laral yatel me parker bitari agi omdas lo se akmoigel telbias gama turgia imoregel liateng la gi adi mo proklem agel amring aral insurance rigi maragul to aul magidre kom das itarolen sam expendra telurora adom das rab esel agi gora malol tu ragablement se bolsbel lorul gire la esel portal por ser expendra to maged seguide ngia diregal tergel bebirra gombalil soril mo urira to maged la mosil mu la gombalir tir el alta men de capaceur tira ul de casilo mu la akong balil til gire la monglora o mga ngawalo Siltara lulugor ya minister tokoera aquaculture. Agi direglum ara awa lara angardub. Ya silgi mom ara ole ngara abret singara ewal telael. Algalgi lagi gelwa lagi mom ara talato bebiasel gira tru klubsei. Ambek tru klubsei giom ara or tru me klubsei giom ara ewal telael ngalgi la lara aquaculture. Ya igel ngalgi la awl silom gimom aring ara ko maklim lisensa imo. Wow, dia kal ungil mora ngardub dan dia kal create employment and dia kal sistem yang meringal aral and dia ungil and support tra tialo mengeda support tra each other. Tiagidul dia kal gora kekre magit tra belau magi dia kal merula bebira toil ligel mo lisi tial siobai lagi uspera angesar adra siabal jaiga lagi dirilia program ra namaribusil regal mal mokte garinga sedru lagora omiangele gudtir adra turis selemeng loral en solil gora ngwa imora mora kel merur belau dagadil itaborima lubeng luwik teteng lagi dirilia program al merula namaribusi diregal menarmula information ngaringil del sebela turis di mo marar albungar adam sasial QR code dem setiang milgaral processor ngi spe aidung maral ola aidung ora ko makail di meruringi loseng moringi ya bebira togol togor omangedel mo dakara togora turism mo mama soma togora turism le segil bolklo togora argang kodang almei eng moklo otro lagi gel ol musom lo bentri lo lo sigarle mlisi irgi lo sebol samal magaluror girena sel takoera omangeder gid mar adas chabala ang aringira adogira sesera 1922 era ginawa na introduce tial polyline fishing ara tunal merbelo segidal time agi uram dasro se gimel super se gida sing namo spedal diregal mut el continue malmol martialo mangedra polen line ma ministrira tial ministrira fisheries angil sugumamal mobilas rasyabal spera kale grassroots grant elang ngaringi segidal bilas rasyabal gi mo spergin ngarai agi diregal laurol gumamar adra PBA lo se padrlia kora tourist fishing tourism tiang sel bilas sel gukla kal ngaraen sebelol takarar adal mo malasma tergel soril mo malasma mengrela tuna katsuo partra tourism tu melmestobe auri urse al ngari al gareli to sasimi di ulum diragi bo mo uringi abasur el altama ako sugodlum tara busula bolong asangi takalungi lalay tringil takalina fa parking space sel lultasa sa akmong mo suamal murab angat pangis segidal fishing tourism gibo mamuuringi direkal mekanik tringil mura bebira activities regel buluk me tringira rolel omrul kalma hindi gigita kora agi suamal sual mangadare time ya Auriramel mengudul egel bebira kumbali bolso el moklo o mangrel ngigel ngawala idrig molomol margi agila direct muspera adara ama fail help program developer segid mosel tokla ada participate rato ko mga sula
mal masawla ritep hela kadako ko mamalmol mara panel mo katamura ngari video message el bol playing tiang mlara Toshinobu Yamauchi ang chairman ng Selekora Association Fisheries Association ra balura syabal so amina Okinawa komeng
紹介いただきました沖縄県マグロ漁業協会会長の山内徳信です。本日は国際経済フォーラムのご盛会を心よりお祝い申し上げます。また このような貴重な発言の機会を賜りましたこと、ウィップス大統領をはじめ関係者の皆様に深く感謝申し上げます。私たちはまずパラオ政府が推進されている海洋保護政策に対し深い敬意を表しますとともに、海洋保護と経済発展の調和を目指す本日の議論は、日パラオ協力をさらに前進させる重要な機会であると感じております。美しい海と資源を守りながら持続的に利用し、次世代へ引き継ぐ取り組みは私たち漁業者にとっても極めて重要な価値であり、強く共感するものです。その上で、日本とパラオの間で100年にわたり築かれてきた漁業分野の絆と友好な歴史を今後さらに発展させていきたいと考えております。
Palau's 200 nautical mile waters are located close to Okinawa, and many Japanese tuna long-line vessels have traditionally operated in these waters. However, since 2020, fishing areas have been limited to 20% of the EEZ, resulting in reduced fishing opportunities. We'd like to work together with you to expand fishing opportunities in a sustainable manner. Allow me to present 3 areas of potential cooperation. First, economic benefits through sustainable operations. Tuna longline fishing is characterized by its ability to operate efficiently over wide ocean areas. If fishing grounds are expanded under appropriate management, it is expected to increase interest among Okinawan vessels and contribute to Palau's economy through higher access fees and related benefits. This will also support sustainable economic growth through the effective use of marine resources. Second, cooperation in combating IUU fishing. When Japanese vessels encounter suspicious activities during their operations, they can report such information to the government of Palau. An increase in the number of operating vessels would strengthen this supplementary monitoring function and contribute to deterring illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, or so-called IUU fishing. Third, development of fishing ports and regional economic revitalization. Continuous operations by Japanese vessels in Palau could enhance the possibility of support from the Japanese government for new fishing port development under consideration by Palau. In addition, if base operations are established, it is expected to stimulate the local economy and create employment opportunities through fuel supply, food provisions, landing of catches, and processing activities. Furthermore, a stable supply of high-quality tuna would enhance the appeal of the tourism sector, particularly hotels and restaurants.
以上は一例ですが、海洋保護と経済発展を両立しながら、パラオと日本が共に利益を分かち合える関係は十分に構築可能であると確信しております。今後もパラオの皆様と対話を重ね、持続可能で実りある協力関係を築いていきたいと考えております。パラオの海洋空間計画では EEZ の 30% を保護して 70% を漁業に開放しても資源保全と持続的利用のバランスが保たれるとの研究もあると伺っております。本日のフォーラムを契機に操業水域の拡大に向けた具体的な進展が進むことを強く期待しております。本日は誠にありがとうございました。カマガル・エルモ・ディアク・レ・メンガイ、ありがとうございました。またお会いできることを願っております。
Sige daw lang mga nila sel video message rin kay Mr. Yamauchi. Hela ka mo rangel ulabong al panelist makmo korira Mr. Suzuki. Ngka Mr. Suzuki orior sel Japan Fisheries Agency. Ngka ko ngora lagel cooperation abrira cooperation sel al lobang gelabek kalbalura bul adeng sel kuk area niya ngora ra belwadra tagi del region regidra Pacific ma dire kaludi mo kornya Indian Ocean. Mr. Suzuki.
Ali, my name is Takaki Suzuki from the Fisheries Agency of Japan. Japan highly respects Palau's leadership in promoting marine conservation and blue economy. Japan, as an island nation, also recognizes the importance of oceans for food security, local livelihood, tourism, and sustainable economic development. In this regard, Japan shares many common values with Palau. So today, I'd like to briefly introduce Japan's fisheries cooperation with Palau and how we can contribute to future development of Palau's blue economy. As Yamauchi mentioned in his video letter, Japan and Palau have developed long-standing friendships through fisheries over 100 years. Based on this relationship, Japan has implemented various fisheries cooperation projects in Palau for many decades. These include cooperation in fisheries monitoring and countermeasures against IUU, and also include vessel grants, fisheries facilities, and technical cooperation, including fisheries training and giant clam maricultures. Japan has also continued long-term cooperation through initiatives such as FUDAPIN and the current JICA Fisheries Master Plan project. Over the past 40 years, Japan's fisheries cooperation with Palau has exceeded approximately $80 million US. Looking ahead, we believe that sustainable development requires both responsible utilization and effective management of marine resources. In case of tunas, they are highly migratory species, and their migratory range extends beyond MPAs and even national EEZ. And left side figures shows that the yellowfin tagged and released in the Palauan waters retrieved in the EEZ of neighboring countries such as FSM. So science-based international management through regional fisheries management organization is essential for sustainable tuna fisheries. In this region, the WCPFC plays this role. Through the scientific assessment and conservation and management measures, tuna stocks in the WCPFC area are managed cooperatively among the WCPFC members, including Japan and Palau. And the right side figure shows that according to the latest scientific assessments, major tropical tuna stocks such as big eye, yellowfin, skipjack tunas are not overfished and not subject to the overfishing. So this demonstrates that even highly migratory tuna stocks can be sustainably utilized through scientific-based international management and international cooperation. So we believe there's a further potential for cooperation between Palau and Japan in support of sustainable blue economy. The ongoing JICA Fisheries Master Plan project contributes to a discussion on future economic opportunities in Palau, including fishing ports, tuna landing, processing, distribution, and export potential. At the same time, sustainable tuna fisheries may also contribute to economic opportunities through increased fishing activities, fishing access fees, demand for fuel and food supplies, and employment and linkage with related sectors such as tourism. So in addition, Yamashita mentioned licensed fishing vessels can also play a complementary role in monitoring activities against IUU fishing. So in this regard, expanded opportunities for sustainable tuna fisheries can also be compatible with Palau's blue economy approach, which seeks to balance marine conservation and sustainable use. This is just information, and the local government of Okinawa also has a cooperative relationship with Palau based on historical and cultural ties. And in August 2022, the MOU was signed between Palau and Okinawa to further strengthen their friendly relationship. And the MOU covers the various fields, including fisheries, with technical cooperation such as offshore fishing guidance and processing. Lastly, Japan continues to working together with Palau to support a sustainable blue economy based on mutual trust, partnerships, and responsible fisheries management. Thank you very much, Ms. Suran.
Saula Suzuki, tiamo mo lubong ora panel kada morsel ora question and answer. Alkok mo mastri ate alla mo to ora nganya ko lubes takmo ding na mo dia kata me kada pai ti mora question. Mga mamo ori rengele ne text na karse question dia ko ngelo sakti dula question kami wa sengtar kami wal lakal minister yang director Omelau. There was how much future investment in aquaculture is planned, if any?
Seng malungil sergel waseng ngarate alra lubeng ngarangangil te alra orulela tokor aquaculture ablur belaw. Kita Taiwan amla gonger gidel wasay. Sabril ngosugi del mom darura hatsri worth $5 million. Di mengir gidel mo ngiltel basura belura matpang. Le tobalol ge dringira igal pandrang matpang. Kada dim alla aul yang ulo sisbira. Ngariya tokol uldas la sing tian dangal sbel mora sbel. Di gel bebir cost ma تلتلا الأورورا مال مقويدل ما أقول مقدوبال للجيد رجير سيجيدل البلورا متبا غاريا كورنت الأوريول كذا مقرنين لو بنتريرا هذا لو سيرسا تغورا مياس كالسبول ما جيم كلوغ الانفستمنت هذه مولتويرا قاسين غرا كاباسيتي رجيدل سبئذل kada suada bol betoka adra shares di klungen la magit revela wa limited mong wada control ra klungen la shares lel bol mal kloa supply mo dia garom ar so ay gida ay gel gullo ra alel wa say gel barriers ra kwal to growth klungen la market ra gida adra belo ngani selul daslo aseng ngaram dia ga export Tarigel diri kami ringar kita export ta kuasay kasi import ranggal galela ngigel import ra adalo urior masel do gurulia letseng karamlal al ubeng ngaral badengel la armarada edobal mora international market ang maringar arar rangel lo gurulira Southeast Asia May kita bebira diri kada ngodulo lasing magara mo sa el producer kalela ngigila within the Pacific region namin nga kita mo producer nga el selbelaw nasa el lasing the producer nga Papua New Guinea alubeng Fiji madolar ngil mek telgibel kmed may kita bebira urol diri kada mesa kwase kada magara urol kita ma gal bebira a neighboring country develop pagiging del teal o mesrak kasi magara mo nga investment so adi immediately kasi nga niya 5 million investment bla ganyan ya Taiwan was ilmo sugi diri sulo
sulo nga minister sige kita wad ko ra o kasi may albungol na mitra temed di tirka nga di kasi inmalalaktung end malsuko mo nga niya karmiw kung maldoldar siya nga nga microphone leko.
Sulang ilugos nga pa siya ka loger agil lekor kau. Minister, kita nga tiyal masawadra aklol toy tiyal Marine Special Planning, MSP. Mlamis sa data. Kung mlaotiw siya revenue, sila lungil time, etiagid. Al time, ikatamal nga na lowest. Siya gida. Ikatulili ka masakata ito na food security, may economy. Dili ka matangit kasi, hindi ka sa ilang katmok laigi, ala ka katmok litya. Dili ka matangit kasi, malmring alato na belu, hindi ka ito supplier na skits. Mga lumangin alay-alay. Andi, sual gukti mereka suriulen. Kita rogo lome sa science, scientific data, go make that decision. Masel meeting, lulu meeting ng ulbira kalulaw lumantira governors, House of Delegates, amam lob katak lagar rogo toy, legal babier science. O mal lo wila temi man de kol time muspe ergin musu bergi mla prover ay gerrogo kasi tiagid mang aktiung masegi de aurora garmada el tianga abes el tokora au revenue ma food security mang daklu telmo sawadari agim lames namo madangali ndai di ngar alemre al lo sikrasi tam kara loral ko ma president Ongerung hindi suakal mo mereka sudah la bofi mlalulia malung iludor dire kami utial amru utial namaribusi tan namaribusi ngwatetelela you never know ngara azir ngi tiang akmadan haseng nigal kalrangaw akmul waiseleng sir on producer tiang dimowa you never know mo popular lel mera siabal gu komyangil lorai ega kine ngertir meng akmla mo masang al sila Google yang malungil gal kaliran mal dimre ngasulir ti additional kasi by please more adim ko ramre del top del mal tokar okyak sang ara siabal merbelaw naktil mo seguida direct limo obang gamiu losik rolase magrado lisi era tial toko era a mafe el lol ngaseo ora al other belau lo que la presidenta republic council
man masawla si comment ma delegate trabulyo ako sa TLL minister malsol gora kanya baldo ngatang didilo rogul malungil
Ya man sulang delegate man mga suleman bloon mal support taway gagi delurior aldasun mo amendra la may garogol information na nga ramadal olbil mong gadolingit olbil wase low ay silmera ministry mo sing maratos pe ang sabi edel ngura goertial luldas edul mera boy edo dagal masao daringin bol sabi edel kakabos raudas ebo da kay ngasir ko se mogrado sam okla seguida dodolingit ringil mora olbil wase bol sabi el seguida el guk teletel lauron bot mokla sulang
at sukum mo nga niya care ang direk sa pelakla mo nga 1 or 2 orang mal nga niya ko raso mal dulil dia kal care ang ukti kamen taman direk mal disabel kora dia ka kisa mar adal am la mo songreng makmal di urang asuli o aruba kamar maasal gilian mo joiner tel session matir kal panelist maral nga rigel pekal betengel la talang tengil tial blue economy masadra tokoy kukti reminder rigel wase patokar wa Facebook mapatokolo masadra tabata ma restaurant ma aigal kondibel wild boring yar wa kamaldil din dia ka mo replacer cell alda lo ban trier adal maruta over makadamal lo mesa kuk telet ata tora economy tel partra omnged kadam lo mesa some of operational challenges was sel morur tra kong bali nga aralawa la 4,000 di era top na bila se kana oite 4,000 kadam lo mesa ku qoralit atulalla kuklo kan pergi dan mora bebi rabalul was kita katukmal hantara itial restra pacific alu ko ko ngara osisilo maral so kadam lo ko ram la mesa pekal talang tangila tial tokoro omnged lolda kala lolda ka science lolda ka tokoro economics makukti partnership selgi dalong labalu mabalu maigel kuk nges wal si adalo awal me wal taw taygay gidel kuk korawal lurung ulet ngara al sila igal development plans ma apalasi sergit so akmal di nga tete ali orang asuli rabek laat yakum taswa lansal available bakulia ol kayong len mora turang machebi sulang
Malmasaw la lugos material Minister Victor Mar Adal material atangakal okyak sang arigid members ra panel kita malmla ingalak ra temela swel bergid matamla motor ring ya swel o emang el altai me ogoria akadalin trarbek la adal wasebol sa edal el tob ya swelbeda ang arsel yegrel el boom arsel bitang mabal sa edal mong edang akalet tirigel maktol ade malubeng kora bring o iman dia kasabay ML mo ng aswalabem tirigal betul adra finance lo bayra waital biler asaba miul malagortir at mang may aswalabi may ya ila tema dere lang ngara 12:45 mga mo alingit trarbe klado lo sa kadamo nga 1 hour lunch ogoren mutual return ngara 1:30 to 1:40 ogoren mo maali ako afternoon session ra program Okay, hindi ka mga chance, mga damal di mga makale del mugtilmay. Okore nga ra 15 minutes. Okore ka mo amura program rigid mang masabay edal liwi. Malamola malol tirak ra temela program rigid. Omal masawal beklad. Alan Shergida Plalkot Mok, Lalngarsel Vital Blay, Trigel Ngalgar Finance as ilo o Tirkomiwa Selbasyon ng lunch. We thank everyone who are still with us since this morning. Our lunch now is available at the room next door. So we ask that everyone can go to the other side and grab their lunch. In 15 minutes, we will begin our afternoon segment of the program. So I ask that we all come back so we can remain on schedule. Thank you, everyone. The clue to Waisal was a program rigida mo resume ra 105. Lol tirak karsel nga program. Pamal musulang.
Test. There you go. So it's phones, but it's stereo.
Kaya kita atokol mlamel was selvital room ngaringya gel sul bedringi ang dire kal ngaringya taro tasting material sa bari guk mo nga awi ra mamungula si inmo mo kumuk war ma ay gel kala loru lo spe taro akukaw kuman sulal beklat. Ali, di malmal ma low swelb, ogore dokta ngal askara tigel abel ngadik kel mesois, ogore kada ma ali sergo ka afternoon session ali. Man bilang asulir bek la diri ka malmal mga tiang, diri ka to kakal sa edal mga tiang malmal low swelb, follow ay gel ka presentation ra afternoon. Pamalam sulang. Ali tamal mereka sulir bekla adal malwal mandir ko bangked hari terigal di makasal adal ngarik mang terigal kita mga makparti na mesois kada mo omul ra ako sa afternoon na part del program rigid pag itra adal wase poto ngaya gingan lede poto alelak e gore el mengel kukmo o hotel mo mga ador ay afternoon magsulal bekla at Loise arbekla da koran na me sois ben maging alir. El alitasil siya Thomas program rigid o kore katamong wa asim lobang welcoming address etial afternoon segment tra program rigid agora cloringi focus ra togora a savings fund. Mengel gukmo o kotel may emong maskit sel welcoming address Mr. Tsune Nori awagi enggang Chief Representative Sel Obis Regidra Chaiga alangar belaw makmo olingit ringi mang may emo maskida a welcoming address ringi al afternoon. Mr. Awagi. Ay, tapos nga Clore Prota.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed Palawan and Japanese style bento very much. Yeah. Good afternoon. His Excellency President Srangel Whips Jr. and honorable traditional leaders and ministers and distinguished and representative from the government of Japan, member of OEK, representative from ADB, and development partners, and women's group, youth representatives, and senior citizens, and ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of JICA Palau office, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to the Development Symposium 2026. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Palau for organizing this important event, and also to the ADB for its continuous partnership and support today. JICA has been working closely with the government of Palau for 29 years across the sectors, including infrastructure, water supply, climate resilience, public administration, and human resource development. Within these areas of the collaboration, strengthening the sustainable finance systems has been increasingly important for the long-term future of Palau. In this context, the JICA is supporting the Ministry of Finance and Debt and Investment Office in the development of the Palau Retail Saving Bond Program. This initiative is important not only as a financial project, but also as a nation-building effort to encourage the citizens to participate directly in the future development of Palau. What makes the initiative especially unique is that Palau is not simply introducing a traditional saving bond program. While some island countries have saving bond systems, and many still rely on the paper-based operations, the Palau is now attempting something much more innovative and challenging, the introduction of the digital saving bond platform accessible to ordinary citizens. This is an ambitious undertaking for a small island nation, and JICA highly appreciates the strong leadership and commitment shown by the government of Palau in advancing this effort. We also believe that this initiative has the potential to contribute to the broader financial inclusion by creating opportunities for ordinary citizens, including youth, women, workers, senior citizens, and families, to participate more directly in the national economic development. In Japan, retail saving bonds has recently gained popularity among citizens as a safe, reliable, and long-term saving instrument. We hope that Palau will be able to develop a saving culture that supports both household financial stability and national development. At the same time, we recognize this project is still at important preparation stage. Discussions are continuing regarding the legal framework, digital platform, investor education, operational systems, and implementation process. Therefore, today's symposium is extremely important as opportunities to deepen public understanding and encourage dialogue among stakeholders. We are especially honored to today welcome the distinguished representative from the government of Japan. In particular, we are privileged to have the special remarks from Mr. Nishikata, the Vice Commissioner for the International Affairs of the Ministry of Finance of Japan, and Mr. Nishigata, Counselor of the Cabinet Secretariat of the Japanese government. Their particular reflects the strong friendship between Japan and Palau and Japan's continued support for the Palau economic development. We are also honored to welcome the Professor Yoshino, Professor Emeritus of the Keio University and former Dean and CEO of the Asian Development Bank Institute, whose contribution in the field of the public finance and the financial inclusions are internationally recognized. Finally, I'd like to also acknowledge the leadership of Mr. Udui, the governor of the Palau at the Asian Development Bank, who will provide the closing remarks later today. I sincerely hope that today's symposium will inspire meaningful discussions and contribute to the sustainable future of Palau. Thank you very much. Salam.
Malmasaula Mr. Awagi. Kada malamol malangara tokora savings bond. Mer altay menguk namot teme dalong CSL special remarks. Makmo ontira Mr. Kenichi Nishigata. Hanggang Deputy Vice Minister for International Affairs sa Ministry of Finance, Government Travel Shabal. Hanggang sila kalmi obangga el alsils, makulungit ng bodap sa nga klolprot, at welcome ringin memel paskita al-daal.
So, Ungeru Kebes Senge. Good afternoon. Konnichiwa. I'm Kenichi Nishikata, coming from Japanese Ministry of Finance. And firstly, let me extend my sincere appreciation to Excellency President Whips and the government of Palau for the invitation to this very important event. I'm very honored and pleased to be in Palau for the first time for me, which is a country with tokubetsu friendship with Japan, and I'm very honored to deliver a brief speech in front of Your Excellency President Whips and distinguished guests and all of you. And I'm going to talk about the new Palau digital savings bond initiative, which the Japanese government is strongly supporting. Professor Yoshino, as was referred, he is the originator of this new idea of the digital savings bond initiative, and he will provide more details in later. So let me here explain the outline and main objectives of this new initiative. In short, the idea is to encourage Palau people to digitally purchase government bond, even in small amounts, from US $1. Instead of depositing your money in foreign banks account. The proposal is for the government to utilize money invested from the people and use it domestically through the National Development Bank of Palau, to provide Palau people with lower cost housing loans, infrastructure investments, and other benefits. So the idea for saving bonds came up because of two challenges, let me say, of Palau economy. First, on the left side shows above 90% of Palauian citizens' savings are now held in foreign banks, not in domestic banks. So, your bank accounts are mostly in the US banks. So, and second, because borrowing from domestic banks is now a bit difficult here, Palau heavily relies on borrowing from overseas banks. External borrowing presents challenges due to its high interest rates and its instability, such as sudden reduction of loans, typically during economic shocks. So how can we mitigate these challenges by launching the new savings bond initiative? First, citizens will have the option to invest their money domestically instead of depositing it in foreign banks. This will mean that your funds stay in your home country rather than flowing out. Domestic circulation of people's money within the country, as suggested by the President in the morning, is very important key, which makes domestic loans more accessible and less costly compared to external financing. As we talked, borrowing from foreign banks would be expensive due to its high interest rates. In addition, especially during economic shocks, commercial banks may suddenly tighten lending, especially during economic shocks, and become cautious about providing additional new loans. Therefore, excessive dependence on external financing or borrowing can potentially harm economic stability in the long term. So it would be very critical to diversify financing sources. And I believe that this digital Palau Savings Bonds initiative could be an additional, stable, reliable, and cheap financing source for Palau, and it will enable the government of Palau to provide lower cost financial services for the people of Palau. For example, by utilizing the money collected from the saving bonds, the government could provide more favorable mortgage loans options for Palau's people than foreign commercial banks, and more investments in domestic infrastructure development. So in sum, the savings bond initiative will enable Palau to increase domestic circulation of people's money, reduce the risk of excessive dependence on costly external financing, and provide more low-cost loans and investments for the people of Palau. I believe that the success of this initiative will bring better future for Palau people, and that the tokubetsu relationship between Palau and Japan will further be strengthened. Thank you so much for your attention. Mesu ke libestia.
Thank you, Deputy Vice Minister. Kada malamol mara diri kangara Palau Savings Fund, makada mongusel ongerung special remarks rigid ngara tokora Palau Savings Fund. Etyang ako po kuntira Mr. Nobu Hisa Nishigata, nga Councilor sa Cabinet Secretariat, adiri kal Government Traveler Shabal, mang may mo maskida sa alitasil sa. Councilor Nishigata. Sa Klol Proto.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nobuhisa Nishigata from Japanese government, and thank you for your kind introduction. And I'm working in the cabinet secretariat, meaning that my office is just across the street from the Prime Minister's office, and very closely worked at the center of the government. And what I'm doing is more coordination of the infrastructure cooperation, particularly the things for the international cooperation. And then our team is having some specified project at hand as well. So we do both two things. One is the coordination among the ministries within the government, and then the second is just to put the hands on and specified project. And this saving bond project is my assignment since I got this assignment summer of 2024, and has been looking at the development of this project, and this is such a privilege to work with you. So then today, just Mr. Nishikata, the Vice Minister, just very good introduction of what the saving bond is. So from my perspective, then let me start by some Japanese, and thanks for the friendships and partnerships from Palau. And sometimes support, we recognize that particularly we had the issue of the Fukushima, the nuclear, the sewage and the water things, and then we are very much appreciating what the Palau government did. So anyway, so that just some share the experience from the 1980s, I think. So just some cooperation project. So just from we start at the bridges. So the next slide. Here you go. Oops. Okay. So this is just what we say, the Japan-Palau Friendship Bridge, the corner Barbeldau. Yes, sorry about that. Bridges. So what we have done from the Japanese government perspective is that after the very unfortunate collapse in 1996, and we just answered the request from the Palau government, and we helped the construction of the bridge from the Japanese government and using the official development aid. And now it has been more than 20 years, and then we recognize that the president in the picture with the 20 years ceremony a couple years ago, right? And thank you very much for your attendance at that. So just one thing is, I mean, just we are very privileged and honored to join in the project to rebuild that bridge. And this we know that this is a very important bridge to connect the capital to the airport, right? So this is such an honor for Japanese perspective too. But just let me say one thing about the bridge things. This bridge is just built in 1977 for the first time. And at that time, of course, the Palau government did some tender and the biddings, right? Then, of course, Japanese company, the construction company, put the bidding. But the result was like non-Japanese company get the bid, actually. It's okay to me, though. It always happens. It's competition. So. But the point is, the company who get the bid is that the price was that half of the Japanese companies. So that's the point. So of course, that's the main portion of the competition is the price. We understand that. Of course, when I go back to the Japanese government, and I'm sometimes do the procurement too, so we understand that. But once it comes to the infrastructure, it takes, it lasts long years, right? So that the first price is not the only thing that you have to think about, right? So maybe, so that the 50% gap, then of course there's no chance for the Japanese company at that time to win the bid. But maybe you have to think, you got some lesson. Just that bridge lasted only 20 years, right? Usually the bridge is designed to last 50 years. Right? So maybe 20 years and 50 years, then the price was half. So maybe it could be okay in some calculation, but it's not good for right President. So that's the point. Like price is very important, but you have to think about the lifetime cost. Like if you think about the whole 50 years, then how much you pay, right? So that from the, in Japan, we say, well, I would say we advocate that the term of the quality infrastructure. And this is what I mean. The next new bridge, it's designed to last 50 years. So maybe you can expect at least more than 30 years more to last. And then some experiences in Japan, then usually you can expect maybe 10 years more too. So that's my point for the bridge. Then we go to the next airport. And we are very, very happy to have the opportunity to join in operation or construction of this new airport. And the first one is 2001, right? For the construction. Then now Japan has the privilege to join in operation and management of the airport now. Then like this is just I recently knew, but it's more like a geographic thing. But the Palau and Japan is connected under sea. Like we have what we say Kyushu Palau Ridge. Its ridge is the mountain range under sea. And maybe you can check the Google like a Kyushu Palau Ridge. Then you see just straight line from our western island to the Palau. So why not connected over the air, right? And then we are very happy to see the direct flight last year. Then we know that the president was on the first flight, right? Then you visited 4 times last year to Japan, which is very honorable from my perspective to how the one leader of the one country in 4 times, even though we had the expo or other big event in the last year, but still, thank you for coming for 4 times. And we hope that you liked the fishing gear that Prime Minister Ishiba gave you. So then, talking about the airport, and then now in the morning presentation, and I noticed that the tourists or visitors is coming back after the COVID-19. So then it's more connected to the whole discussion of the saving bonds or the development of the whole Palau economy. But then like maybe we have to think like now tourists is coming back. Then like airport is okay. Then we have the direct flight from Japan, Taiwan, and Australia, right? And then so now you can expect more tourists coming to your country. Then now you have to think about the infrastructure to accommodate these tourists or the tourism businesses as well. So then that comes to the point of the infrastructure. So like for the road between the cities and the airport, or like some, of course, you have the very many beautiful islands, then like how you connect the boats and these connectivity things. And you maybe, not right now though, but maybe you have to think about how you can accommodate these increased number of the tourists so that you can continue to attract the people from overseas. So then they will be the source of your economic development because they use the cash or the money in your country, right? And Japan is seeing this same thing. Like we are having to consolidate our tourism industry within Japan. And now we see the very big increase of particularly, before the COVID-19, then now coming back. So now it's part of our economy too. So then maybe we can show some examples and then maybe different occasion. But maybe we can give you some advices and those kind of things from our experience. So then, now finally, thank you very much for having the special the session for the saving bonds and just giving some comments on this. And we are supporting the one Japanese company who are allowed to the pilot project a couple of years ago. Then we had the demonstration event in autumn 2024. Then I was there too. So then now we understand that it's more like a proof of concept is done. And then now we know that the Palau government is working very hard to check the details, particularly, it's more like a financial transaction between people and the government. So there's much things to do, and particularly meaning the paperwork from the government side. So then like the Japanese government send an, I would say, wow, where he is? Here you go. We sent an expert, the very experienced expert from Japan via JICA. The Mr. Ishii is sitting there. And he joined in the team within the Ministry of the Finance here. And then like his team is very working hard to develop many things to launch the saving bond near future. So then maybe I should, from my perspective, Mr. Nishikata, the Vice Minister, did a very comprehensive overview. So let me add something from my thing. Is just think about if you need 10,000 US dollar for future, or let's say 20,000 US dollar for future, maybe your children's education, or maybe some other family things, or building a house, your own house, or those kind. Then think, it's 10 years bond. Just think of the 10 years bond, and then you're buying just for aiming to 20,000. Then how much you have to reserve monthly? Like what I heard right now is that the team in the Palau government is thinking of like a monthly allotment, so that you don't see the huge burden, but still, even from the younger generation people, just reserve a certain amount, not huge, certain amount of the money, reserving from the monthly salary. So then like if you think about the 10 years, then after the 10 years, you see the certain amount of the money is at your hand. So then, if you need 10,000, maybe you have to, it's roughly number though, but you have to reserve $75 a month. Not big deal, no? Or like if you think about the 20,000 in the 10 years later, savings, then you have to put aside $150. So that's kind of the scale of the savings things. So if you have like a cash or like the asset that you can mobilize right now, then maybe I would ask to buy the certain amount of the bond right away. But on the other hand, this is what we have done in Japanese society, I would say. Many people is doing that kind of things. Like this is not run by the government, but it's more like a private sector in the financial sector, or sometimes postal savings. But what we do is like this kind of things, just put a certain amount of the money aside from the salary. Maybe it's more like, you can say, it's more like automatically things. Then like maybe, for example, $75 a month, and then like 10 years later, it's gonna be the 10,000. So maybe like it's depend on your situation, age, or family structure, those kind of things. But just its quick idea is 3%. It's 2% bond. So like Mr. Nishikata said about those 3%, but more like it's kind of lower than that. But if the bond coupon is 2%, then the 10 years, so like $75 a month. 10 years later, it's gonna be the 10,000. So that's kind of the scale or dynamics of from the save and the consumer side. And then, of course, Mr. Nishikata already mentioned that more detail comes from Professor Yoshino-san. So I'm not gonna talk about more the investment side, but just we had a number of how much savings already have in the Palau reserve, right? Of course, there's the Mr. Nishikata said that 90% of them is now run by other part of the world, I would say. Mostly US bank, but now it's going to be a huge change. People just change their mind, or maybe switch the current reserve to the saving bond. Then like the government and the whole society can think of many new things for the betterment of the economy and the society. So it's more like a very optimistic view, but we also have shared some optimistic view here just after listening the presentation in the morning. So, and also like let me finish by this, and Mr. Nishikata and myself plus Professor Yoshino is ready to answer any question, because kind of in return of the appreciation of having such a wonderful opportunity to focus on this saving bond project in here. So very happy to answer the question later. So it's finished here, then passing to the baton to the Professor Yoshino. Thank you very much.
Malmasaw la Councilor Elaltay me okore kada Marcel presentation ra Yoshino Sensei hanggang mo maski da presentation ringi mo maloko ra Miguel kada mreng asulala over there mo elme di talgibel ngoswira Yoshino qadi oyu ida igal tigingel mo orgidro ko ngartiang dire kal ngarnya live motorengs yang ngoramal maklol to ko swad el make sure ogore kidel bekla ada mo ngil understand ertagid el program el gukpel presentering ya Dr. Yoshino tamreng asulala da saklor prote bolomol.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me today. I would like to talk about the savings bonds in Palau, which can circulate domestic savings within the country. Please go to the next slide. I came to Palau 2022, right after the COVID-19 pandemic. In my flight, there were only 2 or 3 people riding on the airplane. And when I arrived here, I have to go to the hospital to check my medical without any COVID-19 and so on. And we are very much worried about the declining of tourists in Palau. Please go to next. And COVID-19 pandemic had reduced tourists, and there was a serious problem for Palau. Fortunately, it is recovering, number one. And then I have noticed financial inclusion and financial educations are very important. not only in Palau, but in many Asian and Pacific countries. Third one is, I noticed many people are talking about, most recent figure, only 8% of your savings are loaned within Palau. So 92% of your savings are utilized to abroad. How could we bring back your savings with your investment? And that is number 4, circulation of your savings within the country. If I look at Germany, France, Sweden, and Japan, we have created our own savings which can be circulated within the country. That can provide stable financing for your economic development. So I thought Palau will be needed to circulate your domestic savings within the country. That is why I'm going to explain about savings bonds in here. Then I noticed number 5, skilled workers, and they tend to study in the US, and they do not want to come back to Palau because there is no financing mechanism to start up businesses. There's no entrepreneur financing. And I'm going to explain these savings bonds can be utilized to finance to them. Then they will be able to come to Palau to contribute to the economic growth. And last one is number 6, lack of higher education. University of Hawaii is now working very hard to implement remote education. After COVID-19 pandemic, we learned we can communicate without going to face-to-face, but we can look at remotely. And I hope the university education can be provided significantly remotely so that students can stay in Palau, but study as good as those educations going to United States. Please go to next. Would you like to explain? Can I go?
No, when you want me to translate, let me know. And then
I'm afraid I have to keep on going at the end.
Oh, so maybe I'll mlaway sa igel muluway sa Sir Algot del Mer Belao ang katartirgel team el economic advisor Blur Belao ang gigidel Marcel ngara tetud muluway sa lo sangari gigidel claim el gora ablalues malubeng igel dum blalues ending mararinya mlarmengs malubeng mlamuy legal gora turu taklel tial Blur Belao ulum amdasul girel tiagidel savings bank.
Okay. Please go to the next slide. Yes. Economic growth for Palau is very important. If the growth rate is very high, income will rise. That can contribute much higher consumption, at the same time, much higher savings. And those savings can be circulated within Palau, then that can accelerate much further development. And economic growth, which can create GDP, there are 3 important components on the right-hand side. Capital stock, like machinery, and labor, skilled development, and infrastructure. Those are the 3 important components to contribute economic growth. Then it is important to finance to purchase machineries and to improve their productivity. And second one, labor is skill development. Educations are very important. And infrastructure, again, they need money. So these savings bonds will be the engine of those supply of financing to capital and infrastructure. And these savings bonds can collect money from Palau individuals, and that can be transferred to National Development Bank of Palau, NDBP. Then they can lend those money, SMEs, housing loans, startup businesses, and infrastructure.
Wasaigal al tokoera usaso, ngani uspa la maklol al dongu, ngani uspa la im, ngani uspa la gero kuil. Kat magil al dora erngi mo al goro del bodu ula erngi mergo ay gidi abo agirel morngi ya era el morngi girel morngi a audo del dospe lo mara gidi ro kaldel tokoy el morngi ay adreli a te agidel savings bank sama savings band maudo del madera al sel belao un se lo spe lo mara yegi del caldel togoy egal savings banda sa lo mo lo ogiwa sel ngarngil National Development Bank of Palau.
Next slide, please. Many people are discussing about household savings on the right-hand side. Go to Bank of Hawaii and Bank of Guam. But they do not lend money to domestically in Palau. They invest into United States. So 92% of deposits are invested in the US. Only 8% is coming back to Palau. So we have to change those circulation of money to bring them back to Palau economy.
Wase gagid el ludo del domes el direct el waigel bladren ser el altutau ar adang ma el mo choking aududir gagid ancle el gel toblol bangal ngar belau emrogo oga el basen tringia a lo kukutuob del volablo siobaira krel belau es diak local el basen tringia gel lo spe el ngara al sel belau.
Next slide, please. Then the National Development Bank Palau is making loans to infrastructure, housing, and small businesses. But most of the domestic savings are invested into US, so they have to borrow money on the right-hand side from overseas, European bank or Taiwanese bank. Then their interest rates are very high. Then they have to pay higher rate of interest. Then National Development Bank has to charge higher rate of interest rate, 8% or 10%. That is very high for the startup businesses and small businesses.
Diga waigelo logol wase mang klolu do da ngal molo aray galbang etir otob der belau gida gok momeleng audo der tial el development gidel tial bangar belau etir uspe audo del mo Aigel podo lengertir, matuguk mo meleng audo dara ikrel belau, segi delilia bangara Oiroba, bangara blura Taiwan, mergong kesel bolo leng audo derngi, en wasentel gibel ngarbab olengil, matirga sel men direk guk ngani al bol liar bebul, awul mentel gibel mornya, el mo tibel morbaba olengil audo da podo lartir.
Next slide, please. Then the idea of savings bond is on the right-hand side. If households of Palau purchases those savings bonds, then the money goes to Ministry of Finance, and then that money is loaned to National Development Bank, whose interest rates are much lower compared to borrowing from abroad. Then the borrowers from National Development Bank, housing loans, small business loans, their interest rates would not be 10%. It can be lowered much further. Then the burden for the people will become much less, and startup businesses, small businesses, can much more actively play by enjoying a lower rate of interest. Then that can enhance welfare of the people because of their housing, and also small business can start their own restaurants, hotels, and so on. That can increase employment of the Palau people. And infrastructure can bring lots of new businesses into Palau, and job creation, and also economic growth will be achieved. So the savings bond on the right-hand side will create the circulation of money with the country, but at the same time, they can create new jobs. Then those people who wanted to stay in the United States rather than coming back to Palau because of lack of money, then they can achieve their desire to start up their own businesses by borrowing lower rate of interest that can enhance welfare and economic growth of Palau.
Es el momento que del luuk el ngatiang es el Kodula Savings Bank seguir el olsar araklisi el yeludo el bodangail podobaar yaudo da mora Ministry of Finance kadang araklisi el emral moraklit tul ya Ministry of Finance asab el guk o dai segal udo del mora development bank a development bank am arnya udo del olap mongolap el aradas ilmeleng udo dra development bank merula blai tom araklal tate mono milisi aklangartir malube tuguk sigetir adal mawrolo bentrir el milisi asyobartir maktub am kekerel syobay mongomur tiagi del savings bank el ngara uchara raklisiel es el oral mora klitutul emrokong mlal audo da dingara al sel belau misi em li agora garura di el sel belau lo la baudo de ludo dira other belau.
And next slide, please. I'm sorry, I'm using economist figure. And this black line is a production function. If this black line will go upward, that means economic growth will be achieved. Then Y is the GDP, and small k is private capital, and KG stands for infrastructure and government capital. And these savings bonds can finance both of them. Infrastructure through National Development Bank Palau, and small k is a machinery, equipments, or restaurants, so on. Those are financing for small businesses. And if they are provided lower rate of interest and stable manner, then economic growth will be expanded. So this black line will go upward. And that will be the achievement of sustainable economic growth of Palau.
Ngagi lo olter tial siasing edi ulmu lo ais lo asetial gol olter ngil siasing agirel di tir marwar president tamdang litir agi dem lamso da tokora seisi makeisai mausaso magidel gukti hutsul ad ado mesringi edi dungil mesas agi del gel sellora el morbab agi da ungyang ai gerro guil ukul ngarse ai ge ol hotela o ase selborngi ngagi del ludod en mosobiil maara gel dul logor selu ulel atokora dongu matokora tate mono matokora omakdor esel drule gigid en ya sobel smisi itial tokora geisai mesegid el gel el nya swad el domes ringil maral morbab amrael morbab tetelgib el ngarbab raikele arithmetic gid elementary school gidik sodil morisegide ara adel momesa direl sobil ngwa siasingani malmongil subi.
Next slide, please. And startup businesses, for example, on the left-hand side, there's a new building on the bottom. Then they are looking for some businesses to come in. Then young boys, they want to start up Japanese sushi restaurants. Then the financing used to be very difficult, but those investment trust funds and savings bonds, they can lend money to them lower rate of interest. So this business is very, very successful. Right-hand side is agricultural farmer who are producing rice, and then Japanese sake is on the right-hand side. They can also borrow money to brew their rice wine, and they are doing very well. Next. Please, next slide. Okay. These red wines on the right-hand side, and then some of the shells, and those have been financed by this money, and then they can sell those products through internet. Then their business will be expanding very much. So I think these financing of savings bonds, collecting money, but at the same time, those money can be utilized so that everybody will be happier and they can contribute to economic growth and employment.
Ngulol tersel got klel naringia ablail dirgam lo OBS timla garad lo speringi et ngagi da gugol ultra klel agu kegrel adam long mamlasam merura tiagid el kegrel el shobay momlo sobel el kukmo melengat tial tarad el marabar tiagid el klol blaim la modor tiagid el ngara klisiel ang guwais el wasen direk el kukmania sobil ngilaudod المورا كوكا سير سرا براس كده ديوم داسو براس اللي قال الدولونغوس اللي ترجع ديرك المرولا ملونغوس هيجي كده ليلوم اوي من كوك ملكت موك لوكي او دود السبيل النيلول كوك مروليا سير براس مالوبه تمار رمول مو يجي كده الفاليو ادد يقال كلالو توسبي يقال الدوب يقدر مول مو يقال لو سبي أرى في رجل الأولتا سياسين رجع جيد البيبير غوك ليلين أو دو در مول رجع جيد توقل كاغروس السبي المورني أترورني.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, these are the solar power panel, which has been also utilized by these savings bonds in Japan.
أيها ديرك اللي جاي جيد له دياغ الأورال أو أسيلسا دياغ الأورال نديتيال تاتمونو التوب دا دينجي أورال وسيجا ديرك الملو أرلوس بي أيها جيد له savings fund رابلو راسيابل.
Okay, next slide, please. Lastly, I would like to point out facing issues by Palau, and this savings bond could be able to support and resolve those problems. First one is aging society. How is it related to savings bonds? Yesterday, I was talking about to postpone retirement age and work as long as possible. And if everybody in Palau works until the day before they die, all the problems will go away. That was my first proposal. And another proposal is you have to save by yourself. Suppose you purchase 10-year government bonds, then are accumulating every year. After the 10th year, all the principal and also interest payments will come back. Then when you are retiring, 60 or 65, then you can use those savings bonds for your income and also for your spending for consumption. So even for aging society, savings bonds are very important. That is a long-term investment for your own.
Wase saving magara savings bank ado southern savings fund ado southern ilgirela maral mo wodel tia eli mlanga do wase ukmong ni ongra artial toko ang ruli ma retirement age amos el silsru era admat el mora tirgel morba bluat tirgel kok morsel bita lendia al gidro ko amo en direk el malogol wase al suku marada madangel wase takiel mo ang arak tel en sabil kay gidel savings band al baar en guk mo sisabella ngesra udo del mortir mo sabil el gutmok la gel soril المطمق الجوك مسوير تيجي ذا كلادر تير سيل بلا بول مريك الأورور يجوك تلونغير سيل جوك ولبونغر تير تيجي ذا الواد سيل دعاري.
And number two, improvement of productivities are very important not only in Palau but also Japan and other countries. NDBP is lending money to various small businesses, infrastructure, and so on. If some SME, small business, has much higher productivity compared to others, they have privilege to loan money much more compared to others. So there will be a competition among private sector to make their productivity much more efficient and cost efficiently. So that is very good for the promotion of productivity in Palau.
Saudar segi dalong erul el tingela productivity tiasel dolu dringil mo tokor bela ang wase kada mru lauror el diak do banana leaf ring diak do lela tu kada wal bol aigel kada mul aigel uror ada hara orgid el girel aigel temal tira hara orgid egida gutmoklum ang se wase tia diak dil tokol mergida adar bela or adar siabal marbek rogul ad le lorael el morbab segid el pol makasar adel لو ليلا تور أورور يعني ممكن أدري بلون رأى تيل مليا تور كذا أو إن دي سيل بدو ليلا تور أورور إمركون كل هذا النيا أم أر كذا كذا مرور أورور هذي أقبلون إلتي على قال لورول مقتمق المورتير منوال بولو سبيرا كمان التايم القتمق مقتمق لا يقال سكون مغنيا لورول مو أترول ما لوبين تقول لورول مو لوم أرر إن كيدل مو رباب سيجيدل التيمة ذا الأورور هجيل المؤثر مايجيل دودو درنيل التايم.
Number three is green economy, green energy, renewable energies are very important in all over the world. if NDBP can provide financing for solar energy, or I'm proposing the ocean wave power can be utilized, then ocean wave is 24 hours, 365 days, up and down. If that can be transferred into electric power, then Palau has no shortage of energy because you are surrounded by ocean. Japan is the same. So I think those new technology can be developed by financing these savings bonds.
Selong edeng masaudara tinggal atoring list renewable energy ang galo uspe asil so uspe ayol tengya direkal ko uspe ra haklisi elayu luma adasao ang wasi kada bulu liliwek ra adao belngani ayu luma adasao orngi el mangitenti ke meral morba be meral meriong e moeme tiakdil mode da adao el muse adao rabekal time madrelil mo o albornya udo dan sab ira adal el maudo del invest malubet choking ra gegi del guk sab el mo ngosutrir mengwa ral tial lortela guk tenkirtir magel ospertir el telgib el merio yo ospertial ngarngil legal lakter gidel mara yang edel mergib.
And number 4, many skilled workers tend to go to United States to work. Because even if they want to come back, there's no financing for them to start their own business or new ideas. By using these savings bonds, National Development Bank of Palau can finance those entrepreneurs and startup businesses so that those who wanted to stay US has an idea to come back to Palau to start their own business, and that can contribute higher employment in Palau and economic growth.
Wase selong ewang tirgel betokol ngas kal magikrel al tiaglul di mukurtir tirgel ngatialol ngaseurgid sin dektira soril di ke orior Amerika mal sugumong morngi tiagid el savings fund el tang morngi te al el MDBP mal ubem bank el banker belau asabil tirgel adel ngarai krel belau el mer belau en tamadngelo asingarinya te al mdiak dil mel mosiga udo ngarinya te al raudor ngarinya udo del sabil met el meng emergo guk momdas ul mrula bes el tretelela kladertir maluben urerir maluben del aklir ablur belau logu ay gagi del udo del logu savings fund.
Okay, please go to last page. Number 5, I mentioned infrastructure is very important. And for example, in Palau Airport, if it can be planned much better, then Palau Airport can have restaurants, souvenir shops, and hotels that has a spillover effects. Then the landing cost of the airplane will become lower by enjoying those spillover economic activities. Then airport facilities will become much, much more prosperous, and new businesses can be created by these infrastructure investments.
Selong ay imeng malokora tigingela igal maklol el tate monora buay tingulu spera scotcho luasia albornya udo den sabe del mutul sum aklia kitial klol scotcho gidra irai al tang morngia ablila blungur morngia ay gagidele hotel lo bengel mo abolway sige del sabi adel melke lo mungure lo maaraklalo en siregal sabi el mornya so el mongangata ay gel guk lo ay gel lo leng lo ay gel lo aralas ko gisel bel meteng el meulagras ko churairai lenguk mo sabi el mornya bebi rasi sabi la udo el morti ay gidel el scotchol blurai rai la agor o mesringir el ang emrogo das urtigid el tigingel.
Number 6, this morning people are talking about new fishing industries, like a fishing industry for dried fish that can be very light and easy to export to other countries. Those ideas of new fishery industries can be also financed by these savings bonds and with lower rate of interest.
Aselo ngayon ang diluwa sa elal tuta katiring sa toko era omanger manggagid ang gagid luwaseng sabi el labor niya gagid le udo de kada smisi ay gay luway gagid lulukoy ang gagid le okada alukoy di ang klel motokor bela ridep el marredra bo filo aseng si edermul ay gang ermul mo magkakabakak ng kalamulukoy gagid le.
And number 7, this is a repetition. Startup businesses and entrepreneurs. They can start their own factories or ideas by borrowing money from National Development Bank, coming back from savings bonds. Then much more people will come back to Palau and contribute your economic growth.
Selong ewideng musupira adal mengaudo del guk maktuba am gegrel so baertir mutelmu telmerbelao el matamo trigel adra tokoera usaso tiak lurul morangi dil adn ditil matmok le mengismu kaurerir.
So 9 is my end. Government bonds are very important, which can solve many of the issues faced by Palau, and they can contribute continuous growth of Palau. Thank you very much.
Asel maulubong la tigela savings fund, government funds al sugumong morngi tokoludaw mosol betokal ngeso el mokatmok legoy gagid ludaw del mongoswira government terbelaw komal masaul.
Malmasaula Yoshino Sensei, sel malungil el presentation ringi. Emsulang over there wal masel ngoswira a sensei lo yuida aigel al el time toltira kra program rigid egadamo goduk mlamo osmri sel togora savings bond boimul el mora panel discussion el mongarngi al lita sils mamo o moderator tel panel ang niya Mr. Kevin O'Keefe ang economist tel representa tutaw ore tel panel agirela aigal retirement system rigida other belawal ng niya SS ma pension aigal na mamregal lero club say trigal kuk mnodial mera aigal na mamregal club say amnari niya aigal el working group el blel create ogor el consistra el kakaros el ad ra el national government rigid madireg el private sector mar youth el gora amalas malguk mungud el malubet mga rungler sel osngira trigagid el kakaros el ad rom tegel kakaros el ad el girela tel togora SS ma pension rigid moswe edelo mes ringil wasegada girel ger ang raigel dorur el ang maguk toral budulu o koreng eng wangarang ma aigel group sa angani trigel go chairs ma aringi el ngartiang mar members o kore trigel el go chairs sa mo o members ra panel mabok introducer tir o kore tir lo tang al mera meng mas al mera stage bodu uli a panel el afternoon nariyak lawal group, masel group A, nariya a chairingi, alatang kal senator gidra senator Nakamura, mangwaging lelra tel stage. Sel group group B, nariya chairingi delegate Ralul, ngartiang alabanged, at nga delegate Ralul ngartiang. Nariya direkal cook chair cell group C at nga kal delegate ngiro ay may engang amlo dekal cell may obangget relang mako chair ngi el may ra panel mo amter ngi mat segit group C ang ariya Mr. Robert Ramaruy cell mamong yawal group T ako pledge chair ngi at nga kal senator gidral senator Basilius direct al mladak at sa elmay munguldur klia ko sharing il me member a panel el director elway igeda ma trigagid el chairs margot chairs moderator kulingit mutang al mera front kore bodo uli a panel discussion gid al gaps ngay Tirang almay ore temo present aigel guk mlem das ma aldo al guk mlo mokotmok ra al sel aigel group discussion sertir ra igal melgong al ru klubsay makadalngit trarbek lado mang mo maklorungud ore mormeng cycle results lang mal interesting. Direk al melamol mal direk ngaringi aigel mergos ma akora sa sales nak sergid magohin ngaraba direk al saba edel الجوك كوريان سرع الدو إمرأة المرا بعض مقدوق ما يصنع سرقيد التوم تويد إمل مول من لوريان سرتي البانل ديسكشن اللي تاسيلسا يبقول مرسيجيد أقول دي كده بالتام يقول لقط مكليا مودريتور يبغى مورا بانل ديسكشن رجيد على تاسيلسا سؤال بكلاد.
Good afternoon. My job this afternoon is very easy. Describe very briefly the process that we undertook and then hand it over to each of the 4 chairmen and also the actuarial expert from Callan Consulting from the United Kingdom, Peter Tompkins, at the end. And each of the groups are, I think they're not quite in order, A, B, C, D, but A, B, C, D, yeah, starting from this side. We challenged the groups with, can you make it whole screen so that you don't have all the ribbon? We challenged all the groups with how difficult the situation would be if nothing was done for another year or 2 years. And then they were offered the opportunity to go through all the different variables. It's about 7 variables for Social Security and 5 or 6 for the pension plan. And I'm going to ask them to describe in Palauan what was their process, what principles did they follow. For example, making sure that any sacrifice was widely shared across different stakeholder groups, or protecting all of the beneficiaries who have already retired, etc. They're going to go through that. And then each of them came up with slightly different, but most of the variables were the same across all 4 groups. So we're going to show, just Group A, if you could highlight Group and Senator Nakamura, if you could describe the process for Group A, and then we'll have you show, we'll show what your group came up with.
Coming. Malungil, sure, Keith, I'm going to speak in Palau if it's okay. Other President will go to Corbelo. Malungil, Suel Belmora, Tasil, Marbeck, other. nga kamle chairman or cell group A at dire lubeng kaya may co-chairman ng LCE kaya ngel CFO ra ISS Social Security amlara group par nga ka mga tanga teleng mle tokol kamama toys na kamama sa group pa tingel may wal blel maklol sino masilbela amlaringi of course ang kalma sa bilung dire kamlaringi Mr. Wilter, Mr. Asanuma, Mr. Uwegi nga gitong artiya. Magi wagim mulmura reram الكمو الشواذ مال أتيد الجيمير الكمو الشواذ مال أتيد الجيرة المناسب للشوب اللي قال تبلو البلان اللي قال تبلو البلان اللي جانا وهذا جلسبيرة تقول أمريكا لا سيجا واللايف لاين الجديد تقولين لايف لاين ترجع جديد الأذى تيرا من المريض اللوريور مكلوم على الأذى متصبل جيل at least enjoy retirement تير ما يقل السنين ما قلت يصير الواجل جيمول مثل تقال سمون الأذرة أو أورا سيقد ما أمس يصير retirement age من مالينا طول option يصير جروب برقا واجيم جيلينيل كمون جيرد المجيء جيد لو الناس أتيال retirement age يقول مقدار الناس أرينيا ديرك السبب الكليستن ديلير سيجيد المسويرة pension ما ديرك المسوير SS اللي ديلير سيل أذا مريء retire يا أذا مريء المملكة ذيل من سيجد أواجي مورا جيلين دي جيلين لا سي instead a gradual ال 20 years سيجي سي ميبل 10 years والأمسو ذيل سيت قال سمون هذا ولو أيسر ماما سي واسو من 50 58 تام ولا 58 59 موري تايل 60 يسوق 56 57 كوك موري تايل سيل 61 مل مسلب 65 يقع full retirement أكثر غير الندو الشغل لو أيسرين غير كيال تقورا 60 to 65 سيل mandatory 65 years غير التقور كمان من group باوالو غير ويلم لصق ملوا هنجيرين ما غير أسين أمورين أتعلم مسبب إلى هذا سكوب من سؤال retire 60 لين مال من لما صار retire 16 سبعل تقال سمون الأذر أورا سنديان سبعل ندين وايا أسيل دايتايا سوم غمر أذر retire 60 إذا استدرا منيل مو 65 غموا بقول دلنا 80% ترسل وال full retirement ترقاو سيل سكوم من أيدير غير retire غمر retire 60 وا 80% ندين سؤال ما تكليس سيل 80% ال retirement ترقاو according المرتقال الأذر أور أساسي قديم المول من الملارين اللي مكمو أبوم سير ديال البوم 65 إلى ناس المو 100% أو أوريول وايسي ديال الملارين يمورا غير الكور أسوشيتد مرتين دي سؤال يو وايس سنديال الملارين أكوك بيبي غير الجديد تلقى أدرى لو انفورسمنت مار نورس أدرى أسبيتار مار أدرى أسكول أكيد لوري رامرين لوريور. الدريق اللي نرامون أم لاني سيدنا سنتوري سيرفيس ريتايرمنت. من والد إمور أم لاجير لا سيتيان أسباب هذا الدريق اللوسيسبي من مستريات اللي ترجع جدا الأرض تيرا أول سال مال من بريق لوري اللغة العراق مسير الدريق ريتاير. أم له إنشاء الدريق السبائل أسكو من قدر ريفورمرني الدريق اللي دايتو مو أدوري سيرفيس الدريق اللي مملار سيجد اللور أماونت ترى. أيقالي قال retirement ترقاو سيجد نعرف 80 من سمل مرينا ورير بوليس كيتا تورول مأسوي عندي غني أتعلم سنسي retire after 30 years مالو بلابوم 60 early retirement عندي كدينو سيجد reduced amount of benefits sell portion next sell years for full basic أجدي من الألا سهالة بالمدير المول من دي أنا 35 years. Sell minimum qualifying course sell mo fully insured malung kamo sa emil kumula si kamlabes ta se 38 el time 38 quarters se gim taitangi ngara na 10 years 9.5 years 38 quarters is I think 10 years close to 10 around 9 years 9.5 sell pension increase ra wage growth gim momesat kal sliding ngara usel 50%. Tigel baby ala ngara 80 ma 75 di ma 50. Ila tianga mokte ringil wage growth while explaining me kam tiel other or takmo mo na lela SS dire lo mesla singa so kumang le ngilas aududira other government malubong sale wage aggregate wage ang ngilas 4%. Gore asogum en so example 4%. Asogum segi del ngarcel el percentage of wage growth ulkum 100% matigegi del gabi mala retirement mo mas segi del 4%. Okay? Masuma let's say ngilas dudira ada government wage growth dudira ada ngilas tiga lorior 5% en kamiu aku bil retirees aku ku asida telgibel sumo 2.50 en 5% en 2.5% traducido a más. El mes es el de borsel contribution rate se hace ada oro ngingil employee contribution mangil employer contribution se el time social security a 7% tigil dakalo dong el sistema kasi ada oro gil el employer ngi ang 7% rasel salary ngi ma employer a match ngi la 7 se amo sois social security di mama el presidenta a grupo para mama toca tiramne tirayi del mami ligi ma esta diria kalom das social rengalela adlang okra elang rengalela adlang okra elang ma diria kal ada ultuir tial salary ngi mang altang magigor ulmes ngil mo erela kadong tiger sel ludu del ngel ad la kadong ngas sel kal share ngi el wal en nadilo al mol mel 17 agora aqui do nitra employers mal alguma set additional 2% al mogaber leng seguido kadang attitude all time tiga itu play group para kami decide se me very employer mal cover say whether national government cover ngi because state governments my garul non organizations la government terki ma dire que el private sector. Agi si kahali ngul lo mesa 9.9 employer 7%. Esel labora alam sam en wal rasikap ere laka da don gimo gimi asing songo sa although de dire kaldia ka ora ngil ula sa although ngargin mesois mo kadim ere di zero. Emesa set ya sedru legal o ureng kadamora sel positive kadamora sel green. Mesera gibora asel benefit bands malubong rates ilal time basic minimum 3,800 or $316 tra a month seguida basic minimum kama manes som lang as sel basic minimum mo 5,000 mesel wal boy basic minimum tiel adal tiram lay mo daita nga 400 ma adalengel ludo esa gimlu le gagid el wagib lem change agora gil meser sel total net sel performance tial el mother gamam agi milsasing laringia ngatangana green 31.2 million mang aktimo kmuy gagi del last el 2 el agora comments la group nga kum da sin close to tel akma gel comments la group nga agot en tergel na grupo nga ka dili kalmo o kimno adadu emsada trigegi del adadel adal huri ping tiran makataktar al may o mkrora ng alged mo parta family rigid e agora loral este disilmo a belurir dingo 6 months el retirement tertir mang dili kal yogram lo adadu emsada saltang asab edelo meserngil el mo gel adra mo belul melon mo seorgid adra belao e agora loral el sel guktingu sel la share sel nia ulsispil share ngi el sel employer age agora diga tora udas dimne so mamal a grupo na agora isi sel en close to telela adire lo mes tergegi del adel tira ul naseo lo ergid el adel bela lo mgro rabelwa el se magra dire del parti sel while ball lulubong ora ikali itogor SS en agidire el lomdaso el como oh, by the way, tial scenario, o bangkele kaya kita dula sing we value the lududem, while se klisi el lududem, am dolas mel hangaramong adolas mel el keeper ngi de lang. Isel while wora gibro pension isel wagi multur ka kliak mo ang tang maybe instead of the mere the gel adal aurora sacrifice say that 1% tani kami do initra kapalmente sin sebelo sikrolel e gore duk mo sugi the say del 2%. We're just going to be in SS, right? Social Security for now. Okay. Nadigay gid gore ha kukma migrant sa moderator.
Ali, tasil se president kau mas bilu ma. Giturong tiga rubak, tasil se te president ta grupir, grup agit. Yung mga tanga tigil lumatir na rumul belaw, amne parta grupi. Giturong tiga rubak ulo mamar eli. Yung aling niya baby lang ang high school banggamam. Mawukil baby la retirees ra government, tem la morio private sector. Continue nga service, na retire. So, mga man lokal na diverse a group program. Tigil, alda doon, nara group program kasi nga principal na dobang omu roberet. Man lo berkatakal wasing gire la adal understand ringal lurio lo doruringi. Magim lo lagi lo masel table milgat mok lam. Matam lo understand that it's just lat and most of mamal ngaringi mga mga contribution na beklat. Masih semua ketemu masalah tiada tu kau yang understanding Arabic lah. Siam legot el principal wasing. Dia kasi el dia obat tiada table lo obat lo meter ngira. Elang lo dik mereka lo ul tu al tu ngira. Mengat mok ngira ngang gestengil menak ngira. Sehingga man legot el principal ma. Menuasap ela Arabic lah adang asal serum ngira input tu. Mungkin sehingga president Arabic lah adang lim ngira tereli. Enggak gitu momen sengira grup A ma B ma C ma D, ay kami gat mok elim dit tiga dak ngat tiang makdi mo mga gitu el mora grup B. Akot el ger el milgat mok grup B wasing. Gira ngania reform and dia reform. Ma grup B am lagi agin ngel wasing gira ngania reform because the time el time ma dak se do ki. Sekadem agree say gitu ya gore mel mon braberat lo gi waigel. Aldo ma group P sel moment se sel reform ma ase one ngire ngani reform it's a must ngire ngani any form of reform ma agire makat mokel all time makat more sel service and retirement age sel retirement age sel all time makat nga 65 years old group P amle agree to sel 60 to 65 la temel at 10 years. So I get options in naringil early at 10 to 20 years. Hindi grupi am decide ya early am naringi president early a grupi lagi sige the understanding at a table ma process a grupi am naringi ansela social security plan ma understanding at and tilo pada 7 kakarosen options. I give no wrong. I get 7 based on number 1. Take the moment lang number 1. So kada omes sa sustainability la program, still number 1 at take the omes lang ang ating option 2 dire sustainable. Digi dire ka omes sa sige the outcome ring over telara. Luwasing rang overshooting malubang guk ngungin nding guk mata basura adro urior malubang guk wangrang ngel balance ay kita do. Sige da omes sa guk B say the 60 to 65 over 10 years. It's a good makling gagid lower. The more still years of full basic, they question the social thing 35 years and the mlakamongot ang gagid. Magada malmol malmo sel minimum qualifying quarters. Sila dabor ang qualifying quarters. Sige da kim ngilde. Legul mes ringel age la 60 to 65 قدم صادرة 5 years. يا سمو قدوم مثل أقلنا أضلوا وريور التايم قدم صادرة 9.5 years قدم صادرة 38 quarters. Basically in 10 years ما additional 5 and 15 years هذا صار. مثل number of quarters اللي ما قلت الجروب قلت مكلي غوغيرني يعني سيل نقولون مو 58 البيس لا 4.5 years. ما سمو قدوم نتي سيلف 5 years نقول له ذكرت 10 years قدم صادرة 15 years. ما أقول متغوغين واسم متغوغين تلا واسي ما أضلوا وريور ندير الهيلب تاع البلان 60 to 65 من 65 من full retirement نسمي له أنا لذو 65 المون اللي ناريو قوارس الغاو ندير التورا بلان كمريض الويتش سيجد من سمي له مو 65 يعني سيجد الفول بلان لو بنقدر نجد 58 القوارس سيجد وقتي من المناطق نجد الممثلين جروب A ما جروب B يا الالتام average 38 بس الجروب بيرنجد next لو separation increase سيجد الويتس growth لصالين يا جروب A ندير أجيب من المول من 80% لو جيب الويتس growth ما سيجد أمريكا سيجد سن التتلي الأوضاع اللي قاوة ما وخنجرني هذا من تجد contribution rate تجد أدري سل ما مثل جروب A ما جروب B أكلارو سين سل 1% سيجد جروب B أدري increasing 1% لقد المثل سيجد الجراف يجد القليل واسمه 1% تنقل نقول مكلي لو بنقل الكورنت ال 7% دي سيل جيم ريسنج جيد السيموليشن واسع 8% تنقل نقول مكلي alone البيس 60 years old يدري البيس 65 years old ما عملوا مسك واسم مقدمورا 8% تنقل 65 وانا كل مرتين سيجد الجروث يجد أصاد الأمسرين يجد البيك الأبشنز الملوني إن تجد أو كل من قد موقع الواسعين healthy إذا قا risk اللي جدا ماي ومن مول ما سيجد ال 8% ما 65 سيجد أو final decision أو B سيجد أمام مسرين and this is human get employer ما employee اللي less by 1%. هذا more cell lump sum additions إذا قا أو with this simulation إذا قا أو total دول أو الألسين مصوم غضون سين جيد ال 65 مع 58 من جيد ال 8% تقدم لغة مكلين قال بلان all the way up to year 200 to 2056 إذا كان جيد ال fluctuation مع لوبون risk involvement جيد ويتسجل ببيرة معضل جيمون أتموك نارينيا 1 إنه number 3 غمام الوك ما مسرني at the same time period ngarinya plus yang mung dia sustainable nding actually sustainable nding ngarinya risk involved but say kita one day comparison agi bururingi was ngara risk ngarinya 10 year risk gadalu sangara 20 million this sell 9 to 10 years before say gadu قضومس sell assessment الواسع 9 to 10 years ngara nguk mal mloklodo مقدم سوق ngara 20 million ما say well calculated risk say kita المومس ngir after 10 years from today say كده الجوك مورا نكسل 2038 and say a risk after say I'm not healthy plan moving forward ما question من ما ما سي قدموا تاجد السيف مالوبن plan this steady مرال ملموكلو قالوا بنغني كده calculated risk سي هذا الماين يا مستقبل ما دي عصير من الريسك سي كده president مو قدوم مثلا قاعد so مو قدوم مثلا كده الأول options مملورني أبيك individual راروم ngarinya of the swell ngarinya other swell 8 ma 7 everybody got heard ngarinya of the swell e got top of the swell other gui e ngia mo top of the the number 1 logio asenkyo mendim la qad al moita of the swell سيدا امام سنgi ya bekal el basic minimum adi maintain سيد 4000 سل moments سنجيد ال 40 million over the period of time from الالسينس الموسم قد موتشين ستيان الملموت را نكسرا 2056 سيجد $40 million a projection كده البورني إن هذه من المول مدينة growth الريتش سيجد الأول overtake the span of time مسؤولة يكون مايكل مسا translator
Group C.
Tasil presidente, tasil se bilung ko mangituro. Ako mo reporter sel Group C, Matiamal mle dia kan mle diverse members ringi hanya nanya delegates mga kangatalom te era delegate Stephanie Ngiroy Menga ka mle chairman of group C. Tial gel kuk mle guiding principles silgi multirak la musing gedel momes tial sel mle grandfather tial gel la mle grandfather tial SS mal dagadurut agegi del tangtingil sila alit maklital program. Direk kalmo mesayek musingral variable sagel tol sebedel gida sacrifice kel sebedel motmu sebedel soldering la mugut maklital program ndakal collapse adimred al time sebel melmol la damadia kadamay mdangali selwal value tal program especially mortigel adel tiamo retire. Agimlo mesegel selgot sel misetial programa amral require a reform. Gire del mesegel sebedel ngodi matial programa dagal bol matrobra dimre del time magi mise okay kadamla group amla creek mise kadamlo la sel one yamo require tal reform tal program. Kadamlo mes sel retirement age mtia direct Tiawal common to kagil for a group musang gilel increase ringi to 65. Digi ulemes se 20 years tamal kamangat. Palswel dinga sa 10 years engaringi segidel within every 2 years el ngasekla a retirement age. Muswel address tigel mo retire let's say ga 55 to 59. Mukuklal sa man na ogedia am ede gido kuk kamangatia temela retirement age. Muswell get 58 mil mo 61 retire and so on. Kegida dia kelgi mul mestring ik muse so 65 within 10 years will klam ngatela time el gida osperingi reach 65 years of age. Sel years for a full basic dia kel maldim lagi mo Orut ringi agidi mil 35 minimum qualifying quarters sel mo mesra group C aging mal ngilul mo rabab aging ngilul mo 85 leng tamlar agim le ora adura drongla metangaringa already diga ka retire the year setiram la quarter setiram uritsra 85 le sel 85 quarters sing that means sing kamla orol 21 years. Elaw nga ka quit sa 65 di quarters nga kamla. Ngala ang reach sa 85. So gilumes sing musemedo ng sakli elmo 85 malbol ngaring sel equivalent tra years ra morior ma-contribution ra kalmora program. Magilya sige muse elbol 85 malingaring okay, tagida klungelaw do del gamla contributor ngi el ma program mung tagida ngi klungelaw do sem retire musoring. So sige dikal one ragi mul mister ngi kung maulagi malung si el mo 85. Sel kuktokor pension increases the wage growth lagi malung marak musing inflation na direct kaltara tokol dakat del controller ngi. Ragul tokor ablada avalura do da dimral mom itut ay kagidel tokor ablada del dub el hotel makamadra ablad adik kanya impact tringira klangar gidel other belaw magyamrak musingide del increase ringi mo 80%. Sel tokor contribution rates agilumes ringi kusing mal ta dirga dul ngus ira 2017 Dirigul ngus ilmo 7%. Diriga kalbol true rak elagduk masada amalongas eringi. Magiuk se medido ngus il talagib el dimo 7.5. Kada direk kalomes tigil legal small business gida malungin medek musegal small business gida umalu rakabalmente. May malagda sal ngal olongas segid el burden el mortir tigal Adong si kalen nga impact ngira a person cost 30. Magidil ng mo 7.5. Ide kalun ng si sell share employee kung ngayon sige del sacrifice el employee direct kalgirel contributing. Selam sam edition sa dim lagi marut ringi sel basic minimum agi dilungus ilmo from 4,000 agi dilungus ikmu pol 4,005 mendirek kal ngangi sel kora talgi belngeswa elungum sanggel kora malos piangeswa el other ngam la retire. So igagida aku ka tetele lagel laur el momes el group sia giltmok la el mertiagi del madaling esil taramal one guiding principles el koragim mulmes ngi ak muse me direct el boda considera tokora albul agi kora ulmes kumtial bora a congress blad address say en adibiot tertir el paseng. So tiga terul ngatiang makadingul misteri. Comme cela.
Senator Jose Jordi Reng siya kada chat. Sula malungili tasil sa. A group ti akum das yung kora tigil naman si Ilma Sabor da kora abla katak lo asay. Kadal arogul kora mlamo biot akum das lo asay kadiri kam mlamo understand. Mal nam sa la senator mlao yaku else model lo asay. Adong sa aklil mo 65 inganya te earlier adal retire early ding ko ngarnya at talgay ra benefit. Hindi awan point tawasi ka-spread ringi hindi do tawal wase ringilak lang arakaw yung napal do siswa sel total value ra in this wakal bara akulmol medik kuay sara a group ti agi dire mal ne ngaltangata kulu ay sel elil wase agibam nang ok lagibam bangal batokor kamama kumdasun kamama rokoy adimle contributor dimla ka retired Imam Saul ambassador la osing mo kan gida kursil el me contribute mong nation ambassador gida ma Australia din ay ganiya kora agi kora dimla madale tui ba igel kora gi mer tial teletar el wase bol korbila urered madosa da sem aklela sem aklel masab aklela igal tablo program el ganiya kora korbila awase kadmo yakir Makot tuluul lagi mir rogul waseng girel tabasul. El sel tul tabasul yang wasi rogul adma al ngalel mandi kalbolo brother adi imong. Pekla ada ngarnyal bol alung ngi multibel mo kabakra rogul ab. Ungirung irodire kalulum daswa tia tokobet sel tokoel mora social security. Agi kora asilis per omsa del mutal bakal wasi. Kalelungil lakadongit entigra qualifying quarters malu bende kat salobal morbab. Le cordillera ngura fea inclusive so del perrogola program SS mendiaka mo makasal other web 3 esang di our madaleng sa akla system and din di erung edel quarter betorar at maklangar tira modia kada sebe del sob akla mang seguida wase tial security adri galwa safety net kada sacrifice telgib mangsebe la tol adal mo edri kan nangin kamama mal amnara krela belau mermal mermel meurior endil met tangara melengela gel tukura argila urior matuase ulgomak so isbe calculate galebo krebot el modia qualify mal masaul mlamer mel ngaseu ending sual mol more takra program segidia mal masawla da delegate ra klol blur el double banget diri kal nasib ele gagid el toil me dum igada sma de mongilom dasu ma ding magidil ngas akwas magi kongel waseng reforma SS e kongel waseng level 65 el di true ra alu ra mal meudo idim lagi mong itigra isel full basic years mong malamol 35 years ang idil ses nga kwarel mo 4 years mo rung 10 years ede kalsal mal mo roido and then agidiregal tokora fairness agidiregal so makdwa ngarnya amla ma giditel diregal ngar om sauder el alwasi ngarnya bulukurulela karogarnya af wages ay gabe krakal ngarnya sa aklel el
government ang aringal public sector ang lamarnya ong sakli laudo dragan merkorak minimum wage am lamas mangya malamol mel aringa saklaw do di agi kaltela timing ngaringing there's tang ang sakli la benefit mang diri kalm lagi mer wasing girel morngia ang sakli and diri kalm neswa dal wasel tapasul memol 1 to 1 malso mang mas 2% ang mas 2% benefit Digi diri kalwasi sa kita ko kurang sacrifice ringel retirees di telgib so akla program magim lo ko ngel wasing 75% until inflation benefits sel mal qura amle telgib lim qura sel kum naswing amle qura kluchen sa ong sa ekra contribution rate el diul dire kalor tirak rasel gimel wasing gil tabsul engilas en masa employer ma employee ngarinya adelige tablo ablilio milsadra tutau el gora sewa agriga deliget kadong sikli yagriga wa yakuriul bello ngas el morba len segi kadamla mo qrab laqatak lo hasing ngarinya sa kilawdo manglavital sacrifice yang sakle laudo damil agora karigram darap lilyo seguidia gim lila igay ediri kan mer area basic self basic minimum di 4000 kadiri kan wasit nya kadiri kan adjust to maging la benefit mo igay gidel gimlo taw tagay gidel variable se seguidia awal blood sub akla social security sulang.
Thank you, chairs. I'm going to ask you to give the microphone to Peter to basically explain a couple of things. Why switching to the revalued system is very important, and why having indexation going forward is very important.
Yes, the current social security system does not reflect the change in value of prices over time. And so one of the features of it is that the earnings you contributed contributions on 20 years ago are worth the same for each dollar you put in there as a dollar paid this year. So we felt that the system needed to be reformed so that the time value of the change in prices over time would be brought into calculation so that for $1 paid in contributions 30 years ago, you'd get more pension than $1 paid in just yesterday. So we've incorporated that in the way that the formula works. And for the future, there was no guarantee that people who retired would get any further increase to their benefits after retirement because there were no automatic increases to those benefits. And from time to time, there have been supplemental benefits added to new retirees' benefit payments. And those have been a little bit ad hoc from time to time and not fully funded in the system to start with. At the moment, the government is still paying for some of those. So the suggestion of having a percentage of wages added into pensions in the future means that the pension, the benefits that are paid will be going up alongside wages going up in the future, so that the beneficiaries of Social Security can benefit from the way in which wages improve over time. So having baked those both into it, the system should be robust to try and keeping some cost of living adjustments for those who are in receipt of the benefits.
Thank you, Peter. I just switched the screen so that we have not only groups A, B, C, and D, but we have a consolidated result, which was, with the agreement of the group yesterday, kind of taking the most common ideas automatically and then just kind of averaging out the other ideas so that we still end up with a positive solution with as little suffering as possible. And you see there that basically, so 80% is better than 75% or 50%. And yet 48 is more quarters required, 12 years instead of 9.5 years under the current system. And then the same 8.8 that was contemplated by effectively 3 of the groups. One of them was 7 plus 9, but they contemplated a 16% combined allocation. And the reason they worked so hard is that they had seen a model results that looked like this. If you look at the right-hand upper chart, the red line is benefits, and the blue line is contributions. And you can see for the first roughly 25 years, benefits greater than contributions, benefits greater than contributions. And that is reflected in the trust fund in the lower right-hand side, the gray shaded area. The trust fund just disappears. Because every year the contributions are less than the benefits, they have to grab from the trust fund. The trust fund isn't big enough to have earnings large enough to fill the gap, so the seed money of the trust fund was projected to be disappearing in about 5 or 6 years from now, at which point every Social Security beneficiary would have received a much reduced check for a very long period of time. And so the groups were looking at, and they realized that some sacrifice now to avoid that kind of result would be worth it. So when we put in the solutions that they came up with, and I'm going to do that live for you, hope that it works. $48 quarters, 80% inflation, 8% from employers and 8% from employees. And instead of the red box with a $141 million deficit and the red line always above the green line, we're going to see when it recalculates that we're going to get the kind of result that groups A through D were looking for. The gray shaded area never goes below the buffer, which the buffer was set at 1.5 times the annual benefit each year, so that you'd never be in fear that 1 or 2 bad years of the market and you would have no buffer. And then the red line and the blue line hug each other fairly closely. Eventually the blue line actually goes above the red line and the trust fund begins to grow. One of the lessons from this particular solution is it works very well. The buffer is always there. The promised payments can always be made. And at some future point, every 3 to 5 years, it's recommended that the board and management work with whatever experts are necessary to keep reassessing, making sure that the system is healthy and sound. And if it's not, to give that information to the executive and to the legislature so that modifications can be made, or perhaps better, maybe it's a thin legislation that allocates to the board the right to make changes based on actuarial assessments that show changes need to be made. The good news is changes could be either way. If they're collecting too much and the fund is growing explosively, you could reduce the contributions or make other changes that were beneficial. And there's a lot of time with this kind of reform to get the fix. So let's switch. We're going to switch back to CSPP. If there are no questions, we're going to switch to CSPP. The same 4 groups solved the same second system issue. Do we want to go in reverse order? Delta, Charlie, Bravo, Alpha?
I see. So, milamal malmara ukmro misra pension. Magidiri kalulus pea o sisiul el gel principals. Ikongel gotlo ul el wasi pension agira the reform ringi. Ling wasi asing selo luloltringa gevin el wasi. Alla kadorang en dia kal sobla program. Hadiri kal gimlomes el wasi. Ngungil bra the define contribution. Diri kam no sabi elangal semmong al adra gal semmong al memo bakamam e ol trasya single wasi ulkom kadamora define contribution en teling bay diri gal bringin a pension plan al swap lem diri gal magire del haraw at tablol kakarosel system magi mi tilbir rogul wasi dia kada bora disi dia kada bora define contribution el mutugul tibil wasay dia katara time rangar matadal time the bora define contribution di malmol ma program define benefit direl waigel giblem gimel wasay girel tabasul girel agel drone mora ss agirel direl mokmedo lo sisiu el mora pension direl bodo odomi engarnya arangar ss de ngar pension makuk desarula pension el maungil ya chair kamamra senator Basilius amal dilul wasi lakadasal kuk mga lior ang pension itigil kuk tingar SS at saralin mamring ma mdire kaldim lo sisul wasi 65 next over 10 years retirement age adire kaldim le seigid ma contribution rate tagiblom chance ringi long si 1% mle 6 emo 7 employee e 7 employer mdire kal tilgiber say matilgi bertiang yakriga meo ngus aklidra rule why say di aigang al no sabe del dio ngus retirement age mo 65 o ngus contribution rate di mo 77 adini kan le tuir wasing ngarnya lo ma elol million el blado bedira ablura amerikel el sabe del ngulo sisbira pension masegi dia diri kan ngarnya al dadu el wasay madangil wasim dar nyaw da sul wasi galel kuk sebel ngarngia contribution ROP ndi umdas lagi kora gilngel wasi bedet botada ke take care ngirela kale mrania diri gal sebela sel kuk extra el contribution pension el kuk ngarngia bebira problem el sebel el solve lolap diri gal dil gagi del tablonga maklo and diri gal dil ligagi di albanglet ما بذا هذا ما الغليل ضغط مكلي ما يجي ذا قرادي ملي جنس كمان سيجي ذا ملصق ال مكرين ملي 31 مليون percent value سلام
Selguk report Group C. Agi kilingero guk msetial program require reform. Lakadakat makli ang SMLD elsela kasarak within 6 years or less than 6 years. Program as well collapse. Agi direct kalulmes museng kadamalmol malngara defined benefits. Tegi del programa actor. Salgot del muktub tigel minat mo kartala amil لما ذيك مسيت تيجيد البرنامج أتل مرابلور بيلاو سل دومسترا سل retirement age جدرك لون مستقلي المو 65 مسل بول أتل ما social security سل دومسترا contribution rate mal dim lagi mo iten tigring Aquí lo más se consiste al igual state government direct al mal kaya batset teringi sel most aklitial contribution rate ng nga impact ng operation cost 30 gidirek lumusok siya those akli suma SS ang mas by 0.5 iri wala kadolngas artial pension direk nga impact ng mga government admayek mo siya pension amal mortigel aurora government la mortigel agencies siya lolomol nga 6%. Sel crediting rates sa era reform tigil already tamla contribute til mura plan lolomol misel 2% sel retire di sel tigil cook after reform the reducing ilmo 1.5 so ngaringi segit tigil dirgal retire bols il adjust sel bol retirement tatir etamadek misel tamo reducing ilmo 1.5 Sel domesegel additions to CSPP funds yo mark mo siya government agirel mo lola imal girel mo klo imal lol nga sir tial pension sel makatmok la sila 1987 sel maktabitel program et triliak mo siya nga alela congress tial fund Letamisak mga time tial programa mo alakad ka domaluringi alakad also ayaw do del the contribute to moringi and so mo collapse so seguida lilsang ma group of rak musetia ginel require seguida at least 10 million el dungulo sisbi el molo suital plan e direct si algo lomo el melang ya government diga kal fulfill sel obligation eti tial ngara ala dir katelew magyom disak mo sal sumtulat kal 10 million seguida amos pedro mesengik mo tamlakut maklangar alir so ang mal na mo kamata dongi ti di kada continue eskartik mo sa gyol ngitang eswa kami mutiagida te al kami asib ilo lat 10 million mo swira program ndakal collapse timret al time So, hindi kaya report Group C.
Kadamera Group B. Andri kalau sisiul Group B Group B sa lo mesagat tablo plan. Yung wasingget lo mura Social Security awera the brasa pension plan. Lel sea rogul ngara Social Security include ngara pension plan. Yang ngara pension plan ada Social Security include other rogul including ngara pension plan. Mga pension plan ada ngara Social Security. Hindi tigil ngara ikela government ada ngara pension plan. Sel laul mga umura Social Security Makata set segid baseline ma other pension amo tirak keringi. Lengirel tabsula retirement age, Michael quarters tira. Ada ita. Wa pension ada ka quarters ringi mo. Kaba mura segid. Ma kadam tengel wasing kadam group P ada sisumra SS ma pension wasing hospital reform. Segid am legotel. Lengirel wasing reform agil but makli segid principle of the set ringi. Disel Again, scenario milgat mo ka reform mga niya tablol batngel. Ngara defined benefit, ma defined contribution. Ese elorial tablo maluban di imo. Ay kita option ng tangal metal mo say. Ila ka ngara defined benefit, sa the transfer mo defined contribution, maluban kung mitititing nga defined benefit, yung mo vertical BSL men mo defined contribution. Di Group P di mlakal ngere gero rogul hindi ngere wasa dol mol nga defined benefit masigi da mo do dara wera da pension ma sel mo mesra defined contribution of future adiak era mo la sel DC rate mundiak zero magidim no o mesra retirement age il gedo mga sisira retirement age il ndia sel mo tablong at telela retirement age avelaw Ngira el retirement age el 60 to 65 lo si sing ma SS. Ma pension na multira ka sen ngaringa SS el di imong. E kada mo sel age el waseng ngaringi sel 20 years and this is you sel 20 years 60 to 65 ma 60 to 65 as 10 years. مقد ملمول مسل baseline كده مسل تنجينا social security. مسل ناسيجيد دي مش يسيول سن number 2 أو أتيل وسن 65 لوجي و 10 year سيجيدا أو ك decision group B. يسل أوبر contributions al time نغرا 6% ترى both employee and employer. من جيل تبصول سيجيد ناس أكل employer نغرا contribution نغني الجيل نغال employee نغني. يقال employee دريق نغني contribution رغاو الجيدم. من دي قديم ممدسك مو employer دين التانع مترمسور سي مولا صار قدام. من جيل equal سيجيد contribution الفاكتور اللي كده. بس هي أقول من قبل ناس يجيد 7% المورين تبلو. بس المومسن social security ما pension را تبلو الجروب تبلو البلان يا عندي شيء ويجيد ناس أكثر 1% إتسرا الجروب بي. هذا ما سيجيد الكريدت ريت من درجة الجروب بي هذا من ده ما يصير. أجيد درجة السيل percentage ساي سيرفيس تقل لوريور الالتام عمل مول المغرقية سيل 2%. التقل بوست أمام المول أمام 1.5%. من قرروا سيجيد contribution التيل. تقل البري التقل هو يجمع لوريور الالتام هارا 2%. التقل بأس الموريور أفتر أكتوبر 1st 27 أسوم تيان عم تغوي أمم هم رجع سيجد ال 1.5%. سيجد غضاضة يجد أكتوبر سيجد السيموليشن يجد سيجد المومسرني كاس إنشكشن هذين على 26 مليون سيجد الصاد على day 1 ما day 2 اللي على بلورام ديجل أسوم مورني تجد الريفورم يقدمون سيجد ال 26 مليون دي سيل أوبريو ديغا نكسسي لا غاني سيجد الغورنيا جروب بيل واسغانيا اديشنال 10 مليون للتوب ذا ريبابليك دي سيسوم غو موسل 26 مليون وذا يجد الريفورم نمبر سيل نمبر 2 ما 7% ما 2 انيا توب دنجال بلان اللي ديغا لوسبير انجال اديشنال 10 مليون من ديغا سوم المجوجي تاع الجروب مال مقلودو المذا اللي ديغا سيد لوسبير سيجد اول من ديغا سيجد انشكشن دا غفرمنت 10 مليون لسيمولو توني إنما المول من الناشيل دياغا مصبل لدري مسيجي دا أقول من دمناك مو مدرسوا additional 10 مليون المو part سيجي 26 مليون سيجي 26 مليون injection قبل أمريكا sufficient الموت البلان إننا safe المو all the way المو end the cell end دقوا مثلا جايجي الدوري 1.2 مليون cell end of the plan يجي دا المول من غير positive all the way المورا سيجي 2056 البيس سيجي الماضي اللي جد أسبوع سيجد إن ده شيء هو البرينسيبل رأساس ما pension اللي بيعمل incorporate السلطان 1% increase it's a plan الدرجة اللي شيء سيجد 65 over the 10 years لكن إنه يجد البلان بس retirement age عمل مول 65 يغام في retirement سيجد أقرأ عمل ودسويلا عم يتيروجير لا بلا بي سولا
Okay, group A. Misal trigal mle bebira chair ragal bebira group na explain hal dit pora sa group A. Blabla takra sel well hal di kotlo wais sa setial alinga kada ortiang el report ra recommendation ra group perngak dia del melodia sel disclaimer nda se be del tianga dika kamanga ta rede del msu bringi mai yang awal dia del dika ada du omdas o si selungin el mo o maqlias misi a pension plan meses agote wal goram lo takla se sesku mo kada ngara discipline defined contribution sem le dos ngara mo wal mering gida amo o cover gigi del cost al top dra adra di b lo turtira di c ing mo ani sige del modaka adalo malu urtirgegi del nga adibir elang but they decided to say okay hali kada di remain nga adibi ongerung kada more retirement age mang omomesa group alpha all the way mora delta mora dia di malmol nga sige del sing kada mo sisigum ss kada tsela 10 years kada milangwa mandatory retirement age mo 65 Sel bora contribution se ela como mese kamamya group paranga kamle recommendation tia se mela kada osisul rational se mela kada ng itintigar sel do del ngel contribution ngel del af el nya orior el ang bringa time ala ospe agel se sel do ditira osisipo dangu sel ngara al sanga government matigel employer which is in government mega state government lo sikrolela se magara sibil el government say the increase the contribution. The wera gulmon me in the sokal mga Peter, I need to confirm something. The crediting rates at 2%. That's the existing rate for setting up for calculating individuals' benefits, right?
Yes, people who work in the civil service get 2% of the salary that they're earning close to the time that they take their pension, 2% for every year that they work, with a maximum of 30 years. So if you've got 32 years, for example, you'll have 30 times 2%, which is 60% of your best salaries. And that's 2% for each year. So if you've now done 20 years and you've got 10 to go, you've got 40% in the bank and then another 20 to get out of your future work.
So mela seguido el 2% sea ngara lula pension el time. Se el sumto mo kuma aritan mo bo calculate se especially the lower. Administrator ala kalwida o ura se calculate el ang kung 2% ngul multiplying gi del last el makolo do them el average ngi ngul multiplying se lo ko del rak. Ako special example eli mlanya tela mga dur administrator uduy. Lenklo to trabo do ngali sel change se gi del rate. El altay mangal kasoko mang maadam retire mang masugura lu el telal se awal lu del el seguid el average lu del el ngarba lu del el awal retire e kadung se 2% ngul multiplier ngi la sel lu el telal 20,000 e ngul el multiplier sel number of years let's say 30 years e sel doctor beding wa a pension ngi awal 1,000 a month de sumo kadung ko ngati sel lo urul morio so let's say kadung mo 1.75 en que aquí de los isiu el tela es el average do del ngul multiplying 1.75 ngul multiplying o de rak en top del 825 mang kod mesa sel klakaro sel the change el seguid del rate tra o ngara tool mo 1.7 mo 150 ni el do la se a plana design la se magara tiang apal talmal megire tigid adal tira mral me lower el ang bolo dingela se motel gibel que gereya asel pension seguida sacrifice at yal kora design at yal plan alo ise seguida wal el di no the suela recommendation group se me la gadong tigir sei le sel skum gadong utal injection el 26 minutos ital kulgoringa total le yesura bra medical may en ngolo CCB and then it's the mora a positive el 31.2 net present value mang seguida while group A kunenga suli workial teal. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Peter to explain two things that are different about the civil service pension plan compared to Social Security. Firstly, why does it not have to be revalued back to prior earnings? And secondly, why is the CSPP not considered or not meant to be progressive?
Thank you for that, Kevin. I'll take the second question first. The pension plan and indeed other pensions that might be put in place by companies that in the private sector set up savings plans for their retirement are on top of social security benefits, and they're intended to give people value back for what they've paid in and what their company or their employer has paid in. So effectively, there's a link directly from what you and your employer put in and what you get out. So apart from the fact that there is a ceiling, a maximum pension of $30,000 to stop pensions going up forever, you basically get the same percentage of your salaries, so that whether you earn $15,000 or $25,000 or $35,000, that your pension is 60% if you've got a full lifetime of contributing. And your first question was about the revaluation. There's no revaluation necessary in this kind of a plan, because your pension is not based on what you earned every year that you worked, but the best 3 years in the last 10 years when you're coming up to your pension age. So, for example, if your best 3 years were at the age of 54, 55 and 56, and then you had a little drop off in your earnings in the last 4 years, you'd get those last best 3 as your calculated pension. So it protects people for the kind of income they've had. Of course, they're not being paid as much in pension as they were when they were working, but that's because they're also getting Social Security as well, which is designed to be a benefit which is supporting people more on the lower level of earnings than it is for everybody else.
Thank you, Peter. I again switched the screen on you so you can see the consolidated results of groups A, B, C, and D across on the right-hand side. And you see mostly we were able to take the common variables that each of them decided upon. But with respect to contributions, we ended up putting 7% to the government, but leaving it at 6% for the employees. And as a result of that, we were able to put in only 26 million rather than 36 million. So the government is going to pay every year about almost an extra $1 million, but they don't have to find 10 million to get the reform program initiated. Sort of a trade-off. Similarly, the crediting rate, we did move to kind of a compromise position of 1.75. And just to be clear, that 2% will be credited to every employee for any years they worked through, if the reforms start on October 1st of 2027, then they'll be credited for 2% for every year they worked to that point. And thereafter, their crediting will be at 1.75. So somebody retiring just a year after the program, they might have crediting where all their years are credited at 2%, but just the last year or two is credited at 1.75. And if they work more than 30 years, they may end up hitting the cap of 60% anyways. So this is not something that's going to affect in a major way anybody in the near future at all. Somebody that started work last year, any of our finance people, they're going to have only a couple of years credited at 2%, but they've got a long time to plan their future. So what were these groups looking at in terms of sorry. We'll do this if we can. So these groups looked at a starting position whereby if you look at the right-hand top chart, the benefits were always greater for 30 years in a row than the contributions. And so the system was truly unbalanced. And one way we can say it was unbalanced is this system was designed when the trust territory was operational, and the U.S. federal or civil service pension plan at the time offered 1.9% for every year, and a maximum, if you worked 42 years, a maximum of 80%. But when they changed that in 1982, they went to 1.1% per year and made everybody in the government eligible for Social Security. So for people that would have both systems, their crediting rate was only 1.1. So I think coming down to 1.75 is sort of an indication that the system was a little bit out of balance. Now on the lower chart, the CSPP has a statutory requirement to not let the trust fund go below 18 million. And so it cannot go to zero, but it can be untouchable. If the trust fund for the CSPP goes to 18 million, they have to stop using it to support the checks of the existing pension recipients, pension beneficiaries. And that would be even more devastating to those employees than the reduction in Social Security. It would be down to approximately 60 cents on the dollar. So it was a hard problem to solve, but of course our discussion groups, our teams worked hard to find a result. Sorry, this is a little bit slow. So when we put in the consolidated consensus of groups A through D, we get a chance to run the model with those variables. And we go from a negative 72.6 million deficit and a trust fund that's effectively frozen to, if you look at the red and the blue lines, they're hugging each other all the way out for 30 years. You see the $26 million injection thanks to the United States government. And you see that the trust fund bounces around at 50 up to close to 70 million. It's not growing explosively, but it's not going down to where it doesn't serve that buffer function that it's meant to serve. Now, it's really important to be thankful to the U.S. for this solution. All they required that the 26 million would go directly to CSPP when a demonstrably sustainable reform program is put in place. In the case of CSPP, that would be changing their operating plan and getting the blessings or the no objections from the OEK. And so once they do that, if they do that, that 26 million would be available for them. Basically, to be honest, it's never really going to be touched. It's just forming a part of a buffer. But because it's a grant, that'll be the first money they use out of the trust fund once they're allowed to do so they can close the grant out over a period of time. So Peter, is there anything else you want to highlight?
I'll just... Yep. Yeah, I'll just briefly say, having done all that, the uncertainty about the way the future will develop means that you have to check these things every few years. But our best expectations is that you'll be able to rest reassured that the funds are not going to run out. And from time to time, there will be an opportunity to consider whether the contribution rate, for example, from the government needs to remain at 7%. But that's the sort of thing that can be checked from time to time. I think the key thing that's been done that Kevin has mentioned is you've got a sustainable solution here that justifies the putting in of the extra money, which will support this in the long term. So it's a good solution, and it provides the flexibility to check on the thing from time to time, but in the confidence that you're not going to run out into the perilous situation you've been in recent times.
Wondering what next steps are to honor the work of the discussion groups. I just really hope the next steps are that the interested parties, the responsible parties, meaning executive, legislative, and the two institutions, their boards and management, basically work together. If necessary, probably would be highly beneficial. Public hearings could be held in the states because there's not 12,000 Palauans here that can learn to understand, firstly, that it's important that action be taken, and secondly, that the reforms have been designed with a lot of care for, how many times did we hear the word fairness and sticking to principles, that it's been designed in such a way where we're not just talking about fairness, we're really struggling to achieve fairness. So with that, I'd like to say thank you to all four groups. And I think we have a short break, is that right? Or straight to the President's awards. To our future beneficiaries of the Social Security system, 50 years in the future, our high school students.
Mosu bas gadogat talgibel gosogod la tam emang modera abrege gider el afternoon gel sual gora ngua talgibel tam dimigis el modore gora talli bitut amal sabel gadstret semora malmora awarding ويجل ملدورة توتاو سرا غوت لوريور سل غوت السلسة سيمبوشيوم en laringia sel Shark Tank ministry at literal ngaligeb lo olta agora wal idea til girela te ala shobay el mo alo magarola tomo magarola shobay tim el angin agot gadamo maalilo bang awarding Raigel group and then ngel mle winning group ngey amel me picture idea ngi or maski daw the swell el girela a shoba artir mang Okay. Kadamo award ringel mlo first place ra tial Shark Tank tiang mlenklela shobar tira komi step up tiragangal ra pala school ngangi makmalingi 30 matamay asami ngir midol Gabriel Choray, Trevor August, ma Chavan Ngirarois Luis. Tira nga nawin ra $800 cash prize. Tira nga wal sid manirti lomu ura shobartir, trophy, free mentorship labangala SPDC, ma merchandise ra Bank of Guam, yak mo ulingit ra atangakal President Whips meru mo award ra tiragal first place winners. Tiragal first place winners, tiragal mle winners sel ngalgotol na ungi la presentation ngi most innovative IDRT innovative akong dasadalyo ringil tul motor belaweng sel gotol gora wal ngod dirga katal derang silul das ra bakal luldas shobayan lamorngi. President, ako lagi tumakalamu malmut talmad orte yaga mo award dahil second third fourth. Second place winner Palau modak nga school ibol Shobar tiramle ibabang store ngaring Vivi Albert Pasilius ngar Marcil Ungil Sils Ote Kayo Edward Marungul Sokaw. A prize certificate tel competition na $600 cash. Elngi seat money tilom ura shobay ma trophy. Third place winner, group agripreneur, Palau School, Rihanna Orug, Romeo Tulop, Sophie Mareb, Alexis Rush. Tinakam lewin na $400 ma trophy. Mlada kalsiil me open gather LLC, ma Vice Principal Pedro amo receiver award there. Sel mamangkot talas na fourth place winners, Fast Kind Delivery Service. Tiang araw Palau School, lemlewin na $250 seed money. Kanya Kulay Masters, Faith at Pisong, Euler Connor, Matthew Tadawo. Sula President, ongingila awarding kadama olngi trigal first place winner circuit trigal group Komi step up matamay emo oote isal IVRT re.
Leong Tasils, good afternoon everyone, and good afternoon Mr. President, Ms. Bilong, Ngir Turong, and all distinguished guests that are here today. Ang Klakamereong Chokay, and today me and my fellow co-founders here are going to be presenting you our business that won the Shark Pitch competition on Monday. So, before I begin, I just want to thank the judges for giving us the opportunity to be here today. And I would like to thank teacher Rochelle Thomas, who is sitting over there. Thanks to her, we know everything we know about the business world today. And I have a question. Do we all know what a komisteba is? And to those who don't know, a komisteba is a landfill, a site for waste disposal. Half of the time, people are throwing away things because they take up space and oftentimes they end up taking space at landfills, and that leads to around 378 pounds of unmanaged waste going into our oceans daily. And that doesn't really follow our Palau pledge. Do we all know the Palau pledge? And to those who don't know, the Palau pledge is a mandatory promise that gets stamped into every international visitor's passport, asking that they respect Palau's environment and keep it clean. And we thought it's a bit ironic if us Palauans don't take part of that Palau pledge. That's why we bring to you Gomi Step Up. So you're probably like, this kind of sounds like Gomi Steba, but we're stepping up to the Gomi, that's why it's Gomi Step Up. So Gomi Step Up will host pop-up shops around Palau selling products made from scraps and discarded materials that we collect from the community ourselves. Turning waste into value, Gomi Step Up helps Palau environmentally and economically. Our mission is Gomi Step Up transform everyday waste into creative and sustainable products, giving new life to scraps while promoting mindful consumption, reducing landfill waste, and uniting the community to preserve our island's future. Our vision is a Palau where the community and businesses step up to transform unnecessary waste into opportunities, and social responsibility becomes a shared way of life. And now I'll be passing the mic to my other co-founder.
Okay, Sulang and Meong for that powerful presentation. My name is Trevor August, and before I begin, do you all remember the Palau pledge in the beginning? Okay. Just to refresh your memories, I will recite the first verse. It's, "Children of Palau, I take this pledge as your guest to preserve and protect your beautiful and unique island home." This is about tourists preserving Palau for future generations and so on. So conclusively, because of this pledge, our target, like our market analysis, resulted in tourists and locals being our main market. And then for our marketing plan, we have 3 strategies. First is our pricing. So we're going to price our items at mid-range, because if it's too cheap, it promotes bad quality, and if it's too expensive, no one's going to buy it. And then operations. So if you look at our building is a car, and it's basically a car because since we're kids, it's like, so like this is the most effective way to do it. And also we would travel around the island with our car and collect materials while upcycling them. And then lastly is our social media. We would like advertise on Instagram and TikTok, and then people can contact us on Gmail and our phone.
Thank you, Trevor, for that marvelous presentation about our market analysis.
My name is Javon Guerreros Lewis, and I'll be presenting about our product and service plan. So basically, the plan for our product is to use upcycled, biodegradable, and reusable materials to make other products have a second chance at life. The plan for our service is to reduce pollution, promote, and add on to an already sustainable idea of 3R. Do you guys remember what's 3R? Yeah, it's reduce, reuse, recycle. So like the materials that we use to make our products is like leftover fabrics, plastic spoons, old hair clips, old used notebooks, buttons, egg cartons, and cross-stitching thread. We can use any other materials as long as it's sustainable, reusable, and biodegradable. To prove that we want to solve pollution and step up to the Romi. Next. Okay, as I listed before, the materials that I listed before were used to make some of our current product samples. As you can see, there are the products and their pricings. Their pricings are basically based off of their expenses and our markup. Okay, the two primary products that were developed by our business are the Eco Pots and the Nifty Notebooks. To produce these items, we collected all used notebooks from our school, then used the pages. The used pages were recycled and transformed into Eco Pots, while unused pages were repurposed to create the Nifty Notebooks.
And when you look at the beautiful students over here, they're holding our timeless teds, emal atter ang klel. These bags are made from leftover fabrics from dancing clothes we've made before, and our teacher, when she makes her skirts, we use the leftover fabrics to make these bags. And these bags are bags we've been using for a while, and they're still timeless. Thank you, Meong and Yirarois, for that excellent explanation. My name is Asame Ngimidol, and I'll be talking about our contingency plan, or our Plan B. What, President Whips? What would we do if we didn't have enough resources? Well, good thing you asked, because we have just the solution. We will establish a partnership with the Goror State Government Solid Waste Management and similar organizations. By asking them to sort the scraps from waste, it would benefit them by reducing landfill and benefit us by providing a direct line of supplies. In addition, we want to interact with the community in a socially responsible way. Schools already have programs that gather students to clean around Palau, and we want to do the same thing. We give students the opportunity to contribute to the country while we handle the logistics. And participants would obtain raffle tickets, giveaways, etc. of our products as incentives. What, Miss Leonie? What would we do if we didn't have enough money? Well, we have just the solution. We pursue contributions and sponsorships from organizations who support sustainability, youth entrepreneurship, and innovation. Through networking and programs and workshops such as this, we want to build and further develop our relationships with private sectors who would invest in us. And we are also connected to the PHS Business Academy Incorporated, or it's the store at our school. So if we lack the funding, we could rely on the money we've raised to support our business during difficult periods as we grow. And now we will show you a little snippet of the process that we went through to create these products.
As we're waiting for the video to play, why not I give a more in-depth explanation about the eco-pots? So as you can see, the eco-pots are made with paper mache and newspaper. And what holds it together is egg whites. So basically, it's very eco-friendly. And like, you know, like you can put plants inside, right? But then you can easily just transfer it into the soil. And then like the pots would easily biodegrade into the soil. So it's more nutrients for the plants. Oh. Okay. Yeah, get the big one. So like, here are more products that we have within the car. It's kind of cool. There's actual products in the car. So like, these clips were made out of old hair clips and melted spoons. So they just easily glue onto the hair clips and then it makes it look like a flower. And then this one that I have is like a scrunchie. It's made with old fabric and then elastic bands to hold it together. And then these ones were made with a leftover thread and cross-stitching thread with a few beads. Instead of using beads, we can also use like shells or anything we find on the side of the beach. So should I just like explain like all these materials that we are showing right now are made by students. Okay.
And just to highlight all the products that we just showed to you right now, all of these were made by us and all the Palau High School Business Academy seniors. And that was just a short clip process of how we made all our products here and how we came up with the ideas ourselves. Thank you so much. We hope you enjoyed. And so instead of bringing your things to a commie step up, bring it to commie step up. Kampmal masulang.
دغدلو تلمرت ارتغال غلقة whoever the mobile mara closing remarks akmal ding utal te alla mo recognize artigal ne booth partners material agencies and ne participators sa Shark Tank naringi Palau Chamber of Commerce, Bank of Guam, TMC Palau, MAFE, Palau SPDC, Office of the Public Auditor, PVA, Bureau of Revenue and Taxation. Dirakal tial event was made possible with a couple of sponsors. The Honorable Senator Kasugi El Tapsungino, Honorable Delegate Stephanie Punir Oymay, Palau Transfer and Terminal Company, Palau Small Business and Development Center, Bank of Guam, IRA State Government, Palau National Olympic Committee, dira kanlarngi anonymous sponsor del event. Tirigay lotmag mlo ulang mo sa edel gutmok layel prize el mastery tiragal ngalged. Tiraga ngamal el talente the president leng saragi ngarteng igi mama sertir arnet chacha sertir mal mlemring el gera lulgertir etira mal mlesabeir el mal nomring le tiramal na sa longer ay rogul gari mang adol tirak ka programmer gida kada marmara sel lulubong al programmer gida ay tal mamregal tal Sunday makmo ulingi tira Dr. Patrick Tele over there president gida Palau Community College maski da closing remark.
Irturong malungil mula klasil sa obogong kau ma orios ma beo pilong kau mal masaul. So I'm tasked to say some few words as closing remarks. I'd like to say them in Palauan, but let me just say that this has been renamed Palau Development Symposium. A symposium is defined as a meeting where experts, professionals, people who know it all, people who've been there, gather together to share ideas, and at the end of the day, hopefully set a path forward. Akora diulo mo lo idise bilong ulwase ang kleltial kaldibla habla mlamodia el Palau Development Forum, la mo Development Symposium. Yar adr English olidra symposium lo say el del lira raad el mokkel dible adadu etirgal ada madu emdengay emlang arsay engarnya ngarartir emla utmok emla mrar siral malongodu etgiri lorong sal. Magdulumo ra ko tluro lobat kay gid el dirga blod mregal loldang sertir el ngal gra school magdamrenga sulir le belur bela tomes ramra el mel sil sirngie to toka ngas el mosois bra al sel. Uri se kadam lor ongeru luror makadam letiang emlo kaldi belmlo gimera igel luula aldadu el girela igal toblo el gora tlil tial araad el mom uodre emla uror al sel belau trigel mlangi sera ido akmlo spera toko el mara amra so I used the English term cliff. And then all the Palauans who are familiar with the boat race in Palau is under Japan-Palau Friendship Bridge. They go in front of Aimali, and then they race all the way toward Aira and Goror, and they will turn. And then the announcer will say, Mara is a cliff, a rock island in Ngatkif with a cliff line on it. If you don't watch your step, you're going to fall right flat. If it's low tide, into the coral heads. If it's high tide, and the water and maybe the mangrove roots. That's the term that I use. Because we started, Agdulumor Ongeruluror, El Medengel was a egal tablo el program, Amra el Moramra ra Angatkip. Ndiaka the Rebbe, Kadi Mut. Ang aniak lakaros ra ruweb, tamay mut. Kidal other Beral, Medengel Gidal tablo, Lobreo del Tokoy. Makadamlo adadu emerko kita tial mlarameng sulas yang ulubia igal kadamlo madangali tial and diakal si edel masauder tial el bangaled ala ka dangel waseng ramon delenged kadammal mlo madangali al sel ala ka ngaral makatmokla e kadamoy mut kadam orwebet. Awul mo kadam local dibel. Direkal nga niya te adra ngabarda bring asulela presidente ma director udoy el chief negotiator lo bring el mga dula adra ngabarda lo lingita ang eso el girela CSPP. Tigel ngeso aluldars e girel nga niya makatmok el girel. Matial el dadu el mlamor ngi aurung leda wa se kadam lakut makli hindi kita kabelementra sera damo katmok 1981 el mer elang engirel la abol togoy engirel el mga ngerngira imol blay mora imol blay mo ko ngea president makatokora ulang sel mga tmok segidel Rael mal bleungil merael mol mga krongsia da makara senator nakamural wase nga kangartial di malatogoy e diom teetial group nga tilgibul ngoder sel dilir eli mangdiak do ngek mla tamla mangululaw mla metoy radio lingit lo asa blur bela mo mesertiang o lingit ro se madakat maklitiang lela ke bod iwo with youth segid altan dia kal bola kangra lolar ad ndiga da mengel lo asa ada mo msuka dio kol melsens rabek el imol club segid el tigingela retirement fund kada mengel lo asa dia kal se erweb tel moriora 3 milyon lela o asendiak dia kal kangerse Mandi mo igel dosis bagi del guktir malang matirigel malay gegi dabololay tiragi del madu urtialo ura dirulo asia dalta ngokolo melsens ra imol kluga sa ilmo adire kalo sisul time adagat maklit agi del lomlod el gida gilang erngi mamrigel odar sa gel udod altan sa ilmo otogo sa del maigel ludo akmarong sia luim elol milyon ngani gel ludo del taksela gel remittance Direkal nga niya igel el ludo del mga el durok tiragid del pristine paradise el lado olvida klula oltob. Kadolungit mang ay gigid el mlam katmok kadam renga sulir arbeklaad el mlegut maklil mal mlam ungil. Belang sabi the other sea egida oeng tirgero kul adro olvida klulaw e olingit tirtilo ase mutial mor olbeel e mogerol do suir arbeklaad e al sugo mga niya bebira at ataol el toko el girel madung e be dolngit mo ger tirgagi del mlara ruba kamar maas el mlartiang remengs el mem loto dal de suir e dagat klil mongil abolungil en tengar gamul ngarse gamul dong okre lang amot tengar gamul aktingul medi segi de dire kalau ai selo ase ai imoraklo el bangleda toko era PUC malungil arngu de samrial me oreng sa igel tigingela adra PUC tamaral madengel orul adi imol diakal sabiil ruli andi akal sil meoba oil siya diakal sabiil ruli hindi tamlakut mok lumara igel kuro babel sabiil man sabiil del ngartiang selol gail ospe ringa wase a toksyo atarak ya imol av sa alamardil hindi imol bungol madadeng girtir al sela 365 days kidere lang angar erul dartel sigang eruldart ra alsela tarrak etiel tri rak ram la memong ya kadam le del telael ya eri segit sel temela kosiba matang emle widel telael kadam lang ngetil mel me edar tamadeng segida swakal duli le polang bugo kora polang atiang wase serangaramo te dia ka serari adengir bela ungir elang seral temu gira dal dibla katak lo ai setir e ko nget tirgal wase ngungil adengir elang Serang aramo. Kami adi ulam gardar oreor, tiap gardar belau rogil morangar along, mablilaw, mangayaur, mangayang ala. Oy, makti swakal dulik sa igid, kada blalo makti li turong lo ase, albebile kada mo kalakal masaw dara sera, yo beser tirgal magikaril ad, ngaruri ulam tirgang, loke dar belau relal time. Kadamlo orong single el economist dia kal beota aral arging kel economist oy gagidel ngartiang ngoram lom ritm ratoko el mlam gatmokro ol birak lulaw mahleviktli hal tan adar dia kal adar belaw mong lom elaw duli alla al blam reli a ot pe ia PUC mo sa ko akla hindi mlakal dali lang al tang la akora ngari om lang mesring hindi segi dakrir ng si Rabul Gul Celtic Ingel. tianga mo matrop. Alakal mutmok sige. Me the samakli el morselungil. E alam manghita mo karil me mo karil ang ka la-assign ng il mer belaw mga one stop center. Mo karil me may gen dilura mayong ngwaisay delegate. Mo karil me so I just told them that if they trust what you said, call you to come and explain your numbers to them. Kaya direkal mo orong siya Yoshino Sensei. Material adras siyabal. Ang tabaduol mangismuk. Sekto mangismuk, au sperator belal mangismuk, ol savings. Au ulo mo ngila dakat maklir lang, batok au dauder belaw. Real all time. Kita ngir turong aradar belaw, nga kamsuba toko ra kamaldil. El all time magardi ngar ong elol mulbuil, kada na moit elol milyon ra kamaldil. Kotok law dauder belaw. Aradar belaw sel bolo soda albul. Sel top drang red, batok au dude da ul makadam ngadu. Aradar belaw sel bang ialuk, enyak mal matar basrir. Ela gardi mangitakra ako agi mal abul, gula se malungil puso. Mel bol nisel savings bank, savings banda. Hindi ako dingel waseng klor gen hindi ko langit mal sa pele. Togi utegi del te ale da sama clean bol sabi. Lugut mok. Madabora igal graduation ma promotion ceremony. Laka mo misterira rangal ka envelope nga niya udo. Misterira savings band del mortirgal ngal. Matarak labasel bor niya udo dir. Madeliget rablilyo agel office expense ringi rule mo savings band rogui el pestero rosa ngal grablilyo rogui. Seguida agora uldaso. Kada merenga sulira adras siabal man adras saiga lolo nga seorgid. Ngel imoram lang do am la subir otek. Kurang ari aurorat saigar elangal kora lutro otek ang ditangara daw. Tip osen ware remeral mo budul segid lo otek la Yoshino Sensei. Kada mal merenga sulid emla ngosugid el gireli segid. Tirgal batok el gagros el adra mafi el mlettiang mlarse blo rogui ngarinya kora akan tilaran rir hindi ka tambrenga sulir auror longot mokl ay ger rogui ngaringir el time tiram lagut mokl lolong seo tial toko rausasor belaw gugogiwa minister mar adal rogui kada mal merenga asulir amal meungil aldadrir kada merenga asulir lang gagid el adra idibil ngatiang ang mal el mleba katauta aldadal oy tirga patoka ngara mga ratit bakatauta longo do patoka sabi lolong seorgid emlal nga seorgid ra patokol tukoy. So essentially I've said ADB has done a lot, and thank you for your presentation today. Kada mo malamos mertial aldadurel al sils makmarenga sulit tiragi de roguil adalorora Ministry of Finance mar adrir el tira malmlo blakarandil aurore ilung akmal mo gora selbogu umdaso igalure dir akmolot kitial tingin la presidente lo espera kasi kurang armadalim tiagi del gimongat sengil ngarmalu esegi del website siang armadalim madalang erang engel kasabukual ngilu adra Israel mail mora banderang artir sera ulel mengamok tegar nging imoblirir ya sel belgul sel dadu ase sel guk pagusap emurus rakau makuk pagusap sel guk may guk bong itak mabomo osap ngari bebira blura adlo ase ngora tletele la amlub tradlibuk sel bo dangara bitang mabitang dol dagay wutam tringi ndal asul mel mubt sel delibuk ndia karol el magdol ngit lo ase arbek la adlo ranks ertiang mo mesringi mera adadura ul swed de tibir lo ase kad mo subir tial uldas mo sutrir adad el adro ul bira glulaw sel ngar ul bira glula Akmulwa se kamam al-adr olbira lulaw el-mallut ker kamam. We the people of Palau represented in the Olbir Aglulaw to enact as follows. Al tokor English, engkora ditara aborraw. Kadabor sel tokor belaw. Kamam al-adr belaw lom teer kamam angar Olbir Aglulaw amo a oltrogok peltmo. Kaol delegate neis angar sel moltrogok aurungur kamam el-ngartiang marangarab lilioma arangara maseymar armasep marangara ei Kilo tergok lagi urungula mar other belau. Aktikmul waisei wase komal masaul lengani ang odel te ala lakal mangar olbirak lulaw o ingarngi. So I've just said, Kevin, is there any other way if olbirak lulaw do not enact these changes? Yes, there is. Article 14, Section 3. The people of Palau can, by popular initiative, enact the legislation, except appropriations, and this is not appropriation. So it can be done. 10%, 1,600 people will sign the petition, and it goes to the polls. If it is approved, then all the changes will be mandated by law. The difficulty with that is, if you want to reverse that, we have to do the same process. We have to get 10% and get a popular initiative to rescind that legislation. So what is the easiest way? Go through the Congress and not go through the Act, Article 13, Section 3. That's the exact citation. The people of Palau can enact legislation by popular initiative by garnering 10% of the vote. I'm saying it not as a challenge. I'm saying it lengtara te al maral budul madad. Al sugumang iwo waigal toy 10 million, 14 million, and 15 million. Those are a big chunk of this economy. Something has got to be done about it. Kada mereng asulit tirgel planners, el git maklitiang, el muto mereng asulir ang al graskul na maral, kumal masulang al mlay, erdoor makami rubak, pilung marmas, minister, delegate, tirge roguil ngartiang, peu, kumal lumsol may mga ngartiang, somos may kal aldadad, esel dorael, edolingit, mbodo batal tukoy. Aktibo ol malakor tiangling, hindi akal girel tarungud, girelo batal tukoy. Abodo ko to endiungil, hindi girelo batal tukoy, lung yolet, other below. Gora manghitadik esmeril di wasekom sulang bogo batyagi del mo mong simeringi. Oh, the swokle. Oh, the swokle laang. Ema the malaso yang aliru galedeng makit ya the tal bagale. Yang ungil mendiaka tagoli yang. Omam sulang.